Good afternoon, good morning, good evening from wherever you're watching us. This is Mutembei TV. Niko na mwenzangu hapa Julia, and it's that time again when we start the show talking about what is happening in our country, Kenyan politics, and we welcome you all for this evening's show. We will be talking about what is happening in our country. We are seeing the heightened campaign. Tumeona Mudavadi na Wetangula leo wameshuka kule Bungoma kufanyia mwenzao campaign for the senatorial seat. We also can see the hustler fund. People are complaining, sijui kama wao umepata pesa zako ama bado. And also we can see the fighting has begun again, the political fight between William Ruto and Raila Odinga. So we want to welcome you all from wherever you are. Tafadhali karibisha mmoja ama mwingine ili tuweze kuanza show yetu ya leo. Nitampatia mwenzangu pia nafasi ya wasalimie kabla to keep the wheel rolling. Karibu sana Julia.
Asante Makiadi, good evening, good morning, Mutembei TV fans and Mutembei TV family. It's another evening and morning that we are delighted to host this show and talk about our country, Kenya, our country. This is our motherland, east, west, home is best. We look forward to a fruitful debate tonight and discussion where we can forge way forward. We can suggest things that can make our country better, and also we look at things that are issues that are affecting us and what needs to be done. So Makiadi, asanti, natarajia tuwe na majadiliano yenye yatafaa nchi yetu.
Okay, asante sana Julia. Kama unatutazama tafadhali karibisha mwenzako. The link will always be in the comment section, so we will drop the link. I think it's already there in the comment section. You click on that link. Kama unataka kuingia studio, click on the link. The link is always in blue. You click on that link, you let StreamYard configure your device, that is your camera and your voice, and then we will add you to the panel. Na maoni hapa ni bure, hakuna mtu anakulipisha kutoa maoni. So we will be talking about Raila's visit today or yesterday in Kilifi, ambapo alisema kwamba he will not allow William Ruto to be a dictator. Anasema kwamba aliona udikteta wakati wa enzi za mwenda zake hayati Moi, na hata mkubali haswa Ruto kupeleka nchi ya Kenya mahali ambako tulitoka. Pia tutazungumzia maneno ya hustler fund. Je, wewe umepata pesa zako, umepata hela zako? Na kama ulipata, basi tafadhali tuambie hizi pesa wanakata sijui percentage gani. Utuambie kama pesa zako umepata na percentage ambayo imekatwa, uko na uhakika mahali ambapo imeenda utaipata kweli, ama ni pesa ambazo vile wengine wanasema hapa ni it's another scam. So tafadhali mkaribishe mwenzako. We will keep the wheel going. We will play a few videos as we wait for you to join the panel. Na ninaona nani Onyango Boni anasema we are happy, keep on doing the good work. Asante sana Onyango Boni. Wakaribishe wenzako tafadhali. Tuanzishe show yetu ya siku ya leo. This is a premium weekend show. We have the link in the comment section, so click on the link and you'll be admitted into the studio. So as we continue to wait for more people to join, I want to play a video here that will probably explain one of our topics today. Na kama kawaida tunawakaribisha tena na sana ukaweze kupeana maoni yako kwenye show ya siku ya leo. So wacha nicheze video moja alafu kutoka hapo tutaendelea.
Wakisi wanasemaje kuhusiana na hustler fund?
Namba Lulu na Rashid ulivyosema, tayari nipo katika steni kuu ya kuabiri magari katika eneo la hapa, ikiwa ni eneo la Keumbu, Nyaribari chache katika kaunti ya Kisii. Baada ya hazina ya hustler fund kuzinduliwa rasmi hapo jana, kuna baadhi ya wakazi ambao wamejaribu kutuma maombi ili angalau wapate fedha hizo. Wengine wanasema wamepata, japo wamepata kiwango cha chini. Wengine wanasema mpaka sasa waliambiwa waweze kusubiria kwa takriban saa 2, lakini saa hizo zimepita na bado hawajapata chochote. Kwa hivyo nataka tu kutangamana na wakazi wa kaunti hii ya Kisii. Nitaanza na huyu bwana hapa. Hebu tuambie unaitwa nani, kisha baada ya Hustler Fund kuzinduliwa rasmi hapo jana na Rais William Ruto. Je, umeweza kuapply na labda umeweza kupata ngapi?
Kwa majina kamili naitwa George Mamanyu, mkazi wa huko Keumbu. Na kwanza ningeshukuru Rais kwa kuzindua mradi ambao tulikuwa tunakusudia kwamba tunge faidika nayo. Kwanza kabisa mimi mwenyewe nisha apply Hustler Fund na nishapewa 600. So my loan limit was 600. Na after nime apply kaniambia ningoje for 2 hours, nikangoja zikaisha. After kuisha nika apply, sasa wakanipea loan. So I was expecting like nipewe 600 zote, but wamekata that, wakasema inaenda kwa saving. So swali langu lilikuwa hizi 30 bob zenye wanakata zinaenda wapi? Na pia ningependa kuuliza swali ambalo unajua kama rais mwenyewe alikuwa akasema kwamba hizi ni pesa zilikuwa sisaidie watu. Lakini hizi pesa nikiangalia vizuri ni pesa za kiwango cha chini kabisa, ambao hata ukiangalia hizi pesa ukiamua tuseme umeamua kufanyia biashara, hakuna biashara yenye unaweza fanya. Kama kuna uwezekano Mr. Rais ongeza hizi pesa sikuwe at least mingi kidogo, ndo at least tunaweza tusaidia kama wananchi.
Haya, asante sana. Hebu acha tusikie kutoka kwa huyu bwana hapa. Hebu tuambie, je, tangu kwa hazina hiyo kuzinduliwa rasmi hapo jana, uliweza kutuma maombi na je umepata jibu?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Vincent Ongera Machere. Bodaboda operator wa hapa Keumbu. Sasa hizo pesa tunasema ni za kiwango cha chini kabisa juu rais mwenyewe ikiwa alilonji hiyo Hustler Fund jana isaidie mahasla. Au mahasla sasa watafaidika na mamia wengine. Kama mimi mwenyewe niliapply nipate loan. Hiyo loan nikaambiwa labda ningoje kwa muda wa masaa mawili hivi, lakini sijaona chochote mpaka saa hizi. Sasa tuna uhakika na wenye wameapply zile pesa wanasema ni mamia tu wamepata. Hiyo ni ya kuweka mafuta tu ama wamesaidia watu at least wasiondoe kwa loan za kwa hizi pikipiki za mikopo? Ni swali.
Asante sana. Wewe labda umeapply Hustler Fund na umepata ama bado hujapata?
Mimi niliapply Hustler Fund jana vile president wa nchi alizindua hii mradi. Mimi nilifanikiwa nika-apply nikapata shilingi 500. Lakini sasa shilingi 500 mimi nauliza kama mimi hustler mwenyewe, hii shilingi 500 na unga saizi ni gorogoro ni shilingi 200. Hii ni gorogoro mbili my friend. Na hii shilingi 500 anakata shilingi 25 eti ni ya interest ya kuweka hiyo kando. Sasa mimi ningeomba rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya hii Hustler Fund aongeze hata ikuwe 5,000, at least watu tuanzie 5,000 jamaa.
Matarajio yako ulikuwa unapania kufanya nini na fedha hizo?
Hiyo mimi nili matarajio yangu nilikuwa nataka hiyo Hustler Fund ikikuja, kama saizi mafuta ni bei ya juu, niweze kuweka mafuta hata ya 3,000 nijaze pikipiki.
Kuna wengine pia hapo katika upande wangu huu kulia. Hebu tuambie wewe uliapply na ulipewa pesa ngapi?
Kwa majina ni Bonventure Kichava na ni mwana bodaboda hapa Hustler kawaida. Niliapply pesa, limit yangu ni shilingi 600. Hapo anakata 30 bob. Sasa hii shilingi 600 nikiuliza hivi bwana rais, wao ulileta hii pesa kama ya Hustler Fund isaidie sisi kama mahasla. Hii shilingi 600 ni yenye mimi natengeneza hapa kwa siku hapa kwa bodaboda. Sasa iko haja gani ni apply nipewe shilingi 600 na naweza tengeneza hapa? Ungeweka hii pesa ikuwe karibu 20,000 mtu alete imsaidie kwa hizi pikipiki za mikopo alipe amalize, na hii siku 14 umepeana ya sijui ya kurudisha hiyo pesa. Hii siku ni kama heri kukuwa na furiza sasa kuliko kuapply Hustler Fund. Juu hii pesa ni ya hustler na hata itusaidii na tunyanyasa sisi kama wananchi. Ni hayo tu nasema, na I'm very disappointed in this money.
Wacha tupate, tumesikia kutoka kwa vijana. Tunaona kuna mzee mmoja hapa. Mzee, labda tuambie unaitwa nani? Je, umejaribu kuapply Hustler Fund na labda matokeo ama umepewa majibu?
Mimi ni Evan Shondigo kutoka Keumbu bodaboda. Tangawa mimi ni mzee nafanya kazi ya bodaboda. Mimi nilisikia jana pesa imeingia. Nika-apply jana nikaambiwa niongezee 2 hours. Sikusikia usiku yote, sijasikia hiyo kitu. Leo asubuhi nimepata watu wamepata pesa. Nimepata ni shilingi 500. Sasa mimi naona 500 hii itanisaidia na nini sasa hii? Hii nitanunua gorogoro ama nitafanya nini? Mimi nilikuwa na maoni yangu, nilikuwa nataka anipe hata shilingi 20,000 ndiye itaweza kunisaidia kama mzee. Sasa shilingi 500 hiyo ni nyama nusu kilo. Sasa hiyo nitachukua wapi? Nimeshindwa, hiyo pesa nitafanyia nini sasa shilingi 500? Kwa kusema ukweli kabisa mimi naona nisaidie. Sasa sitaki hiyo pesa, sasa kama ni shilingi 500 mimi sitaki. Wache kae.
Nami naitwa Hesbon Onkoba, ni mwana bodaboda katika hapa Keumbu. Nami kwanza ningependa kushukuru president kwa kutupea pesa za Hustler Fund, lakini ni pesa kidogo. Tungeomba ya kwamba hizi pesa zikae mingi kidogo. Atafautishe kati ya Fuliza, kwa sasa naona kama alienda kupigana na watu wa Safaricom. Kwa Safaricom unatupea 500 na yeye anatupea 500. Sasa kuna tofauti gani? Tunaomba aweze kuongeza, kama sisi watu wa bodaboda atupee hata 20,000, 30,000, twende tuchukue pikipiki tuanze kufanya biashara. Hiyo ndio atakuwa atatusaidia kama watu wa Azra.
Wewe tunaona wewe sio mwana bodaboda, unafanya kazi gani na wewe pia umejaribu?
Mimi nimejaribu, majina ni Patrick Ratemo, na nilikuwa nataraji ikuwe hata 5,000 kwenda juu. Kwa sababu sasa shilingi 500 hii nayo inatusumbua sana. Na hii kuna hii terms and conditions hatujaziona. Kwa sababu hata ukiitisha zile terms and conditions hakuna mahali unasoma. So itakuwa aje? Usipolipa itakuwa gharama gani? Na hii pesa tunaambiwa ati ikuwe saving, ukikatwa ati shilingi 500 unakatwa zingine zinaenda saving. For how long? Tutangoja wakati hadi ifike ngapi ndio tutoe. So terms and conditions nazo watupatie. Kwa naona na mbona ukiitisha hizo pesa unaitishwa pin ya M-Pesa. Hiyo pin ya M-Pesa ukiitishwa, si wataanza kufreeze pesa zetu ndani. Usipolipa wana freeze account yako. So lazima watupatie terms and conditions ndio tujue. Asante
sana. Na Lulu na Rashid ulivyosikia hapo
haya baadhi ya maoni ya Wakenya wanazungumzia kuhusiana na mambo ya Hustler Fund. Na unakumbuka Julia, jana tulikuwa na hii discussion hapa jana, tukasema this is another white elephant. We say this is a scam, and some people came here na wakatupinga sana, wakasema sisi hatutaki watu mazuri, lakini tulisema we raised our issues hapa, tukasema kuna vitu vingi sana kuhusiana na hii Hustler Fund ambavyo havijaongewa. Hakuna mtu anakuambia zile pesa ambazo unakatwa zinaenda wapi, ni nani anakuwekea hizo pesa, zitatumika namna gani, na ukizitaka utazipata vipi. Jambo la kwanza tulisema jana. Jambo la pili tukasema hapa hizo pesa ni kidogo sana, 500, shilingi 500. Kwanza kuna mtu wa bodaboda hapo umemsikia akisema ya kwamba yeye anatengeneza 600 kila siku, so iko haja gani aende kukopa 500 tena? So hizi ni genuine issues ambazo tulikuwa tuna raise jana, and you can see Kenyans on the ground pia wanazungumza kama sisi hapa. Julia.
So my question is, Makiadi, what does the government intend to achieve out of this by giving people 500 each? Wanatarajia wako na matarajio yapi? What do they expect to achieve out of this? Second question is that this man has asked, hii savings inaenda wapi? Hii savings inaenda wapi na wataipata namna gani? That question jamaa ameuliza, kwa nini wanataka their M-Pesa pin? Inaweza kuwa kuna scam, somebody intends to steal from their M-Pesa accounts. I mean, what does the government intend to achieve from this by giving? You see, unaona hao watu wote wameapply. Unajua bwana Makiadi, wa Kenya wako na njaa saa hizi, na mimi I think more than half of Kenyans wameapply kupata hiyo pesa, kwa sababu hata kama wewe ukijua utakuwa na pesa ya kununua chakula nyumbani ama Christmas, unaweza kujaribu bahati yako. Sasa mimi naona, sijaona mtu mwenye amesema alipewa 5,000, 10,000. Sasa kumaanisha walipewa average ya 500. So serikali iko na matarajio yapi? I mean, does the government intend to improve the lives of Kenyans in any way? In any way by doing this? Those are the questions I'm asking myself. Yeah.
Yeah, and these are just this is just a portion of Kenyans that are speaking. That video we played for a few minutes ago is from Kisii. And so sisi tunakuja hapa kukupatia ukweli. Hiyo ndio kazi yetu kama channel. Hatupaki mafuta, hatumtetei mtu. Tunaongea ukweli wa mwananchi yule wa kawaida. So kutoka upande wa Kisii tena ninataka kufululiza mpaka sehemu zingine pia. Nikuchezee video nyingine hapa ndio msiwe mnasema kule, unajua kuna wale ambao wanasema kazi yetu ni kuingilia kazi ya Ruto, hatumtakii mazuri, lakini kazi yetu pia hapa ni we criticize what is wrong. Wakati anafanya kazi mzuri pia tunampatia sifa zake. So wacha niwachezee video nyingine pia ya kutoka sehemu nyingine, tusikie kama haya maoni yanaambatana na yale ambayo tumeyasikia kutoka Kisii kwa watu wa bodaboda. Haya, tusikize hii.
Millions of Kenyans have taken the Hustler Fund loan only 3 days after it was launched by President William Ruto. Figures shared by Cooperatives and SMEs Cabinet Secretary Simon Chelugui indicate that 1.8 billion Kenya shillings had been disbursed by midday today. Well, most beneficiaries say the low loan limits of less than 1,000 are limiting to their businesses, even as they say some of the loans have been beneficial to them.
3 days after the launch of the much-awaited Hustler Fund, and more than 6 million Kenyans have opted in as customers, with a total of 1.8 billion Kenya shillings already disbursed. According to a report by Cooperatives and SMEs Cabinet Secretary Simon Chelugui, by Saturday noon, 66 million Kenya shillings had been repaid back. George Morara, a cobbler for the last 12 years within Kisii town, is one of the beneficiaries of the fund. He got 500 Kenya shillings Saturday morning after several attempts to get the money following the launch of the fund on Wednesday.
Walinipatia 500. Sasa kwenda kutoa wakakata 25 ikaingia kwa savings. Alafu sasa kwenda kutoa wakanikata 27 bob. Nikapata niko na 440. Hiyo ndio nilitoa nikanunua rangi.
The 50 billion kitty was one of the Kenya Kwanza campaign pledges, and its launch earlier in the week was styled as one of the answers to issues affecting small-scale traders, who were the target according to Ruto administration. But the amount limit that majority of Kenyans have had to deal with has drawn criticism. Many small-scale traders who the fund was meant to boost say the amount is too little.
Nikaenda nikapewa 700 na mimi ni mwanabiashara, nikashindwa ni 700 itanisaidia na nini shughuli.
Ilikuwa saa 5. Nilikuwa natarajia venye walisema sijui ni abiz utafungua biashara nini. Saa 5 hiyo do iliisha hata kabla hata siku withdraw.
Nilinunua unga kilo 2, watoto wakachukua hapo sukari na fare, manake niko natumia kazi ya kukuja town.
Majority of small-scale traders are calling on the government to raise their loan limits to enable them achieve the intended purpose of lifting the common mwananchi economically.
Hiyo hata 5,000 ama 10, at least hiyo ndio inafaa kidogo kwa kuinua mtu kidogo.
Venye niliona limit yangu ni 5, nilidhani naweza increase. Nilipewa hiyo 5 nikatumia nishalipa. Bado ananiambia 5.
Asiangalie limit, angalie at least mzazi. How give me 500 na yet nahitaji another 10,000.
A section of Kenyans find registration process suspect.
Wanauliza mtu pin ya M-Pesa. Na hiyo pin ya M-Pesa tuwezi pea bibi yako, utakuja pea watu Hustler pin ya bibi yako kweli? Hiyo uwezekani. Pili, wakukupea 2 weeks atakuwa umelipa. Ikiwa 500 umekosa kwa hiyo mwezi mzima, 2 weeks tutatoboa kulipa.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has told off a section of Azimio la Umoja leadership for what he termed as misleading Kenyans on the kitty. According to Gachagua, Kenyans are already enjoying the cheapest loan in the country.
Nataka kuambia wale wajuaji ambaye wanaongea kule Nairobi mambo ya Hustlers Fund. Mtoke Nairobi, mtoke kwa TV na kwa radio, mteremuke hapa Kakoigo, muulize maoni ya raia. Nimeona hii watu ya Azimio, seneta ya Azimio huko Nairobi akiambia watu ya Azimio atuwakope hiyo pesa na wasilipe atuwakule. Sasa si hiyo ni ujinga?
To access the fund, Kenyans can dial *254# on their mobile phones.
Aya, ujumbe ndio huo unafika. Inasemekana ya kwamba Wakenya wanasema hizi pesa ni kidogo sana, hizi hela ni kidogo sana. Umesikia hesabu ambayo inapigwa hapo, unaitisha 500, inafika kwa kikoba chako, yani your pocket or your wallet ni shilingi 430, 430 shillings only. So we want to ask you Kenyans, is this another scam? Is this another scam? Is the hustler fund another scam? Ama ni sisi tuko na ubaya sana? Na unasikia kuna mmoja amesema hapo hizi pesa alichukua akanunua unga na akanunua kanyama hapo kidogo. Vile tu tulikuwa
tunasema amesema alitoa hiyo, alikuwa na 400 ikakatwa sijui 25 bob. Then unajua for you kutoa pesa kwa M-Pesa lazima pia ubakishe pesa nyingine, wewe pia ukatoa. Yani for you kupata hiyo pesa mkononi kwa cash, vile kuna hiyo commission wewe unalipa. Sasa akalipa another 27 bob. Sasa maana yake baadaye alipata only over 400 akanunua unga ikaisha. Unasikia hiyo jamaa vile umesema, lakini unasikia Gachagua anasema tuache kuongea kwa TV twende kule mtaani, na huyu jamaa wa TV ameenda kule mtaani, basi akauliza watu wamepokea nini, wakasema amepata 500, na kuna jamaa mwingine akasema alipata 500 na akarudisha 500 akidhania kwamba sasa kiwango chake kaongezeka, lakini kiwango kuongezeka akapata bado 500 tena, akauliza hii ni ya nini? So that is what Gachagua is trying to ask us from the grounds. I don't know. Naona kusema ameingia mzuri kabisa, amebadilisha jina leo tena anajiita Unknown Scripts, ametoa ile SS ambayo ni mzuri. Hiyo ni maendeleo, tunafurahia sana kumuona hapa. Na kwa vile tumesema show yetu ya leo tutakuwa tunazungumza kuhusiana na Hustler Fund, pia kuna kanda ambayo lazima tucheze, ambayo Raila amesema ya kwamba we will not allow you to take Kenyans back to where we were those days, zile enzi za udikteta. Unajua pengine kuna watu ambao hawajui ni kitu gani ambacho kilikuwa kinaendelea siku hizo. Kwa hivyo Raila amesema sitakubali, not when I'm still alive, sitakubali hayo. So nicheze kanda ingine alafu tupatie SS Scripts ambaye amebadilisha jina leo anajiita Unknown Scripts nafasi ya kuongea, alafu kisha tutaendelea. Na ninaona pale kwenye comment section kuna link. Tafadhali kama unataka kuungana pamoja na hii show, nenda ukabonyeze hapo link yenye iko hapo, uweze kukubali StreamYard iconfigure your camera and your sound, na utakubaliwa kuingia hapa kwa studio kutoa maoni yako. Maoni ni bure, huhitaji kuvaa suti, kuja vile ulivyo, kile ambacho uko nacho ndio tunataka kusikiza. Hiyo ndio maana tuko hapa siku ya leo. So nicheze kanda moja hapa ya kile ambacho kiliendelea kule Kilifi, alafu tutampatia panelist wetu mheshimiwa hapa nafasi ya kuongea.
Odinga says he will not sit back and allow the Kenya Kwanza administration to claw back the democratic gains made in the country. Speaking in Kilifi County, Odinga said the anti-government meetings that kick off on Wednesday next week will tame President William Ruto's excesses in government, and called on all his supporters to come out in large numbers to Kamkunji. And as Stephen Leto reports, Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka has warned the president against entrenching dictatorial tendencies.
Odinga and his allies trooped to the coastal county of Kilifi to attend the Thanksgiving ceremony of Kilifi Governor Gideon Mung'aro, elected on an ODM ticket. Odinga used the platform to build a momentum for his Wednesday gathering in Kamukunji, faulting the move to kick out of office for IBC commissioners Juliana Cherera, Irene Masit, Francis Wanderi and Justus Nyang'aya, who tendered his resignation yesterday.
Jitokeza, tumeona vitu vyote zikifanyika sasa. Hiyo nimelazimisha mimi kutoka pale nilikuwa nimekaa.
Odinga told the coastal residents that President William Ruto was in an all-out revenge mission.
Kwanza ile Cherera na wale wenzake watatu sasa mpaka watolewe katika tume ya uchaguzi. Ati walidanganya Wakenya.
Odinga says the Wednesday meeting in Nairobi will shape how the opposition will keep the government in check.
Alhamisi ijayo tutakwenda kule uwanja ya Kamkunji na tumeleka Wakenya wote wafike pale tushauriane. Kenya naelekea wapi? Je, ni haki kwa wale wa wanne watolewe?
Maandamano yatascare investors Kilifi. Yatafukuza investors Kilifi.
Leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who toured Kajiado County, said the country was headed in the wrong direction.
Lakini pia tutavumilia watu waanze udikteta. Udikteta ni kitu kibaya. Nchi hii tumetoka mbali sana. Lazima kila mtu ajue anamhitaji kila mwenzake. Naona hii kazi ya makamishna hii inaweza kuleta shida. Lakini tufanye vile tufanya one time, IPPG.
Another team led by Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga and Minority Leader Opiyo Wandayi was in Migori, where they accused President William Ruto's administration of veering off the track, saying he should be sorting out challenges facing the country as opposed to political witch hunt.
Bei ya ugali iko juu, bei ya mahindi iko juu, bei ya mbolea iko juu. Wewe umeona ile kazi muhimu ya kufanya ni kutoa cherera na wale commissioners wengine kwa ofisi. Hii ndio kazi muhimu umeona ya kufanya sasa hii.
I want to tell Ruto to organize the country and stop antagonizing the country. You wanted the presidency, you took it. Now it is time for you to work for Kenyans. And we will oppose every bad thing you do in this country.
Tuko na njia moja, tuko na kiongozi moja. Hiyo njia ni njia yetu ya ODM na Azimio. Hiyo kiongozi ni Raila Amolo Odinga, na hatubadiliki na hatubanduki.
And Ruto must be reminded that we have previously opposed even stronger dictatorships than his. And we have brought them down. Even this one of his, if he does not change, we shall bring it down, of course lawfully.
The suspended 4 IEBC commissioners are scheduled to appear before the tribunal, chaired by Aggrey Mushelule. Commissioner Justice Nyang'aya threw in the towel yesterday, but it remains unclear whether the other 3 commissioners will appear before the tribunal or take the resignation route. Stephen.
Haya, maneno ndio hiyo. Commissioners wengine waliondoka, wengine wakabaki. Na unaona viongozi wametembea Kenya mzima wakisema ya kwamba we will not allow you to take us back to where we are. So unknown scripts. Wacha nikupatie nafasi utusalimie, alafu tupatie maoni yako kuhusiana na mambo ambayo yanaendelea nchini Kenya.
Yes, good evening Richie, good evening Julia. Due to Julia's demands, the S has disappeared. But I'm still, I'm a research person, so I'm still trying to find out exactly what was Julia's problem. So next time I appear here, I'll be having more information. She had an unexplained problem. She was pretending under dialect, but
yeah, you called yourself, when I was growing up, that is how boys used to talk the girls like.
Well, anyway, it's not there, but I think we are better off now. You see, these are non-scripts. Sometimes, sometimes when you take time to understand things, especially why things are happening the way they are, for some of us who care, who know, Ruto has almost four sides. And some of us know all his chameleon sides. If there is any chameleon, yeah, too. And the way he's doing things is typical for those who understand him. It's not that he's trying to go to dictatorship, no. Everything Ruto does is a setup, almost. You see the place like the US, things are here in the US the way they are because of massive data. Massive data. And that is why strong organizations like the FBI and what have you are so successful, because there is nothing they lack. Even if they want anything from the Central Bank of Kenya, they'll get it. Now that is how wanasemanga mkono ya serikali ni mrefu. Hii hapa ni kweli ni mrefu. A number of things, you see, like now when Ruto came to power and he was talking about removing the subsidies, you heard behind the scenes that removal of those subsidies had to do with the World Bank and the IMF. Now that tells you how much these fellows control so much. You realize that immediately our Mombasa-Nairobi highway is underway. That is a long distance short, which the likes of the US are taken a long time ago. I did say here sometime that you remember President Uhuru and Baba had gone to China sometime to have the SGR extended to Kisumu. They came down quietly, but they didn't get the facility. The truth of the matter is that the West had everything to do with that failure. And you can imagine they are the ones who infiltrated the technocrats. Mpaka by the time Uhuru was in China, his own technocrats were the ones calling him behind the tent. Hii kitu haiwezekani. Now they turned around and say, no. It can't go on. Too much borrowing. Never mind that before a president visits another for these bilateral arrangements in terms of money, debts, and what have you, everything has almost been concluded. The rest of it was basically just a formality. Yet it backfired and backfired so badly. Now you remember the other time when I think the president was in Narok. Where was he? Then some people were saying that he was going to launch the SGR. They said it was going to be launched to where? To nowhere. You remember when he went to somewhere in Narok? Where he was launching the, I think the SGR. And the pessimists were saying it was being launched to nowhere because as far as they knew, it had come to a dead end, which turned out to be the case. And that is when the Chinese refused to give any further lending on the SGR. Now, I was saying that President Ruto has got very many sides. For those who don't understand why he does what he's doing, you are in for so many unknown scripts. You see this SGR, sorry, this, what do you call it? The hustler thing. The main reason about the hustler thing is basically to get, according to me, to get information, to get data. You realize that 70% or thereabout of the activities, economic activities in Kenya are in the informal sector. Now, you are told that only, is it 3 million Kenyans pay tax? Now, these are the payroll fellows. The ones who diligently, faithfully pay tax are the payroll fellows, but it's because they have nowhere, because they pay it through the pay as you earn. So in other words, there is very little you can do about it. You have no choice. You can't run away. You can't run away. Now, with the coming of M-Pesa, so much business. In fact, if I remember the figure, they are saying that M-Pesa transactions account almost for 50% of the economic transactions taking place in Kenya. In terms of numbers, not in terms of value as such, but in terms of activity, they are passing through the M-Pesas now. And that is why M-Pesa is, Safaricom is now, I think they are the biggest taxpayers. Mpaka the nearest to them they are almost 3 times, 3-4 times bigger than anybody, the nearest second runners up in terms of tax. Now, if you grab the details of this, remember one of the statistics he revealed was that there are 33 million Kenyans on M-Pesa accounts, and those are 33 million IDs. At the same time, you have only about 4 million Kenyans with KRA pins. Now, talk of the so-called tax bracket. How do you expand that tax bracket? There was a proposal which I don't know how they are going to implement, the one regarding the tenants and landlords. I do not know, Richie, whether you are aware that in the US, most of the prominent taxpayers, like, for example, the Walmarts and what have you, the tax they collect goes, the moment you pay the amount to go to Walmart, the tax deducted on your transaction ends up at IRS. What comes out during the returns, monthly or yearly, are just reconciliations, confirmations. In other words, you go to Walmart, you do your shopping, and the tax you pay is like pay as you earn. In other words, from the source straight to the tax man. Now you can imagine how efficient that is. Now, no wonder they can have very low tax here. They have a very low tax rate, and things are working. But that's part of it because the US is very big. So a small tax rate is still accommodative. Most of us don't even see the problem why anybody may want to evade it. What for? You are better off paying it than evading it. After all, you see the work it is doing. You see the services, things are done, things are working, public services are in good shape, isn't it? So you wouldn't want to complain. Now, ask yourself, they are saying that you borrow 500 and never mind that by the time they borrow, they have gotten hold of your ID. At least the taxman will get to know that somebody called Richie is doing transactions here. We can now then intrude and be able to find out how are you doing your business, and are your tax affairs in order. So straight away we deduct 5%. We tell you, you need savings yako. For me, from what I've seen going around here, because me, I do a lot of research. That is basically to get a database of the actively engaged Kenyans. Now, that is where, if I told you I have to expand the tax base, that's where you'll get it from. Now, think of what we tried to get through the Huduma numbers before they blocked it. Now, this is going to even be better than the Huduma numbers if it is properly used. Of course, people are saying that there is data privacy interference is possible. There's a possibility of data privacy interference. But it is your government. It is your government. They can decide to behave and just observe the data protection, what have you, and you are protected. Or they want to know you are a legal person, a legal individual. What do you do? All these people who have got, I don't want to call them wash, but sideline transactions here and there, for which the 70% or so I said are in the informal sector. Very few of them pay anything of what should be their rightful tax share. You are all aware that personally I've been in a bit of construction, and I know that when you go to buy material or you go to buy items, if you go to some of those hardwares, there are always two prices. Kama uko na VAT, bei iko tofauti. Kama utachukua receipt, bei iko tofauti. And it is something which even the taxmen know that. And the reason why things have gone to where they are now is because KRA themselves are the owners of some of these booming businesses. And somebody told me that, for example, the issue about landlord tax on rents has not gone well. It's because majority of the investors there are government people. So this time around, I'm not so sure what is going to happen. So never mind that it will cost them 500 to get to know your details. And the reason for getting the 5% is so that you are properly in the database. Now with that, you'll be followed everywhere, wherever you go. By the time we reach around June next year, they would have captured enough database and know how to restructure their taxation or tax policies. Well, let's wait and see. And another thing is that, you see, you saw what happened during the launch. People are saying that the reason why the president's access was failing was so that, I'm told they have a way of ensuring if they don't want you to access the hustler fund, you will not access it. You will not access it. More or less based on what you are. If you factor in the GPRS to tell where you are, they will know who are they want to benefit. If they don't want people in Mombasa, for example, to benefit, you just use the GPRS locations and it will tell you where the person is applying from. You can decide that the entire coast region, nobody should get more than 1,000. Secondly, we can say that if somebody's M-Pesa database indicates that he qualifies for 10,000, we just put a cap up. Anybody who qualifies for more than 3,000, don't lend. What are we doing? We are trying to say that anybody who is 3,000 and above, those are not hustlers. Those are people who don't need the hustler fund. We concentrate on people who are 1,000 and below or 2,000 and below. Those are the people we know really need this. Because otherwise you realize, why would somebody like Mudavadi be happy? I saw him on the platform another time that he could access, I think 2,000 what? 200. Yeah. Now, active M-Pesa fellows who have a lot of voluminous transactions, what would they do with 500 loan instead of just spoiling their credit record? Imagine at the end of the month, you may want to see how many people have defaulted. The so-called people who are being relieved from CRB may as well find themselves back there. Interestingly, the terms and conditions, like I saw somebody saying there, are not accessible. The terms and conditions for this thing are not accessible. So in other words, apart from the roadside declaration that they'll be jailed, in financial terms, there is really nothing to take home from for defaulters. So the president was saying that he will try and get them out of the CRB for now. But at this rate, because most of the people who are taking are saying they are not willing to pay it back. So you may well find themselves that if at all you have removed some people from CRB, they'll be back there very soon. Jail term has never been a way to enforce debt and payment. I last want to comment a bit about what Baba is saying. Looks like we are going to be in for a long, long haul. What he's saying, what he's trying to do is doable. It's just that it takes time. It takes time. In fact, some people are saying it might take a very short time, but historically, so those things take quite a while to bear fruits. Now, the issue about the Cherera 4 and this tribunal thing, if under the law, the president has 30 days to come up with a tribunal. Instead, he took 30 minutes. He took 30 minutes to give Kenyans a tribunal. Now, based on how the judiciary is captured, there is a feeling that if for whatever reason he happens to just have one fair judge there, one fair person at the tribunal, that tribunal may end up, it may end up a can of worms for what happened during the elections. If the sort of evidence produced there, I do not know whether Chibukati is going to be a witness. I hope maybe he will. He may be put on the witness stand there. And you do not know how much more may come to be known around the elections. Well, I want to stop there for now, so that we proceed with our newcomer here, Robert.
All right. Thank you so much. Unknown scripts. I like the way you brought that perspective of data collection. I think I've never thought about how the government can use its own means just to make sure that they collect whatever data they want from you. And it's such an insightful revelation. So perhaps we have people that have never been paying taxes, for that matter, now wamejiingiza huko sasa kifudifudi ama inaitwa namna gani. So naona Roba ameingia hapa, but kabla Roba ongee, wacha nione Bungoma kule kuna kitu gani kule Bungoma. Nasikia campaigns imeshika moto. Kuna uchaguzi ambao unaandaliwa wa kumteua senator wa Bungoma, ambapo tunajua kwamba Moses Wetangula alikuwa ni senator wa Bungoma, lakini baada ya kuchaguliwa kama speaker, kiti chake kikabaki wazi, na sasa kinahitajika kuchaguliwa mtu mwingine achukue hicho kiti. Nasikia Mudavadi na ndugu yake Wetangula wameshuka kule, speaker wa bunge na waziri mkuu wameshuka kule kupigia debe mgombeaji wa kiti cha senator kwa chama cha Ford Kenya kule. So acha tutazame tuone kulikuwa na nini huko sehemu za Bungoma. Sijui kama video yangu iko tayari, lakini nadhani iko sawa. Acha tuone hapa.
Bungoma Senate seat has hit fever pitch. 5 days to the ballot, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, whose resignation occasioned the repeat poll, was back home, accompanied by Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi to campaign for the Ford Kenya candidate Wakoli Wafula. The Wetangula succession race has sparked sibling rivalry within the ruling Kenya Kwanza coalition, with UDA fronting Mwambu Mabonga in the Wednesday by-election. And as Marianne Nyambura reports, voters in Garissa, Kandara, and Elgeyo Marakwet are also warming up for repeat polls in their regions.
Senator
Bungoma County voters have a date with the ballot on Wednesday to pick a new senator from 11 candidates in the race. The by-election was occasioned by the resignation of Moses Wetangula upon election as National Assembly Speaker in September. Candidates eyeing to succeed Wetangula are in a last-minute scramble for votes in a county with 646,598 registered voters. Wetangula, in a bid to ensure the seat remains within his Ford Kenya territory, returned home to drum up support for his preferred candidate, David Wakoli Wafula. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi accompanying him on a vote-hunting drive in Webuye and Bumula constituencies, 5 days to the ballot.
Sisi kama vyama tanzi, yani ANC, Ford Kenya na UDA, tuliamua kwa heshima, sisi hatutapeana candidate yeyote kule Garissa. Hatutapeana candidate yeyote kule Marakwet. Hatutapeana candidate yeyote kule Murang'a. Na hapa tulikuwa tunajua kwamba hakuna mtu atapeana candidate kwa sababu Weta kwa niaba yetu alikuwa Ford Kenya, turudishe kwa hiyo nyumba ya Ford Kenya.
Hii ni kiti ya Ford Kenya na itabaki ya Ford Kenya. Wacha nimwaulize ndugu zangu. Nyinyi mmemwangusha hapa. Mlimwangusha mkuangusha. Simwambo ameangushwa hapo na Wamboka. Bungoma County iko na constituency 9. Kama moja imekushinda, 9 utaweza.
11 candidates have thrown their hats in the ring to take over from Wetangula, who for 2 terms represented Bungoma County in the Senate. The by-election sparking sibling rivalry within Kenya Kwanza Alliance, with UDA also fronting a candidate in the race. Former Bumula lawmaker Mwambu Mabonga is flying the UDA flag in the race that also has DAPK's Wafula Wamunyinyi.
Lakini tukianza siasa ya mivurutano, siasa ya matusi na mambo ile ingine, itateremusha heshima ya Kenya na itasaidia kupunguza maendeleo ambayo tunataka.
Mimi na Weta tumeamua tutashikana, tuweke watu wa magharibi pamoja na tuwe kwa msimamo mmoja, hatutaki mchezo tena.
Bungoma County is among 4 areas where the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, is expected to conduct by-elections on December 8th. After the position holders elected during the August 9th general election got key appointments in President William Ruto'S administration. Marianne Nyambura.
Haya, Roba, siasa ndio hizo zimechacha. Naona Prime Cabinet Secretary, sijui ni Prime Cabinet Minister ama ni Cabinet Secretary, sijui ni kiti gani, wameshuka huko na speaker wamejitia motisha ya kwamba hiyo kiti lazima ibaki kwa Ford Kenya. Nasikia PCS alikuwa ameresign. So tupatie maoni yako.
Yes, Asad Makiari, a non-script was say. Hey. Julie was here, so yeah, to start from there, the one thing, that's how you cannot trust William Ruto. I mean, these guys, they came together, they formed a government, and now they are fighting one another. That's who's William Ruto. So, which tells me he's finding ways out to mess himself. If he wins in Western, then he's going to tell Mudavadi and Wetangula, yeah, I'm the boy in town. So, I mean, I hope, my hope is maybe Azimio might take advantage, maybe they can pull it out. That would be miracles, and it's something which is really needed to show this government that they are sleeping on the steering wheel. They are sleeping. After saying that, let me just come and just say, I received my Asra fund, or whatever you can call it. I tried with my phone, with my Kenyan phone. You see if I can just put it here.
Then they send me 500 shillings. That's like $3. Then after a few hours later, I turn it back. I just want to see what the system works. But here's the thing. Imagine the same government which could not, or they never even succeeded to run Kenya National Bank. The same government which fed Mumia Sugar Company. The same government we know that's fed everything in Kenya. And now the same government, people are just jumping up and down, relying on that they have given them this money. But the question remains, and people should ask themselves, what's the way forward? Is this government a bank where they're asking people to take a loan? They cut them like, I got the 500 shillings. Then from there, they tell me they have put 25 shillings, which is like not even a quarter. They have put it in a saving. Which savings? Which I don't know. I mean, are you going to trust this government? This thing is going to collapse. People, this thing is going to collapse. This is not the way to do things. In any government, you have realized in any government all over the world, their job should make environment for something to happen. But here they want to do something. So my question is, who is the chairman of this fund? Who is the treasurer? Who is responsible? If you have some issues, where do you go? You know, there's a lot of things here, people, you know, that's how the problem is. Even this thing here, I wish someone would challenge. But now the problem is William Ruto has grown. He's a dictator. He has all his powers now. The judiciary is in his pocket. Some members of parliament, they are very stupid. They can't even ask, what are we doing here? The one thing I know what's going on in our country right now, people are living off. People are stealing left and right. Have you had anybody being accused of corruption? And yet corruption was at the center of the campaign. Imagine corrupt people are being freed. Imagine that. At this point, there's nobody, none. Nobody has been accused, or nobody's just no cases which is going on about corruption in our country. And yet, if right now you go some places, the crime is very high. Criminals are all over the place, like in Nairobi. All they are doing is just like they want to chase people who own business, as long as you don't prescribe with them. It's really bad what's going on. So the question remains: the people who support Ruto, the 100 days is coming, I think, in January. What has he done? All the signs pointing is dictatorship. I call him dictator William Ruto. The other day he came forward to the cameras and said, hey, you know what, my kids go to a public education because I trust education, and that's why. Why should I not trust them? Because if I'm the president of Kenya. But what he has not answered at this point, why this man, like, the way, I don't know what you guys have realized. He's putting this a first of protection from maybe he's scared of being shot. Sasa yeye anaweka hata hiyo ukiangalia uko nyuma anatembea kama ngamia. That thing I came to realize the same day when he was being shot, I mean the same day when at Bomas of Kenya. And he keeps on he's using it. So nami najiuliza, who is he scared of? He's a president. I thought the military are with him, or they killed everything. Why is she scared of being shot? Maybe, I mean, I never saw Uhuru Kenyatta just doing all those things, putting saved first, bullet proof or something like that. He's scared because he's not even sure about himself. Okay, I can't tell much about it, but the thing is this, he's doing things, he's becoming a dictator, or already is a dictator, the way he's doing things. I mean, what else? What's the difference between him and what's happening in Uganda and Tanzania? And I just want to tell some people, there are some guys who were here a couple of days ago. But you never compare our country with our neighboring countries. We are above that. We have gone beyond that. And if we want to protest, we are on to protest. He's not on to tell us, oh, you can check the government, but there's no protest because businesses and other things. No. We have a right, and our people have a right to protest of what's going on. This is not normal. This is becoming like Nyayo time. These people, they are running the government. First of all, he asked for this. Raila gave him that space. He gave him time. He recognized him, even though he never told him that. People never went to the streets. But I think this is intentional, so that he has realized things are not working. The best way is just like these people protest, and you see, the economy is messed up because of Raila. Everything's not working because of Raila. That's what they want. And I think that's what's going to happen going forward. So Raila is going to be the subject whenever they have failed. Like I said before, the most person I hate on that government is the vice president. That man does not be a president or a vice president. The way he does things is more than a dictator. He's a liar. He's a tribalist, and to me, he's illiterate. I can call him illiterate the way he does things. He does things like the old ways. Some of these things, they don't think we under in 2022. And that one concerns me. So at this point, let me leave it there, but at the same time, I keep on challenging the so-called members of parliament, the most useless parliament ever. I mean, you can't just for the government what they are doing. Sometimes you have to stand against it, even if it means you come from UTA. I'm very glad what's happening in Bungoma. Let them fight. I wish it would be a fiscal fight so that we can pull it out as Mio can pull that one, they win it. I don't know what's going to happen in some other places, but William Ruto has already started the campaign of 2027, the way we want people, and that's what's happening right now. So, people, we have a long way to go. But at this point, Ruto is not my president. Raila Odinga is my president. Regardless of what. Whatever it is, it might not be have the powers. It might not have the short. It might have not anything. But me, I recognize what Raila does. He's my president. Ruto would never be my president ever. Because I hope in my lifetime, he will never even sign anything for me. In my lifetime, it will never determine what I eat or what I drink. The only thing I fear is soon he will start betraying some people. Soon he will be arresting anybody who's against him. That's what's left. Maybe he might be trying to be a wonderful president, but at this time I'm scared. I don't trust him. I don't trust him at all. I'll continue calling dictator William Samoei Ruto. Not even doctor, because I don't know where he got his doctorate. Thank you. I look forward for the conversation. You guys have been waiting for this place to open. I was shocked when I see it's live. I said it's live. I saw Mr. Ose. I said, let me just try. Then I saw, yeah, it's live. Thank you for opening my special for me on Saturdays. That's when I'm free. I hope we participate, and I hope many people will come in. And I want all these people who support Ruto to come and tell us what he has done. Because to me, his days are numbered. I hope one of these days we will just protest until we get him out of the office. He's a dictator. Idi Amin, there's no difference between Idi Amin and him. Thank you guys.
All right. Sawa sawa Roba, asante kwa maoni yako. Naona pia Chaka Mdune amedunda area. Kabla nimpatie nafasi ya ongee dakika moja tu hapa tusikie Rigiji anasema nini.
Political news now, and Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has defended the disbursement of funds through the Hustler Fund, saying that those claiming the government is disbursing little money to individual borrowers do not understand the life of a hustler. This comes after a section of Kenyans reported to have received between 500 and 1,000 shillings after borrowing. The source of the funds have also been questioned by Azimio la Umoja leaders. NTV's Melita Ole Tenges now reports.
The launch of the Hustler Fund has caused excitement and controversy just days after its launch. A section of Kenyans complaining that the government has handed them the short end of the stick following reports of disbursement of between 500 to 1,000 shillings among many Kenyans. The opposition has also condemned the fund on grounds that it is not transparent. But Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua maintains the fund is vital in uplifting Kenyans at the bottom of the pyramid.
Hawa wanaweza ona shilingi 1,000 ni kidogo, 2,000 ni kidogo kwa hawa, lakini kwa raia ya kawaida, mtu ambaye ako na biashara ya mutura, shilingi 1,000 inampatia stock ya siku 3 na anauza na anapata faida.
After receiving advice from the Attorney General, the Ministry of Treasury has announced that it shall release 2 billion shillings weekly for Constituency Development Fund from December 9th. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has called on members of parliament to prioritize building classes for junior secondary schools.
Within a very short time, they should put up the junior secondary school with a laboratory and classrooms and offices so that in another 1 year, the junior secondary school is functional. Na wale wapande yetu wa Kenya Kwanza na hasa hapa mlima, tutakutana Monday tuwekee nyinyi deadline kwa sababu sisi tuko na uwezo juu yenu.
While insisting that Mount Kenya is satisfied with the positions offered by President William Ruto in his government, Rigathi has said that the allegiance of the mountain to President Ruto remains unshaken, condemning naysayers who argue that the president and his deputy are still in the campaign mode.
Kwa hivyo sisi tutaendelea kuzunguka Kenya. Ni saa hii tu kazi ni mingi. Next year ikifika mwezi ya 2 tunaingia kwa barabara. Sasa ma-PS wamekuja na mawaziri, tuache hao kwa ofisi. Mimi na William Ruto tushike barabara. Tuanze kutembea kujua shida ya wananchi iko wapi.
The DP commissioned the 261 million Murang'a Technical Training Institute in Murang'a County on Friday. Melita.
Aya, DP anataka kushika barabara. Ajue shida ya Kenya iko wapi, Julia. Anasema watu
I told you he has just started. Unajua ile kutangatanga ya Uhuru. Sasa Ruto naye amepata mtu wa kutangatanga. Sasa leo Gachagua ndiye anatangatanga. Wacha tukaribishe, siji kama unataka Chaka ongee.
Yeah, Chaka, kama unatusikia, zamu ni yako sasa.
Nawapata barabara sana. Kwanza Makiadi, Julia, Profesa Roba, hamjambo. Mnanipata?
Uko sawa, endelea.
Sawa, asante. Ukweli wa mambo na ukweli mfupi tu zaidi leo, maana sitakuwa mrefu. Hususan hata katika hiyo video umecheza mwisho hii, ni lazima. Yaani ile lazima. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba wanayaona mapungufu yao mahali hapo. Sababu kama kuanzia mwezi ya kwanza na ya pili tuko barabarani, maana PSS na CSS ndio watakuwa kwa maofisi, ni jambo la kunishangaza zaidi. Mnaingia barabara, mjue shida za wananchi. Wakati wa campaign walifanya mikao na wananchi na kuchukua maoni yao na kurekodi yote na kutueleza hapa kwa media kwamba sisi tumechukua maoni ya hapa, tumechukua maoni ya mapendekezo na shida za wale. Kwa sasa hivi ni compliment. Sasa mnarudi tena kutafuta shida zipi tena kwa mwananchi? Hii ni kule kutangatanga tu, lakini mfamaji siku zote haachi kutapatapa. Jambo Richi linalo nikwaza na linalo nikera zaidi ni jambo la kina Cherera kuondolewa kwa ofisi. Tayari washapishwa wale wengine wapya jana. Hiyo kweli inasikitisha sana. Kwa hiyo haya mambo si ya Raila Odinga, aachiwe peke yake tu. Haya mambo kama kwa kweli tunataka kuweka Kenya yetu katika mikono iliyo salama, ili kwa minajili ya vizazi vyetu vinavyokuja, sharti tujitokeze wote, tupinge na tukatae. Lakini kama hatutafanya hivyo, sisi bado tutaandamwa na hizi siasa zenye zipo, kwamba sasa hivi mawaziri ndio wanatuma mashinani humu kuweza kuwa convince watu, especially kwenye ngome zile ambazo ni za tunasema ni za baba, mara mikutano ya hapa na hapa, na ili kusudi kuweza kukanganya wananchi wasione kweli. Hili halitasaidia. Jana tulikuwa na Mburia huko nyumbani Tulungalunga, na pamoja na viongozi wengine. Kilifi nako kulikuwa huko nako na mkutano mwingine. So it seems macha kazi hata hizo za uwaziri, watu wanaingia huko kuhakikisha wanaeleza wananchi kwamba hapana, usiingie kwa maandamano. Hiyo ndio picha tu yenye ipo, kwamba nitavuruga kila mahali na nihakikisha hakuna maandamano. But ukweli ni kwamba bila maandamano hatutaenda mahali. I support maandamano. I support Raila Odinga as my president, na hakuna lingine. Tuingie kwa maandamano, tuone what else. Tuwe tayari kunyanyaswa, tuwe tayari kumizwa, lakini tuhakikishe kwamba ukweli tumebaki nao. Bila hivyo, ndani ya miaka mingapi, 3 ya ijayo, kwa kweli tutakuwa katika bad situation, very very bad situation. Kwa hivyo leo sina mengi mimi ndugu zangu, langu ni kwamba tu watu waandamane ili kulilia haki yetu na kwa minajili ya Kenya yetu. Kwa si viongozi waamue, ni sisi tuamue kama wananchi, sababu haya tunayashuhudia kwa hii serikali. Mimi peke yangu hayanipi matumaini kwamba mapema, kuna watu wanasema mapema tu, lakini baada ya miaka 3 mtaona. Lakini tunashindwa na baada ya miaka 3 mtaona, wakati tu hii hasla fani ilivyokuja na jinsi ilivyotangazwa wakati wa kampeni na kupambwa, ni tofauti na ilivyokuwa imekuwa launched. Eti shilingi 500 inasaidia mtu wa kuuza premende kwa barabara, ni stock. Na wale ambao hawako matauni kwenye kuuza mitura, wako mashambani huku, wako mashinani huku, usikouzwa mtura, usikouzwa premende, nao mnawapa hii 500 wanunue unga ya mchana, ama mnawapa hii 500 ya kazi gani? Na hata mkimpa hiyo 2000 fine, hii ni ya nini sasa? Kisha hiyo katu ya kusevu hapo ambayo atawekewa hadi miaka mingapi, kitambo afikishe limit ya 50,000 ambayo anaweza kachukua mtaji akaanza biashara. Ili so mapendekezo yangu mimi nilikuwa nasema hii hasla fund kama ni kweli basi ingeanzia kama 20,000 ikiwa na hizi sheria zote ili kulinda pesa isipotee. Lakini tunajua mtu akianza na 20,000 na analenga kwamba nikilipa mkopo wangu basi nitachukua 50,000 ama nitachukua 40,000, baada ya kulipa huo at least si shilingi 500, si shilingi 500. Huku ni kuwatelekeza Wakenya, kwa sababu mimi kama na shida zangu nimeenda nimeishua mafuta ya pikipiki mahali, direct nitaingia kwa Hustler Fund, nitakopa hata 400 yangu na 70 nitatia mafuta, nitaenda zangu. Sasa shidani hapo kwenye kulipa within 14 days, pengine nishindwe, waanze kurudi tena katika kashamba kangu kwale niliageza kaende ng'ombe kangu ama kakitu kangu kwa maana ambacho nilichombana angalia ndo tegemeo yangu, kaje kaporo na kuenda huko kwa sababu ya kisingizio kwamba haukulipa Hustler Fund. Hii Hustler Fund ni kufanyana watoto, na hata wangeitoa, kwa sababu hatuoni tofauti ya Fuliza, hatuoni fona kuomba hata kwa microfinance nyingine. Ni bora aswa unaweza ingia kwa tala na ule shilingi 15,000 20,000. So for real, jambo la kinachelea bucket ndo mimi lilo lilonikera, sababu si kuona sababu ya wale watu kuondoka. Hata jana mwenyewe haswa Martha Koome anawaapisha wale wengine, lakini alikuwa na hiyo ndani ya moyo wake kwamba this not good, kuondoa kwenye kazi watu ambao hawana makosa kwa kusema ukweli. Kwa hiyo mimi nilijua kwamba hawa wataondoka kivyote, na wataondoka hata kama kumetengenezwa jopo gani heti kuwachunguza, kwa sababu amepewa suspension, waende nje kwanza wachunguzwe, hawa wengine washikilie. Lakini hiyo tayari ndio cabinet, ndio tume itakaokuwa, kwa sababu hakuna kitu ambacho kitaweza kuwatetea kule mbele, maana wengi wa bunge ni wao, alo juu ndi wao. Sasa ukweli ni sisi wananchi tujitokeze tuseme hapana, bila Cherera hakuna kazi hapa, hakuna serikali hapa. Kwa tungangana at least ndio waone kwamba wananchi ni muhimu kuliko viongozi wao pale juu, kwa sababu wananchi hao ndio wenye serikali, hao ndio wanaolipa hawa wote hawa viongozi. So at least sauti yao ili kusikika zaidi, basi ni kushikana kwa pamoja na tuseme hapana. Wale hawataki kuingia katika maandamano, ni sawa, ni haki yao, lakini ukweli wa mambo nafikiri wanaangalia tu hapa, hawaangalie kule mbele tunakokwenda. Kwa hiyo nitaachia pale Richi mpishe mwingine, but for real Kenya sivyo nilivyotegemea kabisa. Kwa hiyo mpishe mwenzangu aendelee kuchangia, but for real sina matumaini mazuri. Asante.
Asante sana ndugu yangu Chaka, naona wewe pia umeshikilia unahitaji maandamano kama wengine. Sijui Julia unataka kusema nini alafu nipatie Ose.
Okay, niko na maswali mawili kwa Bwana Chaka kuhusu hiyo maneno ya Hustler Fund. Kule mtaani, kule kijijini watu wanasema vipi? Je, wametosheka na hiyo 500, 1,000? Pia wanaogopa kana kwamba maneno ya kulipa hiyo pesa itakuwa tatizo, ama wanafikiria kana kwamba serikali inaweza kafuata pengine plot zao, nyumba zao? Wanafikiria nini? Wanasema nini? Maoni yao ni nini kule kijijini?
Asante sana Julia kwa hilo swali zuri, na nitaweza kujibu. Jambo la kwanza si wote wana qualify kupata hilo, ufahamu. Si wote wanapata. Wengi, jana nilikuwa kwa mkutano ya tukisubiri viongozi waje, wengi kwa wakawa wana access, lakini katika asilimia kubwa wenye niliprove pale kwamba wanapata, kwanza si kupata hata mmoja, kwa sababu kila atakayeweka ambao subiri kwa masaa mawili, na wengine wasema jana nilifanya hivyo na mpaka leo sijapata ujumbe wowote. Kwa hivyo hii kwanza inakuwa ngumu kule kuipata. Ni baadhi ya watu kidogo wenye waliweza kupata hiyo shilingi 500, 600. Jambo ambalo pia wananchi wengi wanatilia mashaka. Kwa hiyo kwa kweli kwa hali hii ya ugumu kuweza kupata hii pesa, si kwamba kutakuwa na matumaini. Hakuna matumaini niliona pale jana. Ni mambo tu haja sizungumzie kwamba ni ajuzi, jana tu. Kwa hiyo imekuwa ngumu. Pili, Kwa masharti yaliyopo, wengi pia wana wasiwasi kwamba pesa ina masharti magumu mno, kiasi kwamba unaweza poteza vitu vyako kwa ajili ya hii hustler fund. Uweza ukaja ukauza plot yako ukaanza kung'ang'ana kulipa mabili na nini nani. Kwa hiyo watu wengi wana wasiwasi na haya masharti kwamba ni magumu mno, ila inakuwa ngumu kuweza kupata, kwa sababu wengi walioweka hiyo code ni masaa mawili, ngoja masaa mawili utapata message imetoka, na wengine walijaribu juzi hawajapata hiyo message, hawajapata chochote. Kwa ni wachache wenye wanapata hii fund, lakini wengi subiri masaa mawili tutakupa jibu. Asante.
Asante Chaka. Na hii maneno ya kwamba unapatiana pin number ya M-Pesa, hiyo waonaje hiyo maneno? Hamuogofi kwamba kunaweza kuwa na scam, watu wanatoa pesa zenu?
Kwanza hilo ndio jambo kubwa kwanza ambalo nafikiri nilizungumzia juzi kwenye hapa, kwa sababu jana sikuweza kuongea kwa mjadala wetu hapa, but ndio kitu cha kwanza mimi nilivyopata hii message kwanza nilijaribu mimi mwenyewe haswa, lakini nilipofikia mahali kwamba inaniambia ingiza pin yako, nikapiga break. Swali langu lilokuja kwamba ni vipi naweza share hii pin? Kwa hiyo mambo kama hayo pia jana alikuwa anazungumziwa na wengi, baadhi ya wengi, lakini unajua Julia, wengi waliweka pin zao pale, either walipata ama wakupata, lakini lazima uingize pin pale ndio wakuambie hiyo message kwamba subiri. Sasa wengi pale hawajafahamu kwa nini, na wana wasiwasi kwa nini hii pesa hii. Kwanza kabisa unaambiwa eka pin yako kwanza. Kwa masuala na pin pia yana wasiwasi huko mashinani. Watu wana wasiwasi nao kujiuliza hii pesa kama ni ya serikali, ni kitu tuliyoahidiwa, mbona kiwe namna hii? Ni nini kinaendelea pale? Kwa jambo la pin, mimi binafsi nilitilia mashaka, nikapiga break, na wengi katika nilivyokuwa nao jana katika hiyo event wana wasiwasi na hii pesa kutokana na hilo jambo la pin. Asante sana Julia.
Lakini Julia, hayo maswali ni maswali ambayo yana mislead. Wacha tu ningoje. Lakini ningeomba tu nichangie, kwa sababu naona kama hayo maswali umemuuliza Bwana Chaka yanaitwa kwa lugha ya Kimombo guiding or cross-examining questions ambazo ziko na conclusion that iko targeted to achieve a certain goal. Kwa hivyo muda wangu ukifika, ningependa ni respond.
Haya, sawa sana. Wacha kwanza nimpatie unknown script nafasi, alafu nakuja kwako Mise. I hope umefanya research yenye tulikutuma ufanye jana. Karibu unknown scripts.
Thank you, Richie. Mise, how are you? And Chaka. Greetings. What I want to say is that you may ask yourself, who exactly is lending the money? You know, in the financial market, if you are a lender, as a bank or a money lender, you must be guided by certain. First of all, you need to know you are operating under what act. Like what the banks are doing, they are under the Banking Act. The cooperatives are under the Cooperatives Act. Now, I believe whoever is doing this lending is like a mobile lender. Even those ones are under certain terms and conditions. Now, any of you who have interacted with these money lenders, they'll give you offers and the blah, blah, blah. And then they tell you terms and conditions apply. Go to any of these banks, whoever sends you some financial information or a product or a service, which is basically banking on lending money or something like that. The last item, Okuchini, terms and conditions apply. Now, never mind, if you go into the bank, you find that there is almost 2 pages of those so-called terms and conditions. And most of us are normally too tired to read them. You just say, where do I sign? You sign, and then terms and conditions are there. Even Safaricom have got them. Terms and conditions apply. Now, this Hustler Fund, it starts with something called registration. Now, there are terms and conditions, I believe, which they have not disclosed. One of them, you must be an M-Pesa customer. Now, I talked to somebody who I think I've been trying to get it the way Roba was saying. He was told to wait, I think, for 2 hours before he could even be told what he had applied for. Then he was told to click a link for terms and conditions. When he clicked the link, there were no terms and conditions. But nevertheless, he came to realize from people who have gotten this, especially from the tax side, that they are using people's M-Pesa statements to gauge where you fall in terms of what do you qualify for. Now, I was thinking that maybe before this month ends, there will be people in court on data privacy issues. But you see, you will be caught up because there is the registration date. You must agree to terms and conditions. Never mind that you don't know what are these terms and conditions. So maybe they are taking cover under that, because you can actually sue Safaricom for sharing your private information with another mobile lender of sorts. So you are exposed, your information is exposed, your data transactions are exposed. I did say here that the main issue here is data collection. And they are encouraging people with pay bill numbers to come into this. And that's why they are saying those people who, I think transaction volumes are valued in the range of 50,000 and above, they can borrow even up to 1 million. Now, by doing all this, you'll actually be yourself surrendering information about you. If you have not been paying tax, then this is now where then the rubber will meet the road. Then something else about this Hustler Fund. You realize 5% is deducted. Now, you do not know for how long this 5% is going to be held. You have no idea at what stage you will be able to access it. If you are able to see the terms and conditions, maybe then you could say whether you agree with it or not. But the way things are now, nobody knows where you have deducted. So it's called savings in quotes. These are the unknown scripts. Savings in quotes is going to end up. Now, if you take it on the face value, what is happening is that Ruto is making you, Julia, you go and borrow money from the bank, and straight away, you donate 5% to him.
and then I pay the full amount after sharing my water.
Of course. And interest also you pay on the full amount.
On the full amount. And then when asked, the allegations are that this money will be some savings. I have not asked anyone to save for me first and foremost. And the second question, okay, if you ask me about my retirement plan, I know when I'll get that money. I know every detail about my retirement plan. It's not something I'm guessing or I'm suspecting or I'm thinking. But now you're telling me that I'm saving some savings fund. I have not signed any conditions to save. Kuseo, let me say, sorry for disrupting you. The Kenyans have this called SACCOs and all that, blah, blah, blah. And for example, I was in Mwalimu SACCO for many years, and the conditions, terms, and services are clear, are very clear. I mean, like when you open an account, they tell you you're having to pay 500 non-refundable fee for these 1, 2, 3 reasons, okay? Then your savings, you start saving, and they tell you if you're gonna borrow, you borrow 3.5 times your savings. If you want to withdraw all your money, give us a notice of this number of days. You can withdraw all your savings. I mean, those are very clear conditions, and you will borrow our loans at these interest rates. Now, these Kenyans, you know what Ruto is doing, Kuseo? He's taking advantage of the miserable state of Kenyans, that, Kenyans literally need money even to buy 2 packets of ugali, flour, and therefore, ukiambiwa hata utapata 500, you will go for it. And Gachagua is talking carelessly here, insulting Kenyans, saying that Kenyans need that 500. Yani, hii ni nchi gani? Endelea kusema, sitaki kusema mengi saa hii.
I wanted to say thank you for that insight. You see, the moment you can't access these so-called terms and conditions, even the ones you are saying that you are able to access, you can access them, but normally they are very, very tiny prints. You may find a print of about 4 pages is squeezed into 2 pages. So even if you wanted to read it, that's why I was telling you that when you go to sign even for a debit card in the bank, you find that the terms and conditions, I've been in the bank myself, are on the last page, last 2 pages. And the printing is so small, you take quite a lot of time there to read them. So even the people, you can read them if you are not in a hurry to sign. But if you just go to pick your card, you don't have time to read the terms and conditions. But in this particular Hustler Fund case, they are not there. But you see, for most of us, that should be a red flag. Yet some people are not seeing.
No,
they give you a link there.
Flag. It's a red flag, Kuseo. You know the situation is, Kuseo, these people are hungry and they need the money, so they have no time for red flags.
Exactly. We are taking advantage of that. You are in a hurry, you are raring to go. So the moment you go, what I'm telling you, what is so clear, which would have stopped most people. Number one, you must have an M-Pesa account. And part of the conditions, if you say yes, it means you agree with the terms and conditions. That is what we do in the banks. Just say yes, you have read and understood the terms and conditions. But normally they are in the small print, the way I'm saying. In this particular case, they give you, go to this link. When you go to that link, the terms and conditions are not there. You get frustrated in the process. So you end up abandoning. After all, you want money. The next they tell you, okay, you qualify for 1,000 now. The more you borrow, the more you can get, isn't it? So you are in a hurry to borrow, then you repay, you hope to repay, and then go back. But then the moment you borrow, it is deducted. Now, wherever, this is not NSSF, at least we know the NSSF deduction ends up with NSSF. This one ends up with the who, you have no idea. Then secondly, even in the M-Pesa transactions, if things don't go well, you know where to go for help. Hii hizo hakuna. They'll tell you, try later. Try later. So there is a lot of gaps which are not yet there. So anyway, personally, I think what I foresee is that before long, you'll see people in court. If he is a properly licensed lender, who is he? They must disclose and they must abide by the authorized lending rules, which is in the entire market. Don't forget that one of the things is that the tellers, the other mobile lenders, they have been put off business by this Hustler thing because of the interest rate. Because of the subsidized interest rate. So the other mobile lenders are basically being put off. In fact, even the banks are affected. Yeah. So is it a liberal market as we speak? Which kind of market is this? Why is this new lender having so many preferential treatments? Where is their office? Where is the office? Registered office. If you have claims, where do you channel your claims? Do you see? Talk about hot air and wild goose chase. Thank you.
Asante Kuse, I want to give Miss a chance, but for that I want to say this. I think this one has just replaced the Safaricom. I don't know, what were they calling it? There's some loans that were being given by this kind of loans, like pesa kidogo. What do you call it? Fuliza, yes, Fuliza, the Fuliza, thing. But for the banks, they can't take the place of the banks and the financial institutions, because the financial institutions are structured. For example, the SACCOs are structured, and they have the members who contribute to those financial institutions. And I think the people in those financial institutions feel safe borrowing and saving their money there. The banks too are structured, and really structured, so that if you borrow a loan from KCB, usually the last time I looked, I think that was 5 years ago. I don't know how much is this. I should look up. It is about 12%. That is what it goes to, 10 to 12% per annum. So I think Kenyans who want money, Kenyans who get loans from financial institutions and from the banks, are Kenyans who acquire big loans, like 1 million plus or 100,000. But now,
just to add in something on what you are saying, as we speak now, the mobile companies and the mobile lenders, they have cases in court with the banks, because under which law are they operating and who is their regulator?
Yes.
You see, they are offering banking services without being banks. Those cases are already in court as we speak.
Yeah, so how they started lending money, that one needs to be looked at, because it is the banking sector that has been doing that. And I want to compare what's happening now. When we talked about this thing, that the Hustler Fund, when Ruto was campaigning, we had issues with the structures, and we kept asking questions. What structures is he going to use to lend this money? And none of these people, including Bise, could respond to us, the structures that he was going to use. And we were saying the banking sector and the financial industry has structures that regulate who borrows how and how the money is paid back, so that we don't end up to bankruptcy in the banking sector. And when the central bank wants people to borrow more money, they regulate the interest rates, so that they lower the interest rates for the banks, so the banks also lower the interest rates for the people. And that is what happened when Kibaki became president. So you can remember, any one of you who was in Kenya who could go to Kenya when Kibaki became president. Before Kibaki became president, we could not even save our money in Standard Chartered Bank and Barclays Bank, because the conditions was too much for the common man. But when Kibaki became president, there was regulation by the central bank, so that now common mwananchi could access those banks. And then he encouraged the creations of financial institutions, and the SACCOs were encouraged to open what they call front offices, so that now they could process salaries for their members. So Kenyans were able to access cheaper loans, and that is the time we saw the creation of an Equity Bank. And Equity Bank has done so well. Equity Bank has gone to the grassroots to access even the farmers, people who don't have the collateral. There are people who don't have collateral that can access loans from Equity Banks, even from KCB. Now, so Ruto comes with the Hustler Fund, and he tells people that there will be no red carpet. You get money very fast. Of course, we don't see a red carpet in this. You're using Safaricom and M-Pesa. But the question is, how much money are these people getting? We've just had about 500, 700, and not more than 1,000. Now, the question is, I would like Mr. to answer me as a response. What does the government intend to achieve in all this? Chaka here, if you give Chaka 500 shillings, do you think you have changed his life in any way? Chaka will tell us at the end of this session, not at the end, after Mise. Atuambia kama kwamba, kama amepokea shilingi 500, vile maisha yake yatabadilika, atuambie kabisa, atuambie maisha yake yatabadilika namna gani kwa kupokea shilingi 500. We want to find out, what does the government intend to achieve in all this drama? I want to call it drama. Sorry, I need to call it drama. Kusa, you want to say something? Ndio nikaribishe Mise?
Yeah, me say something, Jose. Mise, nice to see you. Man, when you come forward, I really want to know, what's the way forward on this? What's the way forward? On top of that, who is in charge of this? On top of that, if anything happens, who's going to hold me accountable if I don't pay that money? Because don't you think this is this is a bribery? They are bribing. So you think Ruto is going to hold you accountable when it comes now 2027? He's going to say, oh, you know what? Forget about it. Whatever you have, that's bribery. So somebody has to tell us, what's all this? All this, I mean, where is the money coming from? And when we are being told, they took my 25 shillings and they said they put it on a savings account. Which savings account I can't even access?
But Robert, I said you don't need to understand it because it is a scheme. It is an unknown scheme of things. You see, as I told you, already banks are having an issue with Safaricom. They are saying Safaricom is offering banking services, but they are not a bank. They are not a bank. That matter is still in court, I think, today. I don't know whether you remember the battle between Equity Bank and Safaricom.
On top of that,
when they came up with their Equitel thing.
Yeah, even students, when students pay their tuition or whatever, they get money from the government, they are told to go through the banking system to get the money. So if they could have done this thing, I mean, this thing, I don't know what the hard was. I mean, to tell the truth, what's this? Somebody has to answer me. What are we doing?
Aya,
Acha Mise atuelezee. Mise, karibu. Waje ni
asante sana, asante. Nafurahia sana kumwona ndugu yangu Roba, ndugu Chaka Mdune. Nafurahi sana kukuona asubuhi ya leo. Julia, naona unaendelea kumeremeta, umenawili ukafika sasa. Tulia, kaa hapo hivyo, mambo yako motoni na tutakula na tutashiba. Unknown scripts. Aswa, more, you've mentioned something that I need clarity from you. You brought about Banking Act, and I wanted you to talk about it because the manner in which you have used it to explain, to give your explanation or to defend your argument, I would like you to put it in the context of Hustler Fund. And I want you to look at the Banking Act of, which actually started, Banking Act, I think it's 1985 to Banking Act 2016. And I want you to tell us what is consistent from 1985 to 2016. And then you relate it with the Hustler Fund. And tell us if there is any connection within Hustler Fund and the Banking Act.
You say, Mise, the Hustler Fund is just drama, the way we are saying. Why? Because, do you know how you get there? You are told to register. By the end of it, you are told terms and conditions apply. You can only describe the Hustler Fund if you see under which act they are operating. Is it a cooperative? Is it a mobile phone lender? All lenders, money lenders, have got interactions with the Banking Act. And that's why I was telling you that as we speak now, Safaricom has been taken to court by banks because they are offering banking services without being registered as a bank. In other words, they are not playing the banking game. You get? They are not playing the banking game. But because Safaricom, maybe for your information, is government and government is Safaricom, that's why they have gotten where they are. And they will go bulldozing with everything around. You realize even right now, even Safaricom is having challenges with their Felicia product because of the Hustler thing. Unfortunately, nobody can access the Hustler fund terms and conditions. So how do we answer what we don't know? We only know that they give people 500, 1,000. And then we also know that they tell you to wait as they interrogate your M-Pesa statement to decide what you qualify. Now, which I did say here that is, they're interfering with the data privacy. They are interfering with the data privacy of individuals, because how can they access my information with Safaricom and use it on their platform unless they are a subsidiary of Safaricom? So it's difficult to answer you, given that we don't understand who is the hustler, who is this hustler thing.
So who are the people? Because I don't know them. Who are the people who are looking at your information?
That is, for example, Robert, you are saying that if you have a complaint with your M-Pesa transaction, you know where to go in Safaricom.
Of course. Yeah, my question is, you say answer this, we don't know them. We don't know what these people. It is unknown. Yeah. This is a scam where they're making money. Some of them, we don't know where they are sending money to particular people. Then later on, they will tell us money it was sent to people. This is a scam.
Robert, that's why I was predicting this month will not end before somebody is in court. Their data privacy has been contravened, either by Safaricom or by this hustler group, whoever they are.
All right. So, Kuseo, let me first say that the Banking Act that you referenced is primarily an interaction between financial institutions and the Central Bank of Kenya. So it's an oversight on how the banks or financial institutions should operate, licensing, revocations, and all that. Now, coming to answer the questions, a few questions that you have raised, I will attempt to answer a few questions. Na ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune, usitie hofu kwa sababu kwanza kabisa hii mambo wamesema terms and conditions, ni lazima ukubaliane ama usikubaliane, kwa sababu unakopa na mtu ukikopa lazima ukubaliane na masharti ambayo yamewekwa na yale hayajawekwa. Na hayo,
lakini kwanza kukatiza mimi nijisomee mwenyewe hizo terms and conditions, lakini hakuna mahali naweza zisoma nikajua hizi terms of conditions zinamaanisha A, B, C, D. Either nifanye maamuzi nichukue ama nisichukue, lakini hauoni. Sasa na ni nini sasa kiko pale ndani ya pazia? Tell us.
Hustler Fund terms and conditions. In fact,
they were talking about people being jailed. Even it's not in writing.
Now, kwanza kabisa sio kweli kwamba hakuna terms and conditions. Kwa hivyo Chaka Mdune, tunapozungumza hapa tuwe na ukweli, tujitahidi sana tuseme ukweli, kwa sababu
what they tell you, you agree something you don't see.
Haya, basi wacha nielezee. Unapoanza kuregister kama unataka kutumia huu mkopo ama njia ya Hustler Fund, la kwanza ni kuregister. La pili, number 2, inasema ukubali kwamba terms and condition ipo hapa. Na ndugu yangu, kama uko na nambari ya Safaricom, ukiweka 254# ya kwanza inakwambia, na nitafanya ili ndio tusipate tukipotoza wananchi ambao wanatuangalia, kwa sababu ukiangalia ukitisha hivyo inakwambia, inakuletea mambo matatu. Kwanza you register. Pili inakwambia kama utaki kuregister right away, uende usome. Ndio hii number 1, welcome to the Hustler Fund. Number 1, register. Number 2, view terms and conditions. Number 3, no more. Kwa hivyo mkisema kwamba hakuna terms and conditions, hiyo mara ya kwanza ni kutupoteza. La pili, kuseo serikali ya Kenya ina shares 35% shares of the Safaricom, na tunajua kwamba katika policy kuna kitu inaitwa public private partnership. Kwa hivyo saa zingine serikali inaweza ikafanya kazi kupitia makampuni fulani ili kupatiana services ambazo zinawafaidi wananchi, na unapotumia public private partnership, then ile kampuni ambayo imekubali kufanya kazi nawe ina masharti yake, na kama ndio inaenda kuroll, you will fall under the terms and conditions of that company as they interact with the Central Bank of Kenya when it comes to financial institution. Now, ukisema kwamba kuseo terms and conditions of Hustler Fund savings and loan product zipo, namba ya kwanza inasema kwamba this agreement sets out the terms and conditions herein called the terms and conditions which shall be applicable to the Hustler Fund savings and loan product as herein defined, opened by you, as herein defined with the bank, as herein defined. These terms and conditions and any amendments and variations thereto shall take effect on their date of publication. Okay, so ukiendelea
can you read the terms and conditions? Can you read them?
Of course. Definitions, number 1, section 2, section 2, definitions, subsection 2(1). In these terms and conditions, the following words and expressions, save where the context requires or otherwise, bear the following meanings. The bank means any institution that is going to operate, or any financial institution that is going to operate as limited liability company under the Companies Act, Chapter 486 of the laws of Kenya, and duly licensed as a bank or financial institution under Act 488 of the laws of Kenya, and include subsidiaries of the bank as may from time to time be specified by the bank to you. Customer, so customer care, e-money, equipment, Hustler Fund and savings loan fund. The definitions have been given, and ndugu yangu Roba pia hata imepatiana. There is something ambayo yenye ilikuwa ina give a breakdown jinsi ambavyo hii pesa itatumika, na jana tuliyazungumzia haya, tukasema kwamba lengo la serikali ama jukumu la serikali ni kujaribu kuwasaidia wananchi wawe wananchi ambao ni responsible citizens. So inasema mara ya kwanza the government is supposed to teach you and help you and train you on how to have good savings habits. By so doing, it helps and brings up responsible citizens. And also tulisema 8% ya pesa ambayo unayokopa ambayo itatolewa 5%. Actually, if you look at number 3 of the terms and conditions of Hustler Fund, inasema kwamba the loan, 5% of the loan advanced shall be deducted to go towards savings, the savings deduction. 30% of the savings deduction shall be applied as savings account, the short-term savings. 70% of the savings deduction shall be applied towards the customer's pension, pensions remittance. So
what's
the
the
terms and
terms and
conditions are very
of
clear.
savings? Can you tell me the terms and conditions of savings?
So now, if you keep reading down, inasema an added feature of the Hustler Fund savings and loan product in the government of Kenya shall match the pension remittance of a customer who had not defaulted on a loan in a ratio of 2 to 1, such for every Kenyan 2 shillings saved, the government shall match or add 1 shillings to a maximum of government contribution of 6,000 per annum.
Okay, on that, my question is,
yes,
is this something which was passed by Parliament?
That for sure that was one of the manifesto of the government.
No, is this something which was passed by Parliament?
I don't think this needs to go through legislation. Through legislation. I think that's why it's being rolled out through a financial institution that already is ingrained with rules and regulations and relationship with the central bank of Kenya.
Yeah, do you think this thing needs checks and balances to know
I
what's
agree.
going on?
I totally agree, Robert, with you that there are challenges, of course, that I do recognize that comes with this Hustler Fund. For example, there is an issue, a loose definition of savings, and between the deduction, the 8% interest rate, between 14 days and per annum. There is a very vague definition there that needs to be reviewed, and a clear definition and understanding must be given in order to help a common mwananchi to understand and make an informed decision before they borrow. So I totally agree. The checks and balances needs to be put in place in order to allow a smooth operation of this Hustler Fund. But to say that there is no terms and condition is misleading. There are terms and conditions. They might be favorable, they might not be favorable, but they are there. And as Kuseo put it rightly, it's that a lot of people, even to you, including you and me, we don't read terms and conditions. Sometimes, when you are in a dire situation and you want to borrow, terms and conditions don't matter at the time, even though it's your right for you to know them in order to make an informed decision.
So what under what section of the Constitution this thing is based on?
I think this is Cap 488, and what I think the banking and financial institution Kuseo was talking about, the clear definition of borrowing, revocation, licensing, and Safaricom is one of the institutions that is licensed to do mobile banking in Kenya.
So we are doing this on Safaricom. That's what you are saying?
It is going one of the telecom, Safaricom, and even KCB. I have seen that they are partners in this, and there are terms that has been put out there as financial institutions. They must make sure that they meet the guideline that has been given by Central Bank of Kenya.
Okay, so the Central Bank of Kenya
is an oversight.
But the guidelines is supposed to come from the government, which is Parliament, yeah?
Mr. I think you might be misleading people here. The Hustler Fund has a legislation that has not gone through Parliament yet. As far as I'm concerned, I even heard the president saying that the remaining piece is having the legislation go through Parliament. And so whatever they are doing right now, like you called it yesterday, pilot program, this is a scam. It's a scam. It's money that is being released without any piece of legislation to support it. And they should also pass legislation to allow, the data, people's data, private data is protected by the Kenyan Constitution. And the right to privacy here without legislation is being broken. And I believe as soon as they pass that, then maybe we'll talk about something that has been done legally. But as far as I'm concerned right now, to me, this thing is a scam that is being rushed through just to make people rich. And like you've heard somebody from Kisii saying, hey, biashara ni kama wanang'ang'ana na Safaricom kukopesha wa Kenya pesa. That is what it is. It is a fund that is trying to wrestle and find space in the mobile lending market. For it to be successful, I think the government has to take your pin and all the other stuff and sasa uweze kulipa as compared to the other money lenders, mobile money lenders. So misi hata ukitetea, there is still a piece of legislation that has to go through parliament, which has not happened as of yet.
Makiadi, I think you were away for a while and you came in between and you make a quick conclusion.
I was listening.
I think your conclusion was it was misinformed on a very slight information that you grasped, but we had spoken a lot. That was the premise of the argument. But let me, I was responding to Kuseo, but I just wanted...
Mr. What do you say about Safaricom, Felicia, and the e-hustler thing? If they are competing?
I totally agree. I agree with you that, and again, the rolling out of this project, the intention, sometimes the intention could be good. You could be having good intention, but how you implement it, how you execute it, might fail. I think we are now treating Hustler Fund as one of the Safaricom products, the way I'm looking at it, like Mshwari, Fuliza, and other Safaricom products. The government needs to come out clear and tell us how did they come to an agreement that they are going to use this institution to roll out this project. Was there proper bidding?
Before you go that far, does the government divine for us to differentiate between a hustler and other people are getting this money? Because it looks like everything's done just jumla.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of ambiguity, Robert. The government needs to come out clear, and the government should have involved the public because this is, at the end of the day, this is taxpayers' money that is being there. Even though the objective of the government is to try and encourage local borrowing, but at the same time, there is a lot of ambiguousness that is surrounding this.
Can I be wrong to say they are doing this one because they want to steal money, and that's what they are doing right now?
I wouldn't disagree with you, but neither would I say that is true. But at the same time, every opportunity that has come, people have taken advantage to swindle money from the government. I hope that this is not going to be a scam in itself. I hope that it's going to come out and help people. And I wanted to kuambia ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune, ndio ni kweli hii pesa si haitoshi. Kwa mfano kama huyu dadangu Julia, ukiangalia income yake ya mwaka akitengeneza, inaweza kuwa ile pesa ya kuomba ama akipata hata 2,000 ama 3,000 haileti tofauti yoyote. Lakini kuna yule ambaye hana access ama hana ufunguo kwa access to financial institutions kama KCB, corporate bank and these big financial institutions. Kwa kweli hii pesa kidogo, kuna watu ukiwapa pesa kidogo kwao wanaitumia na inaleta tofauti. Kwa hivyo kuna watu ambao wana mamilioni, lakini ukiangalia maisha yao unashindwa, hii pesa wako nayo, si nguo wanajua kufaa, si hata boma wako nayo, si hata bibi ama familia wako nayo, lakini ukipata mtu anapata mshahara kidogo, lakini unapata amejipanga nayo. Kwa hivyo pesa ukuwe na nyingi ama ukuwe na ndogo, inarudi chini vile unajipanga.
Let's be sincere. It's like $3. $3 itakusaidia nini bwana?
Maybe we should allow Chaka.
Hujajibu swali kwa sababu kwanza hiyo swali lilengwa kwangu na Juliet. Kwamba unaniponipa shilingi 500 huku. Je, unafikiri umenisaidia kuweza kukwamua maisha yangu ama umenipa pesa nikanunue chakula? Kwa sababu kama kweli hiyo pesa imelengwa kwa wale ambao ni wenye shida zaidi na hawana mambo na bank, hawajui lolote, kwa hivyo inaweza kumsaidia fine. So umenipa ili niweze kupata chakula au umenipa iwe mwongozo wa kujiendeleza hiyo 500? Na hiyo 500 yenyewe si kwamba nitaipata ikiwa 500 full, nitaipata ikiwa ni 470 sio na kitu. Je, serikali hii inafikiria kwamba ndio inamlenga yule wa chini zaidi ambaye anapata tabu kupata pesa? So mbona iwe na masharti mengi? Mbona tena hiyo irudi tena iwe kwamba kama hujalipa kuna ABC litafanyika, kuna haya masharti yenye yako hapo? Hivi mbona unanipa 500 hii ambayo si ya kujiendeleza? Kimtazamo wangu ni ya kunipigia ni ile ya dharura, kwamba hiyo na dharura yangu, watoto wangu wanalala njaa, wacha nikope hasa la fana mara moja niingie kwa duka nitoe wanangu kilo 2 angalau wapate ugali. Sasa baada ya kutengeneza hilo ambalo nilikuta ndo la haraka, unarudi tena kwa nini hujalipa hii? Pili mise, nataka tu tuwe wazi kwa sababu most of Kenyans wengi they are not good, hawasi waelewa wa kizungu. Wengi tu kuzungumza Kiswahili wengi wataelewa hii pesa ni namna gani. Kuna baadhi ya maswali ulikuwa unakwepa hapo unaulizwa, lakini unakwepa kisha kantia matumaini kwamba kuna mambo yanakuja, kuna vitu viko motoni vinakuja. Hivi ni vitu gani vinakuja ikiwa hakuna mpango maalum? Haijulikani hii iko kwa bank, haijulikani kwamba either government imeshirikiana na Safaricom kuweza kufanya hii ili kuiumiza kuweza kuipoteza either Fuliza, au wana operate Fuliza na operate kivyake na hii na operate kivyake. Hakuna structure kwa sababu haya mambo hayazungumziwa bungeni kama nilivyonukuu wenzangu wanavyozungumza hapa. So tell us, hii pesa kwani ilikuwa na haraka gani kama ilikuwa pengine haina mfumo mbadala, mfumo wa wazi zaidi? Mbona hawangekaa wakaipangilia kitambo wakiileta kwamba ni kila kitu kiko wazi kwamba mwananchi anaifanya ana access hii pesa akiwa hana wasiwasi wowote? Kwa nini iwe ya haraka zaidi?
Asante sana Chaka.
On top of that, answer this question. What comes? Sasa wameanza ile pesa for disabled and the tired people. Sasa it's not even being given out. There's something which was passed by Parliament, which is us a way of doing it. Now nobody's even making a follow up. We are just like the government has now becoming a bank of Kenya. Kenya government is becoming a bank of Kenya.
Asante sana. Nataka kuuliza kidogo ndugu Chaka Mdune. Ndugu yangu, wewe kwa kila mara huwa tunaafikiana kwamba tuache ushabiki kwa kila jambo. Na unajua kwa kawaida binadamu hawezi akatosheka. Serikali hivi sasa hata ikitoa 1,100 kwa kila mwananchi wa Kenya, bado tunasema ni kidogo. Hii itatusaidia nini? Hii itafanya nini? La muhimu, na nataka Roba, nataka ukubaliane nami. Mimi nikipita pale Minnesota, nimepata Wakenya wengi wakilala kwa mitaro. Ile hali wako nchi ambayo ina manufaa na ina opportunities za kazi, mahali wanaweza wakapata kazi, lakini wanafanya maamuzi maamuzi fulani katika maisha. Kwa hivyo maisha ina choices, na ukipata pesa kama serikali inatupa, sio hii pesa haikuwa, na kama tumepata opportunity ya kukopa, tusije tukaifanyie msaa. Kwa kila kitu serikali inatoa, tunajaribu kufanya msaa. Kwa kweli kuna maswali mazuri kama Roba umeuliza, na ndugu yangu Makiadi na Julia na Kuseo, kuna maswali mazuri ambayo mnayauliza. Lakini ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune, wewe wajua kila wakati mwenye kama hauna kitu chochote kama huna, lazima kuwe na masharti. Hata wokovu ambao ni wa bure, kuna masharti ambayo yanasema kwamba lazima umwamini Mungu ndio upate kwenda mbinguni. Kwa hivyo sisi tunasema tusije tukakejeli kila kitu ambacho serikali inatoa, tupate kuwauliza vizuri.
Mr. How comes you are telling Kenyans they take a loan and you give them a condition after 2 weeks you have returned the loan, some part of the, I mean, they could have said even 1 month, even 2 months, 2 weeks. That's not even borrowing. That's torture.
Roba, how much do you pay the interest when you take a loan
guys.
in your bank?
Aya, ngojeni sasa. Mise ngojea, Roba ngojea. I think sasa tumeanza kuhoji Mise hapa, and like we said yesterday, Mise has no idea about what the Hustler Fund is. So we are giving Mise a lot of credit.
No, Makiadi, actually that is misrepresentation. Most of you have no idea. I've read extensively about it. You guys are all only bent to just taint it and patronize every agenda the government is making. That's not good. That's not
okay. Very good. Very good. Oh yeah, give me a minute then, gentlemen and the lady. We want to play a video here so that we see what the real hustlers needed for them to start their businesses, because whatever we are saying here is okay on paper. I think, Misa, you're making it sound like it's a very attractive package that Kenyans will change their lives from this fund. So let me just play a video here, and then I want you to compare the funds that you are talking about here, the ones that you're vehemently defending here, and the funds that were given in this event.
KTN News, Nairobi.
Na uzinduzi wa hazina ya mahasla katika kituo cha Green Park jijini Nairobi mapema leo bila shaka umewaacha baadhi ya mahasla waliotangamana na viongozi wa taifa pamoja na mameneja wakuu wa baadhi ya kampuni nchini na tabasamu ambazo huenda zisifutike hivi karibuni. Kutoka kwa muuzaji mmoja wa soseji na mayai ya kuchemsha aliyeuza soseji moja tu kwa shilingi 1,100 hadi kwa muuzaji mmoja wa nguo aliyemuuzia naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua shati moja tu kwa shilingi 50,000. Uzinduzi huo ulikuwa kama vile karamu ya ndovu kumla hata mwanawe kwa mahasla hao. Mwanahabari wetu David Mudhoka anaangazia visa na visanga vya uzinduzi huo, akiwemo hasla mkuu Rais William Ruto mwenyewe kushindwa kujisajili kupata mkopo kutoka kwa hazina hiyo ya mahasla.
Ilikuwa ni siku iliyosubiriwa kwa hamu na hamumu miongoni mwa maelfu ya wananchi na wafanyabiashara wadogo almaarufu mahasla waliojaza hadi pomoni kituo cha Green Park hata kabla ya uzinduzi wa hazina ya hasla na Rais William Ruto kuanza. Dakika chache baada ya saa 5 asubuhi, hasla mkuu Rais Ruto aliwasili na kuashiria mwanzo wa uzinduzi huo, akiwa amevalia shati la kawaida la kijivu na chepeo cheusi, tofauti na wakati mwingi anapovalia suti. Mwonekano wa Rais Ruto ulikuwa ishara kamili kuwa ilikuwa siku ya mahasla. Kabla ya kuingia ukumbini, Ruto alikagua vibanda tofauti vilivyokuwa nje, akianzia palipokuwa na mwanabodaboda huyu, kisha kuelekea alipokuwa muuzaji huyu wa mahindi choma kupata sega la mahindi, akapita palipokuwa na muuzaji huyu wa viazi kabla ya kutangamana na muuzaji mmoja wa bidhaa za shanga.
Kwa majina naitwa Shiko Arwaka.
Ndani mahasla wenzao vile walipata fursa adimu ya kutangamana sio tu na Rais Ruto, bali mara hii pia na viongozi mbalimbali wa kitaifa na wakuu wa baadhi ya kampuni nchini. Kwa wengi ilikuwa siku ambayo huenda hawatasahau maishani. Kwa mfano, mama huyu na mwanawe wanaouza soseji na mayai ya kuchemsha waliangukia bahati ya mtende walipouza soseji moja kwa shilingi 1,100 kwa afisa mkuu mtendaji wa Safaricom Peter Ndegwa.
Atalete 5,000 ndio nilipe deni ya fuliza.
Kwa muuzaji huyu wa shati na mwanawe, nyote wawili hao iling'aa walipouza shati moja shilingi 50,000 kwa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua na lingine 5,000 kwa gavana wa Nairobi Johnson Sakaja. Mwendeshaji huyu wa bodaboda pia aliona siku njema asubuhi baada ya kwenda nyumbani na shilingi 100,000 taslim kutoka kwa waziri wa uchukuzi Kipchumba Murkomen kwa kubebana tu kutoka upande mmoja wa jukwaa hadi mwingine. Hata hivyo, ilibainika kuwa wengi wa mahasla waliokuwa jukwani walikuwa kutoka sehemu moja ya jiji la Nairobi, Umoja, hili likizua minong'ono kutoka kwa mahasla wenzao.
Najua wengi wameonyeshwa leo ni wa area moja, area zote za Nairobi. Kila ward tuko na ward 85 na tuko na constituency 17. Wote hapo kuna mahasla.
Haya yakijiri, mambo haya kuwa sawa kwa kila mtu, mmoja wao akiwa Rais Ruto aliyeshindwa kujisajili kwa mkopo huo wa hasla baada ya kuuzindua licha ya majaribio kadhaa. Kwa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua na waziri mwandamizi Musalia Mudavadi, mambo yalikuwa tofauti. Hata hivyo, kwenye hotuba yake, naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua alitetea viwango vya mkopo huo ambavyo ni kutoka shilingi 500 hadi shilingi 50,000 dhidi ya madai kuwa ni vya chini.
Kwa sababu utaona jioni hii wajuaji wote watakuwa kwa ma-TV wakidebate mambo ya hii fund, wakisema hii, wakisema ile.
The hustlers have paid taxes and these taxes must come back to them. And they should not repay it back again.
Is what we've seen today is that this fund is biased. The beneficiaries are selected. One of the questions we can ask today, you saw there was a skit going on there. How did we identify those people as hustlers?
Na huku mrengo wa upinzani ukizidi kusuta serikali ya William Ruto kufuatia uzinduzi wa hazina ya mahasla, Rais William Ruto ametetea hazina hiyo akisema itasaidia pakubwa kufuta machozi ya maelfu ya mahasla waliokuwa wakililia suluhu ya changamoto wanazozidi kukumbana nazo kila siku. David Mutho.
Aya, unajua nimeona kusema ulikuwa umeinua mkono, ngoja tu dakika moja nitakupa nafasi. Unajua mimi nikikwambia hii watu yako ni actors, ndio hiyo vitu yenye nilikuwa na kuonyesha saa hii. These guys wamechukua people from some region in Nairobi, wamerehearse. They have rehearsed, they have trained them. Wanachukua ofisa wa DCI achome mahindi hapo kwa barabara kwa entrance
huyo ni ofisa wa DCI. Oh,
that guy is a DCI officer, ni mtu ya DCI. We uliona wapi mchomaji mahindi anaenda kuchoma mahindi na koti ya nini, leather jacket? So wanachukua mtu wanabandika hapo, wanamweka ni kama anachoma mahindi ndio aonekane ni hustler. Alafu for the cameras kutoka hapo sausage inanunuliwa 100k from sijui ni chairman ama ni CEO wa Safaricom. Wanatoka hapo, Rigathi Gachagua ananunua shati 50,000, shati moja 50,000. Sakaja anaongezea shati ingine na 5k. Alafu mtu ya bodaboda, in fact it is said this guy wa bodaboda mwenye alibeba Kipchumba Murkomen is the cousin. Alichukua kazini yake kutoka sijui wapi, akakuja akavalisha kofia, helmet na akaingiza hapo ndani. So anampatia 100,000. Jioni wanakutana kwa nyumba huko, naenda kuitisha pesa, anamrudishia pesa.
Okay, now I believe this scandal. There's a scandal. Ulisikia scandal ilikuwa Mount Kenya kwamba Ruto with those millions of money she was taking to the church. Alikuwa na announce nimetoa these millions, alafu jioni anarudishia hiyo pesa na mchungaji. Then there was scandals that when he could go to crowds and say nimewacha he could go for the money later, and then the people could go for the next of those people who are said to have been given money. Did you hear those scandals?
Yeah. So you are playing with the people who have a high level of conmanship, choreographed to seem like wanataka kusaidia mtu ambaye anaitwa hustler. And let me tell you fellows here, sorry, gentlemen and lady, these fellows that we have here called Kenya Kwanza, these guys wanajua what they are doing. Because if at all these people are serious about giving people money ambayo ingewasaidia, these fellows would have talked about an amount similar to what they were paying for kwa hiyo sherehe. Kwa sababu unasikia hata ule jamaa anauza shati anasema kwamba utanipatia 5,000 kwanza niende kulipa deni. alafu utanipatia pesa fulani. You see the kind of money they are talking here, and these people are very comfortable because this money yenye walikuwa nasema wanapeana hapo, that is money that can saidia mwananchi ambaye ni wa chini mwenye anataka kujikwamua na aendeleshe biashara yake. 100,000 ukipatia mtu wa bodaboda kama ako na deni ya pikipiki, anaweza enda alipe na kuanzia hapo sasa aanze kujisaidia. You know, these bodabodas wanachukuanga pikipiki at a very high interest rate. So it's just the same thing as what we call refinancing. Anaweza enda alipe hiyo deni na baki akilipa hasla ambayo anasema iko na 8% per annum. But I'm still wondering, huyu mtu wa bodaboda atatoa wapi 100,000 Kenyan shillings in 2 weeks? These are some of the challenges we should be asking these people, because you expect mtu wa bodaboda anatengeneza 600 shillings every day. So if we say we want to help this person tumpatie 100,000 Kenya shillings na tumwambie basi utarudisha hii pesa kwa wiki mbili na 8%, huyu mtu atatoa wapi hizo pesa za kurudisha? And that is why I'm saying yesterday what's his name, Guru said here there's a name alipatia hii pesa, sikumbuki ilikuwa inaitwa nini,
government sanctioned
what government sanctioned
handouts.
Handouts.
Yes.
Exactly. So people, the purpose of these funds is not to help you or me or Mise or Roba. The purpose of these funds ni kukuweka kwa utumwa wa serikali, ya kwamba utakuwa unakopa kila siku, unarudisha kila siku, na ni pesa ambayo haiwezi kukusaidia. The people who are taking the hustler fund money, wenye wanapata 500, 700, unasikia ile kitu wanafanya ni nini? Kununua chakula. Wanaenda wananunua chakula, wananunua unga, wanapata chakula ya hiyo siku, alafu then they look for money ambayo watarudisha. Ukirudisha ukifikiria credit rating yako itakuwa imeenda juu, you are still at 500 shillings. So these people have no business of helping you. And that is why I'm saying this thing is a scam. How can you pay 100,000 kwa sausage moja? Na huyo mtu wa sausage akienda kukopa huko kupitia hustler fund app unampatia 500, and then you are telling us openly that this is going to change their lives. The people have said this money they are receiving cannot help them. Huwezi nunua hata kama unapika mandazi, huwezi nunua mifuko 2 ya mandazi kutoka kwa hiyo pesa. It is a scam. This is something that is just, walisema ati tutapeana pesa, so for the purpose ya kusema we promised and we have delivered, they have rushed through to give money out without any policy, without any definition of how they assess your credibility. You know, as long as you have a number and you can receive 500 shillings, watakupatia 500, watakata ile ingine yenye tumesikia Julia hapa. By the time unapata pesa yako, it's 460, 450. And then we start raising questions. Where is your 50 bob going to? Who is handling your 50 bob? Where are they saving it?
And you know 50 bob times 20 million people, how much money is that?
And yeah, that's a lot of money.
Lakini,
That's almost 100M.
Makiadi unapenda kudanganyana sana. Sasa mimi nimevaa leather jacket. Sasa mimi ni ofisa wa CID ama DCI.
Unajua Mise,
how many leather jackets people, how many people have leather jackets in Kenya?
Mise, listen.
Sometimes let us not go that low.
Hold on. Listen, Mise.
Not go that low.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you about a person who has been identified positively. Kuna watu ambao walisema huyu jamaa tunamjua ni wa DCI. Si ati ni kitu nakuja kuongea hapa, si ati ni kitu nimejitungia hapa kwa studio.
I mean anybody can call you Makiadi ukitembea kwa barabara, hata Roba akitembea anaweza itwa askari. It doesn't mean he is. So us validating the same allegations,
Makiadi said he has been identified.
How?
He has been identified as somebody who works for the DCI.
That guy is a DCI officer. People have identified him.
You know what, Makiadi, I agree with you. Kama hii pesa wangechukua waseme, we want to stimulate the economy. Hata wangesaidia 500 without telling them to pay back. And they could have wangefanya in a way that maybe they come up with a system, maybe kama mtu akienda kununua pikipiki, they give him the 500, pengine mahali anaenda kufanya shopping and other things. Lakini just to go and tell people this is a loan, you have to pay back to the end of the t-shirt. Sasa government now is inakuwa banking system.
Roba.
Imekuwa benki sasa.
Roba.
Yes.
Let me ask you. The president akona presidential escort unit and presidential security. All right. The issue of police and secret services disguising for the purpose of security and so on does not necessarily mean that what your allegations are actually true. But I'm just going to ask you, tangu hii serikali ingie kwa ofisi, ni nini mmekubaliana nayo ambayo imefanya? Ni nini ambayo mnakubaliana nayo?
Mr. What do you want us to agree? What tell us so that we try and think through it, that kumbe this one is right. You know, Mr. Nimekuuliza maswali mingi sana hapa, nimekuuliza maswali mingi na hujanijibu. Nikauliza Chaka aniambie how much that his life changed when he went for the 500 bob. You are answering on his behalf. Why were you answering on his behalf? He said it didn't make any difference. So you are trying to tell us that because Babu 500 does not mean anything to Julia, it means a lot to Chaka. Chaka said no, didn't mean anything to him. So why are you answering on the behalf of these people who are on the ground? Why are you trying to say it is going to make a difference in their lives when they are saying the opposite?
On top of that, he's asking what we have agreed with Ruto. I want to agree with somebody who's still campaigning. They're still campaigning.
Let me answer, Julia. I have a Fuliza limit of about 7,000, okay, in my Safaricom line, and sometimes it comes very handy if I'm doing construction and I'm paying people back home. 7,000 is a lot to pay watu wenye wamefanya kazi ya mjengo. So it depends how you're going to use this. So at the end of the day, ukipatia Roba milioni moja na unipatie milioni moja na upatie Mary milioni moja, the way all of us will budget for it will be different. The thing is, what are you going to use the money that you are borrowing from a hustler fund for? Kama unataka kuenda ukule nayo, it's up to you, but the terms and conditions are clear. You have to pay for it. This is not free money. This is not free money. People have to pay back. So let us not twist because we want to paint the government as
the question. When did the government become a renting company?
Okay, leave alone what Roba is asking. Miss, I didn't say 7,000 shillings. I'm talking about 500 shillings. Didn't you see the clips Makedi has been playing? Are you not watching what we are watching here? We're not talking about 7,000 shillings. Hata fadhali wangepewa hiyo 7,000 shillings gewasaidia. Tunasongea maneno ya so moja, so mbili, so tatu, so nne, so tano. Mise,
those Kenyans are just like you, trivializing every effort of the government. I've never heard of you guys kulikuwa na time ya njaa, serikali ikaweka collect pesa. You guys trivialized everything about the effort the government put in trying to address the issue of anger. You trivialized that. So for me, I am looking at it, let us give credit where it's due. Wakijaribu, let us recognize that. Wasipojaribu, let us
cannot give credit to something which is corruption. We don't know who's behind it. There's no checks and balances. We don't know where the money is going. How do we know that this money is being generated to their own people?
Actually, as a fund, you do know who is behind it. The checks and balances, I do agree with you.
Do you know who has
terms and conditions are very clear.
Do you know who has received millions, some of these millions? You don't know. Behind the scenes, you don't know. They are stealing from us, and they are stealing from our people.
Okay, I think we've exhausted Mrs. Information on the Hustler Fund. What we have agreed here is that the Hustler Fund is a scam that cannot be defended on this forum by the famous Mise, who supports the UDA coalition. But what I want to say is this. Mise, we have played videos here of Kenyans on the ground. Hiyo Gachagua yenye amesema tuende kwa ground tuangalie. Tumecheza video ya watu ambao wako kwa ground here a few minutes ago, and not just one, but many videos from different sections of the country. And people are saying that this money is very little. This money cannot help them. They have been failed, they feel disappointed by the mkopo yenye anapatiwa ya shilingi 500, and they have expressed reasons as to why they feel this thing is a scam. Some of them have said even when they borrow the 500 shillings and after returning they expected their credibility, their credit whatever worthiness to have increased so that they get more money. They are still stuck on the 500. So me says, stop defending something that is not worth defending. This thing is a scam. $5 to you if you have whatever means ya kukopa $5. I'm very sure hata hiyo $5 labda utaingia kwa store utoke na paketi moja ya unga na hiyo pesa ishe. That is the kind of money that we are talking about here today. Let me you can see people have come in. Let me give it to Mary Wainaina. Karibu.
Yes, habari zenu ndugu zangu, na wasalimia wote. Msalimike. Mimi nimeingia kwa sababu ya kuona watoto wetu ni kusumbuliwa, wanasumbuliwa. Hii 500 ni kusema unachukua imeze yako ile ulikuwa nayo, ile ulikuwa unasumbuka ukifanya bajeti yako, ukijisaidia nayo na unajua vile utaegemeza ndio kuletee kitu kidogo. Hii 500 inakuja kumeza hiyo uko nayo. Kwa sababu sioni ni haja gani ya kupea mtu 500 ati na ufikirie umemfungulia biashara. Biashara gani ya 500 seriously? At this juncture watu wako na njaa, ni nini atafanya nayo? Hiyo hata sio mafuta ataweka kwa bodaboda, na hata akiweka mafuta atabeba mtu mmoja labda alipwe tu 100 na ametumia hiyo 500 yote ameweka kwa hiyo bodaboda yake. Hii ni maumivu, unadungwa, uwe unajikuna kichwa ukishindwa hii pesa nilichukua ya nini, ya kuniletea tabu. Na tena hata hawapei zote, unasikia ati zinakatwa zingine ati unawekewa. Yani ni kumaanisha kama huku ana account, hizo 25 shillings unakatwa, inakufungulia account, ndio sasa ikunyoroshe vizuri, uwe unakimbia ukileta hizo pesa. Utarudisha zote hiyo 500 hapo, ubaki bure. You will have nothing. Hii ni tabu tupu, kusumbua watu akili. Tena nafikiri what they are trying to do, they want to fulfill, ndio wawe wakisema pesa ile tulikuwa tunasema ya hustler tumeleta, si tumewapea. Those are the words they want to use. They want to say that they have fulfilled their promise, which is a promise of finishing. Whoever had something in the pocket, it will be gone. Na hiyo ni mambo mbaya kwa nchi, kwa sababu sasa hao vijana wanapiga kelele kwa nini? They would be busy doing their business because they got 500 shillings. I can't imagine having to go line up or borrowing in a bank 500 shillings. Ni kama tu unakopa upande gari utoke Nyeri uende mpaka Nairobi, hiyo pesa kwisha. Umefanya nini? Na umebaki na deni. It doesn't help. Mr. is saying that they tried to say about donations, sijui nini na tukai put down. Hii 500 tena tunai put down. Mr. please, just look at those young guys. They are not complaining for nothing. They know what they are saying. And they are the one who are suffering. They are on the ground. Sasa wewe unaongea habari ya 7,000. Huyu mtoto, huyo kijana anaongea habari ya 500. Ameshindwa na kulipa, anashindwa ni ya nini? At least hata kama 7,000 walikuwa wanapewa, mtu anaweza budget na ajue bodaboda yangu nitajaza mafuta, nikibeba wateja 3 nitakuwa na 100 kadhaa. Lakini 500, that is a play. Is a shame. Hata wengine hapo wako na watoto. Unachukua 500 unaenda kufanya nini? And furthermore, you are just given 475 as I had. 475 ndio yako. Na sasa hiyo umepeana pini yako. So you cannot run away with that money. Urudishe pesa ya wenyewe. Hii ni kitu tu watu wanaonyeshwa ati tumefulfill promise, but that is a failed promise. I don't understand what is wrong with the government right now. The current government right now is doing zero. Zero. Ni kuchokesha watu kichwa. Na watu watachukiana kwa sababu kuna watu ambao hatapeleka chakula nyumbani waanze kugombana. Ulichukua 500 na sasa hakuna chakula na sasa tuko na deni. Watu wataanza kugombana manyumbani kwa sababu hawatasikizana kama mambo haitaenda straight na deni imeingia. Kwa nini serikali Ruto anataka kupea watu deni ya nini? Watu waanze kukula shida kwa sababu sasa ni kukimbia, watu wanakimbia bure. Mifuko mitupu. 500 is nothing. Nothing completely. Hata kama kungekuwa na pesa nyingi, upewe 500 ya tuende uanze business. That is nothing. It's nonsense. Wafikiria vingine. Waache kuletea watu maumivu ingine on top of what they are going through right now. Me, I feel sick. Kwa sababu hawa ni watu ambao wako na bidii, wanataka kujifanyia kazi, hawataki kuiba, wanataka kujifanyia kazi ndio waweze kuendelea. But now they are bringing things to make them even run crazy. Hata waanze kuiba kwa sababu wanataka kulipa hiyo deni. Kwa sababu sasa vile waliambiwa ati mtu akikosa kulipa anaingia kwa jela, watu wataiba wazi. It's horrible. Hata sio kama serikali, ni kama watu wako huko mbugani wanakimbizana. It's not like there is any standing government in our country. They should sit, go back to the drawing board, see where they have gone wrong. Otherwise, they are doing nothing to our young guys, young men. And those are the people who will complain until the last minute. Kwa sababu hakuna kitu watafaidika na hiyo. Hiyo ni kuumiza watu. Asante Makiadi.
Haya, asante sana Mama Mary. Wacha tuende kwa Guru. Next.
Habari yenu. I hope you are doing well.
Tuko salama Guru. Endelea.
Mmekula kanyama ya Hustlers Fund?
I knew Guru would say something. Guru, government sanctioned what?
Handout.
Ulichukua ingine leo?
Hiyo ni kitu siwezi jaribu. Let me tell you guys. I just watched one of our key political analysts, and he's demonstrated what is happening in the country in the most painful way. Because what he's done is brought a situation that was happened during the Stalin time. Mnajua Stalin. Everybody who has done history knows who Stalin is. Mise, maybe you can tell us more about Stalin later on. One day, he carried a hen in a cabinet. So as they sat there, he started plucking the feathers of the chicken and was not talking to the cabinet. The chicken was obviously making noise because of pain. But immediately after he had plucked all the feathers, he removed some maize from his pocket and fed the chicken. The chicken fed from his hand, and when he left the office, the chicken followed him. Basically what it is in Kenya, and what that demonstration was showing, is that keep them hoping but never fulfilled. It is one of the tactics that are used by dictatorial regimes, especially to deal with the poor. You keep them in what is called suspended terror. Make them hope but never fulfill. So the Hustler Fund is a big scam on our youth, on our business community, on Kenyans. Today, when you go to the market, and Julia here, I go to the market myself, you can hardly find a cabbage that is...
Why you are emphasizing that?
Because
why? Because
and
kwa sababu I want you to understand that these are not mere theories that I'm giving. You can hardly find a cabbage that is below 50 shillings in the Kenyan market today. Okay, and that is the smallest. Amweshishipa mkiwa watu nne. So now look at that cabbage and then look at the 500 shillings that is being offered by the government, apparently for our youth to put up businesses. And then you understand the kind of terror that our youths are being taken through. Now, I do not know what concept informed this Hustler Fund, but I dare say that I agree with an analogy that I've just given, that the issue here is just to keep the youths hoping that this money will go increasing and will ultimately be in millions, and that they will get better and better. Or the truth is the opposite. Okay? So those who are economists here, they know that when you want to do business, there are very many things that should be fulfilled before, during, and even after setting up a business. Honestly, if that is the concept the government has of such kind of business, is it then promoting hawking business? Because even those hawkers, they have to pay daily rates to the county governments. If the county officials meet you selling bananas, you have to pay about between, I think, 50, between that, Bob, to about 60, depending on which county you are in. And mark you, that is from the 500 shillings that you borrowed from the Hustler Fund. And those are now those would call street peddlers, the hawkers. They have no place to trade. They have no facilities. They have nothing. So therefore, I am not surprised when they said that they have removed the upper and the lower limits of the Hustler Fund. At first, they had capped it at 50 billion. But I've heard the Minister of Cooperatives saying that they are likely to scale it up. Now, there are issues that are yet to be determined. One, when you borrow 500 shillings, 25 shillings is deducted immediately and put somewhere. And then you are told that is your pension in old age, that money will go to the NSSF. It is not said how, when you can even access that money. It's just fuliza. No contract is there between you and them that they are saving for your old age. And if those who are praising the fund here, the mise of this world, they can tell us whether there is any mention of NSSF in that borrowing process. So therefore, already those who have studied the Kenyan situation, they are saying that this will be one of the biggest first scandal of this government. because the loopholes for the losses of money is just too much. I'll not be surprised in the next report of the Auditor General. He or she will have very unflattering statements to make about this fund. It is ill-conceived, nikejeli. Our youths are annoyed. They are angry. Wanaona ni madharau wanafanyiwa. Sababu hata hiyo 500 ndio labda anapatia msichana ambaye anatongoza. Ni pesa kidogo ya airtime. Na sasa wewe unampatia kwamba ati hiyo ndio pesa ataweka business. It's not possible. But the regime knows what they are doing. It's like giving you a painkiller. They know that people borrow from each other 200 shillings, 300 shillings, 500 shillings, and that is the space they want to occupy, but make some money out of it. Instead of, Julia, you going to borrow 500 from your neighbor, you just borrow from the government, but you pay something. Okay? Because essentially that is what that money will be used for. When you don't have something to eat, you just borrow Hustler's Fund. You go and buy food. Then hoping that whatever you are doing will have brought money that you can be able to pay the government, and so on and so forth. There is nothing else. There is no business that is being made here. And anyway, those are some of them building blocks of a dictatorial regime. That's how it starts. And those who do not think so, then it is very unfortunate. The likes of Raila Amolo Odinga, they know governance so deeply that he can see through the game that is being played by Ruto. And that is why he has come out strongly to say that he will fight the dictatorial tendencies that have started showing in his regime. You cannot imagine today that you take somebody to a tribunal and you are already calling that person a rogue. Then how do you say that the systems or the judiciary is independent? I saw the CJ. She's now looking downcast and trying to say that the people who will be taken through tribunal are human beings. Therefore, they should be handled with, with dignity. That lady, unfortunately, to me, she has lost it. In terms of coming out as a betrayer in matters constitutional and legal, she's lost it. Because the first thing that makes a judiciary stand out is the confidence that the public have. If that confidence is breached, no matter what you do, it will not stand out. And that's a problem. Mother will have to fight very much if she wants the judiciary to regain the confidence that it had there before. Because you can imagine today, the celebration that is there is for those who had serious cases of corruption and murder. They are just being set free. They are just going scot-free. So how do you now explain that with a change of regime, the judiciary also changes how it looks at justice, how it looks at matters of law? Honestly, Let's not beat about the bush here. Something serious has happened in Kenya and is happening. And if, like Raila said, if it is not arrested now, we cannot take the route southwards. Thank you. Michelle.
Haya, asante sana Guru. Let me move over to Domi.
Mjamboni wote. I think much has been said by Guru about this sort of this fun thing. And I think we talked about it some few days yesterday. Probably Miss I think he left earlier as we were talking. There is something that he has commented here that that is very disturbing. If there be anybody that can buy into a statement that 500 will stop somebody's business just because he's poor, that is an insult to the intelligence of Kenyans. Because everything right now is skyrocketing. Okay. I think there is something that, like what Guru has said about how much cabbage is talking of. Okay, I don't know, but he's talking of 50 bob, one cabbage. Now, I'm trying to imagine how many cabbages you are going to buy with 500 and put on a motorbike, which you are going to pay 100, probably to get your place of where you're going to sell it from, and expect to earn a profit and feed your family. Then after that, feed your family, of which an average family in Kenya living in town. Let me talk of those who are living in town. You cannot feed a family with less than 200 in one day. Now, you get a profit out of those cabbages. You get a profit of 200. In fact, it should be more than 200, so that you can pay, so that you can at least generate something to have enough money to pay back the 500. That's a practical joke. So I think it's this. Anyway, I don't think youth should be angry. The youth should not be angry. I think they should be glad that that thing is happening, because they were warned early. And I remember there's a day I was talking here. I was explaining something. You see, if a concept or if a plan, a mega plan, let me not talk of a small plan, a mega plan cannot be explained. It cannot be explained. Then I can tell you that it will not work. And that is exactly what is happening now. The likes of Mr. and the group, they came up with a hype, a bottom up, singing bottom up, everyday bottom up. And we told them that it will not work. Now, this is the way things are. It is not working from the word go, from the first day. And I will say this. People keep telling us that, the government should be given more time. Now look, the direction you take, you are supposed to be going to Mombasa, and you take a car headed to westwards, and you are driving very fast. westwards, definitely you will not get to Mombasa. And that is a fact. So telling us that we should give them time and they are heading the opposite direction. I mean, that's total noise. So I think, and now the worst of all is the same guy. Okay, I want somebody to explain to me the grave importance at this time to do away with the Cherela fort and dealing with the food situation. Which one is urgent? Did they have to take all the time to discuss these guys? Who? Okay, the next election is 5 years ago to come. Now you are hell bent to punish these guys instead of dealing with instead of dealing with the hunger. I think this is somebody said, if you want to know a wrong leader, is a leader who is vengeance, a person who is full of vengeance in his heart. Mtu mwenye anafikiria just what comes into his head is to revenge. Because apparently the whole thing here is Ruto, what is in his mind is nothing about Kenyans. It is about how they were hustlers and now they are on the top. Okay, that is that's your business. Okay. For example, if I can talk of today that I was born in a poor family, and right now I am rich. I bought a Prado, I bought a whatever, I bought a big, I have a big house. What is it going to help Richie? What is it going to help Mise? It doesn't help him with anything. Okay, he will just rejoice with me. Right, my brother, you are doing well. Yeah. And that is it. So the story that the whole government is telling us is what this guy, the Ruto'S government are trying to tell us all the time is we were poor, we were hated, and now we have succeeded. Yeah, we were supposed to be arrested, and now we are free. Okay, whether Gachagua is free or arrested, what does it help me? It doesn't add me any value. His ID, and if anything, to me, what matters is the money that is told to be brought back. Now, in other words, the whole concept of governance in the mind of these guys is it is me. That is what is in the mind of Ruto. It is me, my position. This is where I am. I have achieved. Now you have achieved. So what? What does it help Kenyans? Now you have achieved, but now you are loading the Kenyans with heavy taxes. Okay, Mise wanted us to say how many good things he has done, Ruto has done. Okay, we can talk of. Let me give him credit. Okay, they collected some. They sent some maize to give to those people who needed food. That's a plus anyway. Atukatai. But how long has it been done? Wamelisha watu wangapi? Na wangapi saizi bado wako kwa njaa? They are focused on ndio kuna watu okay walipeleka Kitui wakapeleka I don't know where else. Are they going on with the project till now? I don't think. Are people satisfied? No. Okay, you have fed them, yes. What comes into your head, instead of thinking on how to buy the maize for farmers to promote a farmer, you are thinking of bringing GMO poison. And here me say, would like us to all celebrate, government. Really? You know, let us be realistic. Let us be Kenyans. I kept saying, we keep saying, let us love our country. Our country is not about one person. Our country is not about Ruto. Let us look at what other people need. What Kenyans need is what matters. We'll be talking of setting up industries. We can see the likes of Oledama. Oledama is working on taking the milk plant in their county. That is what we should have been the talk of today. What should be? We should be talking of how to revive Mumias Sugar Company. We should be talking of how to revive Webuye peppermint. We should be talking of how to empower, how to move KMC, Kenya Means Commission, I mean the plant. How we are going to move the plant or build another plant in Mandera, whereby these guys will not need to transport cows or cattle from Mandera to Nairobi. We just they are taken there to be slaughtered and then the meat is distributed. Instead of talking of you see, Masai's cows are dying. Why don't you buy all of them? That is what would have been done by the government. Why don't you buy all of them? I know the drought is not everywhere. Take it to some other place. Let them be fed. Peleka or buy them. Peleka KMC. Make meat for everybody. Yeah, those are the things that the government should be thinking of. Not punishing those guys who are talking the truth.
Domi, you need a glass of
water. We are on a wrong trajectory. And Ruto should be told, President Ruto should just be put on the spot. And he should be told, hatutaki, we don't want his dictatorship. Because unfortunately, Ruto sio mtu wa kuambiwa, haambiwangi. He is not advised. Tell me, who advises him? Does he ever listen? He never listens to anybody. Hata mkipiga kelele hasikizangi. What he does is, as long as he's paying 2 or 3 MPs to support what he wants, and he gets Mudavadi stand there to make noise as to how Raila is bad. That is the only thing you're going to tell us. My friend, tell Ruto, aache dictatorship bwana. Sisi si watoto. Kenya is not a kid. We are not kids. And will not allow Ruto to take us back to those days whereby he used to buy, Moi used to buy anawanunua watu hapa hivi, wanaimba nyimbo hapa hivi, alafu anacheza, then he gives them handouts. After giving them handouts, then they remain poor. Anaenda Pokot, instead Pokot right now they have a deposit of limestone. We should be thinking of building a factory, a cement factory there. Sasa Pokot hawana chakula, wanapigana huko na wanapigania ng'ombe zenye badala ya ng'ombe zenye at least wangekuwa wanatafuta vile to improve hizo ng'ombe ziwe okay, to get better breeds za ng'ombe.
Domi, can I ask
that
you a
place
question?
can hold good things. Domi. I've lived in Turkana. I've lived in Pokot. Those guys planted. There's a time they planted and they harvested bumper. They planted and harvested bumper. Na niliona na macho. Instead of irrigating that side, Unakuja kutuimbia a thousand dams. A thousand dams utajenga na nini? Na wapi? Deal with the first place first. Jenga one dam, even 2 dams in a year. Just focus on few dams in strategic places. Help people. And that is what they should be thinking of. The problem is we are on a wrong direction. Yeye kazi yake ni kudictate, anataka kulazimisha tu mambo yake vile anataka. Give us a break.
Domi amemaliza. Mise, uko na swali ama una?
Yeah, Domi.
Anataka kusumbua Domi. Mise, unataka kusumbua Domi?
Sisumbuangi Domi. Leo ameongea vizuri sana. Leo hajatumia the word nonsense, so I am very impressed with him. Domi, let me tell you something, Domi. If your friend buys a Prado, be happy, because that is called social capital. And that Prado can be handy in times of emergency. Kigonjeka usiku kama una gari inaweza kusaidia. So be happy for him that he has bought a vehicle that can also help you. So it's called social capital. It's not something just to rubbish just like that. And then also, Domi, Hustler Fund is not a must. You are not, or there is no Kenyan who has been forced to take Hustler Fund and has been forced to pay the interest rate or percentage. It is on it is at the discretion of the borrower. If they want to go, they have to abide by the terms and conditions of the Hustler Fund, just like M-Shwari, just like Fliza, just like any loan of the bank. So it is at the discretion of the borrower to agree to the terms. That's why the terms are not universal. They are individual. And then also, my friends here, as Mio diehards, let me tell you that Kenya is not a socialist or a communist country. Kenya is a capitalistic state where you have to work and earn and own property through your hard work. The work of the government is to create an environment safe and comfortable for you to trade and move easily with freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of movement. That is the work of the government. Now, I have heard a lot of people castigating these 500 shillings or what. Look here. Julia, Makiadi, Guru, Domi, you know. Let's go back to the credit card or a line of credit. That when you start any line of credit or any credit card, you start with a limit. Either you put down some money to build a credit history for you to be able to get a credit, to be offered a certain limit of credit. That is how it works. There are many combinations, and Makiati, you were trying to teach me this yesterday, that there are factors that a lender or anybody nowadays, hata kazi mahali unaajiriwa, there are factors they look at before they increase your limit. Your spending habit, your paying habit. Do you borrow? Do you pay your utilities in time? Do you pay your phone bill the way it's supposed to be paid? And many other factors. Those, among others, they warrant you to get a limit, an increase on the limit that you have been given. So the truth is, the government has to start somewhere. Even Safaricom, those people who have taken M-Shwari, those people who have taken Fliza, they started somewhere, and then gradually it was increased. So let us not rubbish that. And then there is something that you guys keep talking about. You talk about you see, the president has a job to do. The president has a mandate that he must fulfill to the people who elected him, among which the Azimio are beneficiaries because they are Kenyans by extension, because he's a president for all. Now, what the president needs is not to listen to the noisemakers, but constructive criticism. Constructive criticism is things like the questions that all of you raised here today. For example, the Hustler Fund, the questions that you are asking that are very legitimate, that for the 8%, there is a misunderstanding between 14 days and per annum. Guru, relax. When you were talking, there was no hand, and when Domi was talking, there was no hand. Relax. So, so this is, you can't be given a blank check. You must pay. There must be terms and conditions. Why are you guys making noise here? Oh, mnapewa hii, oh nini, and then Mary came here, Mary Wanaina came here and talked about, unaulizwa PIN. PIN is to verify that you are who you are because you already have an existing, you're working from an existing infrastructure. For example, Safaricom, M-Pesa, they can identify you through a PIN. It is called the authentication factor. And nowadays, every government service, you get what is called three-factor authentication, or three authentication factors, whereby you either put a PIN, use your finger as a biometric, or even voice recognition. So when you are asked for a PIN, the purpose is not to steal from you. The purpose is to verify and identify that you, who has accepted the terms and conditions, is not Guru, who is masquerading as Julia. So Julia knows her own personal PIN. The PIN is personal identification number. So that is different from Julia, and that is different from Guru. So when you're being asked to identify yourself, stop making it a big fuss that the government is stealing from you. If the government wanted to steal from you, the government is any government is the greatest thief than any thief that you can imagine. But that being said, you guys are saying that the government, the government is stealing from people. You guys talked about this is not enough. Look, Jesus Christ came on earth. He turned 5 loaves and fed 5,000 people. He turned the water to wine and fed people. Yet people left there complaining. There is no day people will be satisfied. And lastly, let me say this. Saitoti, the late Saitoti said in his wisdom before he resigned, he said that there comes a time when a nation is greater than an individual. And this is exactly the words of wisdom that the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable, should begin to emulate, and know that there comes a time when our country is greater than his presidential bid or ambition, and move back. Even when there is a pursuit, when police are chasing thieves, there comes a time when they stop, when these people is endangering the lives of others. They step back and analyze and see what other methods they can employ. And I think that's what the Prime Minister needs to do now, to step back and give the president time to reorganize himself. Now, in the case of Cherera, the president was very categorical. He said that Julian Cherera and her other colleagues, 3 colleagues, must be held accountable for trying to subvert the will of the people. Now, what does that mean? We have one boss in Kenya. The boss is William Samoei Ruto. You keep poking him, abusing him every day, he's going to do exactly the opposite of what you want. And if the Chereras are aggrieved, the same way as Azimio went to court to seek for justice, the Chereras can also go to court and seek for justice. They have that avenue if they are aggrieved. So they have to go home, mkubwa ni mmoja, and they have to give room for others. And that is exactly what it will be. let me finish saying this. I was told that one day, someone told me something that I've come to accept and agree, that there comes a time mvua inanyesha, inapotea, jua inakuja, na giza inakuja, na asubuhi inakuja. Wakati huu, we are talking about the Jereras. After tomorrow, we will forget, we'll be talking about other things. The Jereras will have gone. They are gone. There is nothing that is going to happen. So if we want to go for maandamano that the Prime Minister is agitating for, I want the son of Kalonzo Musyoka, the daughter of Raila Amolo Odinga,
tulikukataza hiyo bwana jana, tafadhali wachana nayo,
to leave
wachana na hiyo, hiyo ni upuzi, wachana nayo.
The East African Legislative Assembly and
no, they will not
be part.
They will not.
They will not be part.
Hiyo wachana na hiyo, wachana nayo. No, stop it. Wachana nayo.
It is my opinion.
No, stop it. That is nonsense.
Can I get the protection of the chair?
Wachana na.
Domi, thank you. Domi now, we know Domi is where he is, and that is exactly where I was getting. So we want these people. They are Kenyans, even though they are presiding or they are working from another location within East African community. We want them in solidarity of the belief of their fathers and parents. They stand in solidarity and march and challenge the government's action.
Hiyo sio kazi yao. They are in East Africa. Wachana nayo.
They are Kenyans.
But
finished.
Their duty is not here. Their duty is outside Kenya. We are looking at Raila, whose duty is in Kenya. Yeah.
So I have finished, but they are Kenyans, and the Constitution mandates them to the right of picketing. They can come anytime and use that Constitution. So let us not. Watu wengi sana wamekufa, tunasema njoo tuweke familia zetu. Ukisema maandamano, familia zetu ziwe mbele. Kwa mfano, ndio wakikufa vile watoto wengine wanakufa, vile watoto wengine wanaumia.
We will not take hiyo wachana nayo. That's a trajectory that will not allow. Wachana nayo. I think there is something yenye nani amesema. I request to. Yeah.
Yes, Domi, endelea. Makedi hatukusikii. We don't know what happened to your speaker. Domi, endelea.
Okay, na first of all, wacha nianze na hapa. Mise ametuambia hapa kuwa it comes to a time when an individual, the nation is more important than an individual. Na kutuambia hapa at the boss is one. The boss is one, but it is not his property. Ruto is not everything in Kenya. That's point of information, and get it right. Si ati chenye anataka ndi afanye. Two, we are talking of that is the bad character of a leader, because that is, telling us that it's categorical. That one is nothing. That one is nothing. Whether it's be categorical or not categorical is nothing. A fact is, he is hell-bent on revenge and focused on a wrong direction. Okay, even if you want to revenge, why don't you revenge after 1 year? Why don't you wait? That is not urgent. It is not an emergency. Emergency is food on the table of Kenyans. And the second thing, I want to correct you on this. You are talking of mtu apewe pesa, somebody to be given money and to be added later as he proceeds. Can we have enough money given to, you don't have to give it to everybody. And if anything, we talked of structures. How do you know that these guys that are being given are hustlers? Even me, nikiitisha hiyo pesa nitapewa. I'm employed. Why can't we have a clear structure on giving these people this money? we should have identifying the right hustlers. When you mnaita hustlers, I don't believe in hustlers. If anything, the word hustler means a thug, means a thief, a prostitute, and a pimp. Go to the dictionary and check. Those people you are calling hustlers. Why don't you take time and identify the right people, the right target of this money? Deal with about 2 million. Then the next, deal with another 2 million. At least you'll be moving. But here our 2 million are at least something like 20K each. At least you're talking something, or 10K at least for 2 million people. Then after that, go to another phase. Get organized. You don't just throw out money like that. Another correction I want to put it on you about the interest. This is our money.
Dom, it's not a correction, it's an opinion.
It is a correction. It is our money. We are not supposed to be charged interest. It is our money, and that interest, why? Why should you charge interest? This is their money. Why do you charge interest? And now, you don't have any structure, as I think Guru said, you don't have any structure of where you're going to take this, the so-called being saved money. Hatujui unaenda kuweka wapi? Why can't we have enough structures before you distribute the money? And let me say this issue of using the M-Pesa thing to distribute this money, they did it in a hurry. I can tell, I think, to me, my opinion is, these things, they did it in a hurry, so that to stop people from going for maandamano, because they did not take time to do all the due diligence. They just decided, oh, wacha tutoe hii pesa haraka kabla hawa watu waende maandamano. And that is desperation. Why? Why should you go that way? To me, I see it is hard. They hurried just to silence people, and unfortunately, that's not a reason enough to silence people. 500 yenye hawezi fanyia kitu ya maana in terms of business. Start a business at least. Hiyo kitu anasema ya mtura. People disputed, wanakukataza, wanakuambia mtura haiwezi fanya business ya mtura haiwezi fanywa na 200 na 500. They are talking of at least 3,000. Ndio uanzishe, ndio uende kununua uanze kununua mtura. Utengeneze, ununue jiko ya kuuza ya kutengeneza hiyo mtura, sio shilingi 5. Hiyo jiko, that jiko is, I think it's over 500. Ndio upate uweke pahali. And how many mturas wataweka? Wewe utaweka hapa mtura, next to you somebody ameweka mtura, mwingine ameweka mtura, utauzia nani? That is, let us reason straight. Alafu about Prado, let me correct you. This is not what I meant. I said, mise ukinunua Prado, I will celebrate it in terms of it is good that you have bought. Yeah? And probably haitawahi nisaidia. But you see, makings as a president, you should look at, you are there for the people, not for yourself. Being there, you are not there for you. You are there for people. You are supposed to listen to the people. Out of the noise that people are making, you should distill. You should have the capacity to distill sense out of. Mwalimu wetu alikuwa anatuambia kwa hii ujinga yenye nakupatia saa hii, distill sense out of what I'm telling you. He should be in position to distill sense out of ile maneno yenye wananchi wanasema. Then out of it, make a decision. At least there is something that Moi used to do. Moi would send something and listen. He will listen to the reaction ya watu, which is completely different from what Ruto does. He does not listen. And he is not. Sasa, hiyo unasema the boss is one and is Ruto and he will decide whatever he does. That is what you call dictatorship. Kama haujui dictatorship, that is it. Mtu unataka kufanya chenye wewe umeamua na chenye wewe unataka, and majorly to your interest. Here we are looking for people who are doing things for the interest of the people. Raila is taking people on the street because of the pain that people are going through. He's more interested in Kenyans more than Ruto. Mwenye ako pale. Imagine baba wa nyumba hataki kuwasikiza, then ndugu yao mkubwa anaamua hapana, let me take a step. It is a fact. It is not that Raila is making himself important. If anything, ni sisi tunamusikiza na ni sisi, by the way, hata kuja kusimama Raila kwenda kusimama hakuamua mwenyewe, ni watu walimwambia ni wewe usimame, and we will not listen to anybody else other than you. That is why alisimama. He did not know kama atasimama, so he is there because of the interest of the people. Ruto ndio ako pale kwa interest yake, kwa sababu Mungu alimpatia a miracle as a mtu mwenye hakuwa na kitu akapata. Look, that is a miracle yake, ni yake. What is going to do with the Kenyans is what we need. And kama hataki kutufanyia, then that is his. It is not ours. That is in essence what we are talking about. It is not about Ruto. It is about Kenyans. That is where your statement, as you rightly say, Kenya is more important than one individual. The president. You are not more important than Kenyans. And uambie Ruto, he is not more important than Kenyans. Njaa yetu ni ya muhimu sana kuliko yeye. We have seen countries being overthrown. We saw, I don't know which country, I don't know whether it's France or whatever. Watu walikuwa wanaitisha cake. People were saying, there is no flour to get cake. Tunakufa njaa. The Queen rises and
Kwani Bishop umefanyia Dominini?
Because he was lying too much. Alikuwa sana.
Mnanisikia?
It was me interfering with your network.
Hapana, Domi walikuwa wamesema umemaliza kurespond, sio submission ulikuwa unafanya.
The queen said, why don't they go and buy cake if at all there is no bread? These guys, people stormed into the palace and killed the king and the queen. They did the revolution just because the king was not sensitive to the need of Kenya, of his people. So that is, in the end, that is likely to face Ruto if he cannot listen. Okay, I'm done.
Makiadi. Bado unasikika? Mic yako, is your mic still talking? I mean, wacha Nguru akona maneno.
Can you hear me?
Now he can hear you.
Okay, I think there's a problem. Okay.
Nguru, endelea.
I have an issue with a young man like Mise. If you listen to what Baba said, us who have seen it should tell those who are young enough not to know where we are coming from. Hii mchezo mnayo, hamjui, mnaingizwa polepole. Sisi tulianza kuambiwa tukiwa pale standard 3, standard 4. Juu kabisa. Ni wewe tu. Teacher number 1. Sijui mkulima number 3 ama ilikuwa number 1. And then we were so much indoctrinated to a level whereby we did not know that our rights were being violated slowly by slowly, and then at the end of the day, we had to fight it out in the streets, unfortunately. so that we can regain the freedom that we have today. But because you people who are young enough, you have been told history is not important, you think that men are benevolent, especially leaders who have no confidence in themselves. You think that things will be given to you freely simply because somebody attends church. Go to the history of those people who have been very close to church. You will see a consistency of some kind. In fact, most of them are just camouflaging themselves inside there, because they know the church or religion touches a certain part of a human person and kind of dulls that person from asking what is rightfully his or hers. But you know what? I see something coming out of this. The first thing is that the evangelicals in Kenya could start folding, because once the population starts discovering that this was a scam, they will start running away from these more outfits. They are mere businesses. I don't know whether they have gone for the 500 shillings to buy oil, which they sell to their Christians, or is it adherents? So basically, the issue is that cause a motion, but don't move the people. It's called the locking chair theory. Just keep, swinging, but you are going nowhere. That is the kind of situation we have here. Okay? What has been done for the farmers, except being sold 3,500 fertilizer? We used to hear of guaranteed minimum returns. Nobody talks about it anymore, or even any plan to move towards that direction. It's not there. Worst, and I don't know whether I understand he's a lawyer, but what it is now is that by next year, the subsidy that was being given to students in secondary school will be withdrawn. So what then is this government doing for the public? It's not health, it's not agriculture, it's not education. Everything is being rolled backwards. Is this a business? Is the government becoming now a company where your most obsession is the bottom line? Or what is it turning out to be? Okay, I've heard Miss say that Raila and those others who are advocating for demonstrations and political rallies should bring their children. Let me tell you, Miss, this has nothing to do with Raila. In fact, the population was asking or is asking for direction. What do they do? When you find yourself in darkness, you are most likely reaction is to find out who can hold your hand out of darkness. This is beyond him. He has no option. It only happens that at this time in history, he's the one that people trust with that kind of thing, and is courageous enough to do it. Don't buy the theory that, this party has said they will not. It is not about political parties as well. You'll be very surprised. Some of those who have attended those rallies are those who voted for William Ruto. But now they have seen they are headed nowhere.
nakwambia mise kuja akiwa, lakini uko mbali, nasikia uko mbali. Uende pale Githurai uambia wa vijana wa Mbonda mambo ya hasla, ndio utajua tunaongea mambo gani. Those boys are furious. It's only that they have no way of expressing themselves because they expended their energy.
But Kuru, we are not seeking for validation. The government is not seeking for validation from anyone.
No. Let me correct you. There is a legitimacy question that is yet to be settled. I see there is a move by the likes of Mudama and Ichungwa and others to try to see whether they can bring Raila Amolo Odinga within the fold of the government through the official opposition leader. They know that there's a fighter. He fights better out there. So the best thing is to have him within the corridors of power. Misa, we have been through this road for a very long time. If you do not know Kenya, please try to sit down with somebody who has seen it through the 80s, particularly the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s, when they are mature. They will tell you that the political situation in Kenya is like an octopus. You think you are finished on this side, only to see another hand move from the other side. That's how we have developed. And that's why we are not like any other African country. The democratic space that we have is huge. And because it was fought hard in the streets, it cannot be rolled back. Why do you think Raila asked those who have been through in the 1980s and 90s to talk to the youth? Do you think he doesn't know what he is talking about? When he says people should start giving personal accounts of what happened to them and their families, do you think he doesn't know what he's talking about? Mise, this is not about parliament. It is not about the executive. It is not about the judiciary. People have been let down by these institutions in the past. Maybe you do not know that there was a time whenever you criticize the government, you are dragged to the court at the dead of the night. And the verdict is passed on you that you should be jailed. Those who are old enough, they know. What do you do when the judiciary starts even releasing people who have clear cases of murder? Where do you stop? Where is the human rights going to come from? When you know that your wife can kill you, but once you have connections, or your husband, for that matter, to be gender balanced. I don't want to pick up fights here. That you can make some connections and then you have yourself go out of it. This is what is happening right now in Kenya. And I have said it here now, that it is unfortunate that it seems the cases will now be defined according to which political party has come to power. It's not no longer about, human rights or justice. You just fight for political power and then, the freedom has come. Yeah? Freedom has come. It is coming for Cohen's wife. It's come for the Nigadi. It's come for Waititu. He is now in government. It's coming for many others. But freedom has not come for the hustlers, the so-called hustlers. They are still facing the music.
Guru, we want
economically.
We want you to heal. You are still
in Pardon?
we want you to heal because you're still in denial. That's why mnatusumbua kuturudisha nyuma na sahi mna jam system ya
No. You'll be very surprised. You'll be very surprised. Kenyans are a very resilient population, and I'm one of them. I have nothing personal against the president. And in fact, I would want him to succeed because I know once he succeeds, the country also succeeds. But what do you do when you see that you are headed nowhere? Do you keep quiet and say, okay, let's give him this and, this time, let's be patient? Let me tell you, a good regime is known within the first 100 days. Look at what Kibaki did. He inherited an economy of only 190 billion in terms of revenue collection. And he said that children should be in school in the next 2 weeks. Some of those right now who are in government and said it is impossible to give free primary education. You see? So that is a regime that already had a direction. They had a purpose. Okay? So, what is the purpose? What is the drive? What is the direction of this regime? It is not food security. We've not seen any major movement towards that score. It's not about education. Well, they have a committee that is going around, but what they are giving as recommendations has become controversial. Even people are demanding that they see the whole report because they are not sure whether it is censored. Health. In fact, the president is saying that by December, everybody will be in the universal health coverage. He no longer talks about it. See? How do you expect Kenyans to keep quiet, honestly, when food has become so difficult to get? Many people are sleeping hungry. Nobody talks about it. Okay? Mise, you are young enough. We have been there before. These things, we know them. And in fact, those who are here, like Julia, who witnessed what happened in 1980s and 90s, want the young people that we are slowly sliding to, we will not expect anything different. I know you have had teachers yourself, and I know you quote teachers. You even, perhaps even try to imitate them.
Guru, why are you trying to make Julia look like she's so old? Why are you trying to make Julia look like she's so old, dragging her to your narrative? Julia is
no. She told me
No. Miss, people who know what happened in 1990 are not old. They're just like me.
Yes.
It's only small children of my daughter's age and my son's age who don't understand what happened in 1990s, right, Guru? How do you tuambia your history? Lakini ukipata if you find a Kenyan who has no idea about the 1990 revolution of the Kenyan Matibas, that person has a problem. You need to ask them walienda shule wapi ama walishia unless they were born in the US and brought up in the US or in the West. But
Guru, when you call me so young, how old do you think I am?
Okay, let's not go there. Let's not go there. Because you are behaving like you do not witness that period. What I was saying is that that time you would even hear parents advising their children not to talk about the government. Otherwise, they run the risk of being arrested. Okay? You couldn't even hold a small meeting of a few people. The next thing you see is a chief asking you what you are talking about. That you are talking of how you are going to do bad things, to the government. So what I'm saying here is that what is happening now is not about Raila. Raila is just a facilitator. He's just been, he just personifies what Kenyans want. Kenyans want to express themselves. And he just happens to be the person who carries that burden at this time in history. So don't bring the issue of children being, and by the way, who said that demonstrations and political rallies must end in violence? Who brings that violence? We know
the police.
We know there is always that underlying fact of trying to tarnish names of leaders. You behave within the constitution, you call a political rally or a demonstration, but the government, because it wants to paint a leader as destructive, they go and plant their people there to cause chaos, so that it looks that that leader is not good. And Raila has served that so much. But I think now Kenyans are past that. They know. So don't come to tell us about violence here, that the children of these people should be in front. Who said that there will be violence? There will be no violence.
So should we reward Raila because he has served? Should we reward him for business?
Who said there will be violence? There will be no violence.
Guru, I think you're wasting your time trying to explain to me. Have you ever gone to a class? And Guru, have you ever gone to a class to teach and you worked so hard, you thought you had succeeded?
That's what I'm the truth be said. Julia, be said. Sasa, kwa sababu watu wataenda Kamukonji.
That statement.
Kwa sababu watu wataenda Kamukonji, nani atakuwa akienda kupiga mwingine na atakuwa akienda kumpigia nini? There will be no violence. People will go to consult, to ask themselves, how are we being treated? Can we ask for more? Why is this not being done? Why is the government not giving us the promises that it gave? Why are they not fulfilling what they promised? That is democracy, my friend. That is democracy. So I am seeing a return of demonization of political engineering in Kenya, which is well captured in our constitution. You cannot demonize somebody because he's called a political rally or a demonstration or picketing. You can't demonize that person or those people who wanted to picket or demonstrate. Kwani unasoma sheria gani mise? Labda unasoma ya huku tumekubali hiyo maneno.
Anasoma sheria Nyasore. Ask mise, what is Nyasore?
Hapana, Guru, ninasoma section 43 of the Penal Code of Kenya.
What does it say?
So
what does it say?
I invite you to go and read section 43 of the Penal Code and know that Raila is very intelligent, that he is inviting the public in disguise so that he doesn't fall a victim under section 43 of the Penal Code of Kenya.
On the contrary, it's the public that is inviting Raila to do that.
Let me ask you,
those are decoys, Domi. Those are decoys of Raila. When you hear the public has said, those are just decoys.
You know,
that's your opinion. That's your opinion. But it is the truth is Kenyans are disgruntled, and they are the ones who are pushing.
I am a Kenyan, and I'm not disgruntled. So it's imperative that you say some Kenyans.
Where we going to Kenya? Where we going to Kenya? You don't know the pain people are going through.
Domi, let me make my statement. The fact of the matter is that you are suffering from Railaphobia, and the late Michael Kijano Amarwa said there are two Kenyans. There are those who are Raila Mania and Raila Vopia. So, unfortunately, that is the personality we have in the persona of Raila Amolo Odinga. So, therefore, I do not know what basis, Mise, you use to assign the kind of guilt you are trying to assign on Raila. Because I don't know whether you are in his brain to understand that when he means this, he means the other. I don't know whether you have been given that power. I hear your government is God ordained. The God visits you at night and tells you what is going on in the hands of other leaders. Maybe you can tell us. But as far as I know, what is happening now on Wednesday is within the Constitution. It's a right.
Na mmesikia guru na mise na guru mmesikia kwamba tunaanza Wednesday alafu on 12th we are having a parallel rally. Me I'm going for that rally.
Kwanza hiyo ya parallel ndio watu wanangojea.
Public participation amekuwa akikuja na
hiyo ya parallel.
Hiyo ya parallel we are going for that. We are going for that, Mise, and it is our democratic right. We have freedom of expression. Today, Guru. Sorry for cutting you. Today, Guru, Raila took us through our history. Akarudi maneno ya 1963. Na kanasema kwamba when people sat and just passed laws one after the other until made this country a single party system. And then he's saying that this guy, in one day, in few days, he's calling a committee.
My internet is not stable.
I mean it's public participation. I mean it. In a short while, he said that this guy, in a short while, he has made sure the 4 commissioners were prosecuted. In a short while, appoint tribunal. In a short while, hiyo tribunal imekuwa sworn in. So you see that what he's doing. So Raila was trying to narrate, and Raila was reminding these guys where we are coming from. And Misa is saying that Julia must be so old to have seen 1990. No wonder somebody.
No, I didn't say that.
Section.
Guru was saying that.
No. You are saying that Guru is implying that. So yes. It means, according to Misa, anybody who saw 1990 is so old. No.
That's not what I'm saying. It is Guru was saying that people like Julia were there in 1982. And I was saying, why are you making Julia so old? And Julia is only born 1995. So I was against that.
So Misa, you are implying people who saw 1990 are so old. No. Kuna mtu wa comment section anasema you must be about 28 years. Because only people of 28, 30 and below can speak like that. Because all of us here who have big children saw 1990. So wacha nikaribishe kwanza public participation. I hope she have an opportunity to talk. Then we can talk. Okay, I see she's still logging in. So what I'm trying to say, Baba reminded us of where we are coming from. Mise, enda kuambia huyo mkubwa wake. Tumezoea yote ni nini. We don't care what he's planning to do. Tell him we have been here and we know.
Tell him that when we are turning from the one party state to it just took one afternoon in parliament, and it is a decision that the rights of Kibaki came to regret much later. It's a mistake that we had made, and it seemed an innocent thing, only to come and hurt the country so deeply, and it took a lot of effort, a lot of resources, a lot of lives to revert back.
Yes, Nguruacha nikuacha public participation at onke. Then we can public participation to nakaribisha. We see your network has issues. Public participation. Karibu. I don't know whether she can hear me. I guess she's not hearing me. So, Guru, you are right. It took us efforts, and people demonstrated. People had to stop working for some time. So, Mise, tell your boss, we have been here. As it at the other day, the guy is saying he's not like Uhuru. What the heck? I mean, that he's not like Uhuru. What was he trying to say? He thinks Uhuru was just here the other day.
He was saying Uhuru is a good man. Uhuru can stomach nonsense and all these anarchies that we are seeing. And he say, let me first demystify the lies that my brother Domi and Guru propelled here. For example, my brother Domi was talking about selective application of order of priority, you know, and my brother Domi alleged here that nobody can advise Ruto. Ruto has it advisors where Domi, you are not one of them. Where neither is Guru, neither is there a lower dance of advisors in the UDA in order to seek and advance to ask from Azmio. So to say that Ruto cannot be advised is a statement that is misleading. And also, you talked about, I think she's back.
Can we allow public participation to present because she's having challenges with her
sure.
network? Yes, Karibu public participation.
Asanteni. Hi Julia, Mise, Guru, Domi. Hey. Unajua, I've never been on a live with Mise nisikie venye ana defend a hustler ana defend serikali. But unajua mimi
hata wewe public participation nimekutetea sana ndio uko hapa. Kwa hivyo ongea mzuri.
Hapana.
But Mise, unajua Mise uko bana kikiumana. Sisi ndio tuko kwa ground. Sisi ndio kwa ground mambo ni different. So, Aslan ameniboa sana. Imagine he has internet inasumbua. So, he has come up with that, I don't know what it is, Nairobi River. So, guys, even if you are in denial, you can see very clearly that this guy...
Ati nani amepewa Nairobi River public participation? Nani amepewa Nairobi River? Oh, okay. Guru, do you know nani amepewa Nairobi River?
Herman.
YT2. He's now a commitment. He's one of those who will be. He's in a committee that will clean up the Nairobi River. We will oversee the cleaning up of Nairobi River. And what is most interesting is that the same man had said that rivers should not be a nuisance to the public. We should just divert their course and build houses.
Another thing I had Guru. Nimesikia ati Central Bank imepeana orders. Ile pesa ya MP Tora inaitwa pesa wapi? Hiyo what money was that? Yenye ilikuwa imesimamishwa na koti. There's some money the MPs had been getting that ilikuwa imesimamishwa na koti. That today the Central Bank gave orders. Hiyo pesa itolewe.
It was said, I think it was said that there was somebody who said, it was said that MPs wanakuanga na, they do not need allowance to attend when they attend parliament sessions. So I think hiyo ndio wamerudishwa.
Okay. I was still following up. Then this thing of foods of school subsidy, school fee subsidy. Kwa hivyo watoto wakirudi shule fee inaongezeka. Na nimeona clip Makedi was playing that that Gachagua was saying, you know, at one point they said the children who are going to grade 6 and 7 should go in those primary schools. But another point Gachagua was saying that wanatafuta pesa wajenge classes. How is that being done? Guru, can you tell us about grade 6 and 7? Kunaendaje?
Kabla Guru atudanganye, kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema kwa sababu tutasahau. Domi.
Okay, 2 minutes Muse, 2 minutes.
Unaona nikiongea naambiwa 2 minutes, lakini Domi akiongea anaongea mpaka lakini ni sawa tu, bora uwai. Uhuru alituambia tu hivyo. Sisi Domi, there is something you say that this hustler fund it shouldn't have been for everyone. How do you know a hustler fund? Who is an hustler and who is not an hustler fund? Tumia Alex link. Alex akija anichape hapa, patia Alex link, anaitisha link sasa. Wacha nilete glasi nyingine ya maji nichapwe vizuri. Lakini nilikuwa nasema hivi. The idea of segregating other Kenyans from getting hustler fund will be meaning that other Kenyans will be discriminated. It's okay for it to be open to everybody, because otherwise it will be deemed as discrimination, na mtasema hii serikali imepatia tu hustlers hii access to hustlers ndio wako eligible for hustlers fund. So I think it's okay for them to be open for everyone to apply. I don't think it is wrong for everyone to be eligible. I think people will look at it like Alex Mandela. If he thinks whether it's worthy for him to borrow 500 shillings or it's not worthy, is time to borrow that. And also, Guru, you were saying that there is that that hope, that we shouldn't be given hope, that this government is leaning towards giving the Kenyans hope. Hope is the greatest tool, is the greatest tool and greatest and powerful tool that mankind cannot afford to lose. Otherwise, even the Bible itself says it came to pass, it will come to pass, and it came to pass. So without hope, if we don't hope for tomorrow, even you as Mio people are hoping that one day Baba will be the president of the Republic of Kenya. And lastly, you say that when Kibaki came to power, he inherited a government. But you see, this time, Kibaki and Baba worked together. And so there was a lot of criticism and a lot of push and pull. They went into the government and they started working for the people. Right now, there's pull and push, and I hope that we should come together. These two leaders, Raila and Ruto, should come and think that it's not about them, it's about the Kenyans, and they should look for a way to work together for a common good of every Kenyan. Thank you very much.
Oh, no. Miss, are you trying to say, I know people want to ban you alive here. Are you trying to say that there's someone preventing Ruto from performing? Are you trying to say, Guru, these people talked about Kibaki in 2002, and they said things changed within weeks. Are you trying to say that somebody preventing Ruto from working? Are you trying to lie to Kenyans here that, this is so...
that is the way you twisted it.
No. That's what you just
said. In my words.
Apana, wacha nipatie public participation was saying something. Before my internet cut out, public participation. Alex, naomba tuache public amalize, internet inamsumbua.
Alex, come in peace.
Sorry, my internet imekuwa ikisumbua but imestabilize. Sasa nilikuwa nasema, unajua sasa true colors ya Mr. Hustler zinatokelezea one by one. Sasa yani ameona the people who supported him na hawana kazi, is starting to create for them some new committees ndio wapatie kazi na watakuwa wanalipwa mshahara nono. Kama hiyo sasa ya Nairobi River, unashindwa surely what is yani mambo ingine hiyo, si ni kazi yenye hata cleaning up of Nairobi River yes anaweza fanya. We really need a committee of five, I don't know how many people who are going to be paid the quite of money. Sasa ni kuwa reward yani, so and this may not be the last committee, just the committee. He will probably create others so that when you're back for bench here or some position. That's I'm asking myself, this country today we have many problems. Is Nairobi River really a priority? Is Nairobi River really a priority? Kama ni pahali tu ameona sasa he can put his friends who angeweka kwa PS ama kwa positions zingine, sasa aweke kwa committee akuwa anawalipa some good fat salary. Meanwhile, Kenyans are languishing from all sides. Sasa it's very disturbing, let me tell you. Kwanza ukiwa kwa ground ndio sasa inakusumbua more because everything which he does iko na ripple effect. Like sasa alikuwa amesema okay, at the beginning Kenya aliarrest these guys who are in DCI who under Kinoti. From there police wakasema they are not going to be handling anyone because what they were doing basically is just clearing out the gangsters or the criminals who the system, the judicial system and ODPP wameshindwa na hao, so they just finish them alafu wanawatupa na huko Raila or wherever, which is not the first time this is happening. Hii ni kitu yenye ilikuwa time ya Mungiki na Meshuki wazika na mine sana akasema tu openly that we are just going to, these people we are just going to deal with them because even during Meshuki time system was not working. Ukiarrest mtu anakuja anatolewa on bail, case inashindwa kufanywa ama ina take very long, meanwhile he's continuing to kill people, so that thing was a necessity. Ama watu wengine wenye wamekuwa conman and they have learned their way around the system, wana bribe certain police officers ama wana bribe judges, so that's how they were, Nani is trying to make Hustler is trying to make this thing of Raila to be like a very bad thing, but it was helping because it was clearing criminals who the system wameshindwa now because the system is corrupt, so the system cannot be able to take and you have a right to come out on bail after 24 hours unless the court orders otherwise. And the criminals were too many, so what will they do? So watu wote when you wamekon watu and all that, that's how special branch was dealing with them, which to me I don't see it as a negative thing as much as you would like they are not extrajudicial killing. Our systems are not working, police is not working, ODPP is not working, judiciary is not working. Even if you have a murder case, average time of murder case to go through at all the evidence is there in 7 years. Go and check all these ones which have been in the limelight 7 years. Sasa na hiyo 7 years ni kwa ule mtu mwenye anaweza kujidefend, anaweza pata lawyer mwenye anaweza kaa hizo 7 years akiendelea na case. The rest usually they don't bother so much. Sasa that the judicial is the only way to keep law and order. Sasa venye walifika okay, when there was when the surge of crime came up, Hustler akaona sasa he did a blunder, akakuja akaita police another security guys to the State House and he told them that you guys let's not wait for a police officer to be killed. Make sure you use your gun, use force to avoid losing lives. Sasa when guys went back and the crime went down, police returned to doing what they normally do. Tena ndio huyu ameshika Rashid. Sasa let me tell you right now, Rashid alikuwa amefanya Eastleigh and Pangani, especially Eastleigh, which is a major business hub, was doing terrible. It was, people were being murdered, people are being killed, people are being stabbed, even in broad daylight. So what Rashid used to do is that and what all these vigilante cops normally do, they just identify you maybe by the community. Hata wana approach your parents, wanamwambia sasa, can you assist this guy either atoke hapa ama afanye kitu constructive, otherwise we are going to do away with him. So it's not like ati mtu anaamka one morning anaenda na kushoot. Ni ile umesumbua and then now it has come to a point where by now he has to do what? He has to finish you because now you are becoming too much of a problem in the community. Sasa kama hao wenye walichukua ni vijana wadogo, but they had already killed a police officer and taken his firearm. What did you expect Rashid to do? Awashike tu awapeleke kwa cell, after 24 hours ndio watoke. Wakishatoka immediately washaingia tena kwa street kuanza kuua watu. What did you want Rashid to do? Sasa police after Rashid ameshikwa, they have gone on go slow. Hata ukienda ku report crime to them, they'll tell you point blank, what do you want us to do? There's nothing we can do. Our hands are tied now. So you see some of these things in people like akina Mise argue because they are in Canada where security iko sawa, kila kitu iko sawa, nobody is snatching your phone and nobody is coming to stab you in the neck kwa sababu wanataka kukuibia. You cannot understand the kind of an anguish Kenyans are going through because of this poor kind of decisions the executive is making. We are really suffering on ground. Wacha nikwambia sasa hii security sasa itaenda kwenda down to the extent that now they are commandeering matatu. Wanaingia kwa matatu, they sit next to the driver and next to makanga, they order people to remove everything, the money and what not. I mean, they have become so emboldened. Hata wenye wanaishi kwa closed environment, unaweza ijua tu simu like even in an estate kama hizo. So hustler me, I don't know, but as much as ningependa sana as a kid, I've never wanted to be wrong about something more than I want to be wrong about hustler. But every day ana confirm to our fears. Because it's not like we are just bitter because we won. Tulikuwa tunamkataa because we know from his previous record what kind of a leader he is. And he has been confirming, and now things are going from bad to worse. Before kama mambo ya mahindi alikuwa tu ana interfere na mambo ya NCPT paying his friends and whatever his group over there when they haven't delivered even the maize. Sasa hapo ndio Waluke aliingia na huyu mama mwingine hao walilipwa pesa without delivery. Sasa that's the kind of a thing that ended up messing up farmers, that they were even complaining. There's a group of senators who had even gone to North Rift, wakaenda kuongea na farmers wakawambia tu ukweli that we are delivering our maize in NCPT, inaenda inakaa hapo. And then meanwhile kuna watu wengine pesa ikifika ya kulipa, kuna watu wenye wanakuja wanaandikiwa checks and they have even delivered anything. You can imagine kama kina Waluke walikuwa wamepewa 200 and something million. Hiyo 200 and something million, imagine how many farmers it could have taken. Sasa mahindi yao inakaa hapo, it takes forever. Na wakilipwa hata walipi in lump sum, unalipwa in installment kidogo kidogo yenye iweze kukusaidia. And you know how farmers operate. Season ikikuja lazima uende ununue fertilizer, ununue input, and there you are stuck. Your money, the money pesa ikitoka kwa government immediately inaandikiwa macheki hao mabwenyenye. Sasa kwa ground by the way things are bad, everything, yani things are in disarray kabisa. Venye tu tulikuwa time ya Moi tu ndio sahizi things are going from bad to worse. Electricity has gone sky high, wanasema because of fuel and all that. Sasa and you wonder because as far as you are aware is that geothermal and hydro whatever power was supposed to be generated. So we don't understand sasa imefika wapi tumeenda kwanza kununua nini kununua electricity Ethiopia tena. You know, I thought people is done buying from us. But all what I can say about it is a lot of confusion, a lot of poorly thought out, if at all even they are thought out, which are affecting them. And as the Papa was telling us, when you see a country which has failed, or when you see things that happened in the past, even in Europe, like for example, Holocaust and all these bad things that happened. Haikuanza na siku moja. They didn't just wake up one day and then they started Hitler just come up the first day, the second day, round up Jews in the millions and put them in concentration camps. That's not what happened. It happened one step after the other. They were just one step after the other mpaka wakajipata sasa ndio how things have gone astray. So mambo na church, unajua church nowadays yani enda down the drain kabisa, highly compromised, imekuwa just monetary and all that. So somebody being associated with the church does not mean anything. As the way I've seen hustler, mimi na hustler take the line of Moi, because Moi used to be that person. In fact, Moi was more religious than hustler. Moi every morning at 5 alikuwa anaombewa na another bishop wa African Inland Church AIC, anaitwa I think Silas Yegon. Alikuwa anamwombea anakuja kumfanyia service every 5 a.m. and you can see the kind of things he was doing. Atatoka hapo kwa maombi aende kwa hizi torture chambers ya Nyayo House. Anaenda na other jails where get jail political prisoners without trial. Anaenda anawaambia sasa, kill this one, do this one like that. Na huyo ni mtu mwenye ametoka kwa maombi na bishop. So, and you can see at least that time church kidogo ilikuwa, it was not as compromised as now. It was really compromised. I mean, that time at least hata tulikuwa na kina Bishop Muge and some other bishops who akina huyu I'm forgetting their names, but at least the church was a bit vocal kidogo. Sasa church ndio imemezwa, it has no voice. Hata mambo ya GMO, Catholic the other day when they got a voice to say that hawataki mambo ya GMO. But all what I can tell Kenyans is that dictatorship hakijangi na siku moja. So let's not relax that we are saying, but this guy in fact anaenda at accelerated speed every day. He's showing us his true colors. And what I believe is that he knows the only person who's there to oppose him right now, Papa America, everyone else is Baba. That's the only person who can take him. That's the only person who can stop him from making decisions which are against the money. Because right now, already money is suffering. January in the 50% of the fees which is being paid by government is being subsidized because most parents could not afford, especially to those who are transitioning from primary education to secondary, and they wanted to be 100% admission. Kila mtu mwenye amaliza class 8 aingia at secondary. Sasa wakitoa hiyo 50% of the fees they are helping the parents pay, many Kenyans will not be able to afford. So that means so many dropouts. You see, so it's going against, in fact, that 100% admission. Now, at times, it's not only a matter of profit that we are looking at here. Government is not there for profit. Government is there to also assist all its citizens, yeah, to facilitate its citizens. So if majority of your population is doing poorly, you as a government are supposed to use the taxes to subsidize basic things like education, your primary and secondary, and then basic food commodity like unga ya mahindi is a staple for most families. Ndio poor families wanapika uji nayo wanakula, hata wenye wanakulanga watu wanapikanga uji and in the evening wanapika ugali, hata wanakula na chumvi. But now when you make it at 230, how many Kenyans can afford that? They are very few people. They are not that many. The majority when you have hapa wanaishi kwa slum, they may not be able to afford that kind of amount. That's why you are seeing hata ule mama wa Mondo, all she could afford was 8 for starting for her kids. Watoto wakaona wachiji wakaenda kufika kamili. Sasa when you see such kind of things, you can just see that this is not a government who really cares about citizens, and this is not a government interested in really playing its role, playing the role of a government. The only thing is to just enter into the office, uangalia where can you get money from higher. Then you go out and start borrowing. Already it's a feeling 8 billion in borrowing, but still I can see actually it's going left and right, going to look for funding. And then he has also cut some costs in the civil service. Amesema there are some things. But you see, what sense does it make? Umecut back expenditure, and then after umecut back expenditure, unaenda unaleta committee ya Nairobi River. Does it make any sense? Of which I know those people hakuna mwenye atakuwa analipa pesa kidogo. So if you are here pretending like you are cutting costs, and these other sides, you are creating unnecessary committees who are doing nothing. Because Nairobi River means the only kazi yenye inaenda kufanywa hapo. Anything can be done there, can be done by NYS without any extra cost. So he's just looking for where his friends can be able to get some paper. So it's very unfortunate the situation in Kenya. And as Baba was saying, some majority of our population is 75% are from 35 years old. So many of those people hawajui the kind of life we had when Moi was there. Hawajui venye watu walikuwa nauliwa kiholela. Hawajui the way ukiongea like how we are talking now. Special branch is just around the corner, and then the next thing they'll come and put in torture chambers and all these things. And recently I was having a lunch with a friend who's a bit older. Sasa tukaanza tu kuongea juu mambo ya politics. So there were some people who were seated behind us. So the guy wanted to tell me something. Nikaona amesuka, yani like he's looking around, he's looking behind me. Sasa nikakumbuka that's how life used to be when Moi was the president. Ulikuwa uwezi ongea anything political because ujui kama special branch ako nyuma yako atakushika because they sent so many spies all over the place. So I could see that fear, hiyo fear yenye ilikuanga during Moi era ikirikani, you know, him is a bit older. So anakumbuka, it's still fresh in his mind. It's not like venye millennials hawakumbuki at all. They can't remember what used to happen. So I could see he has fear. He has a lot of fear when he can't talk something even in a public place because your consciousness, yeah, oppression is coming back to, you know, and yeah, living in a dictatorial kind of an environment. So Kenyans, we need to be vigilant. At least we have Baba with us, anaweza kuweza mobilize to be able to push back against so many excesses that the government has and all these vengeful kind of endeavors like our like it does not a priority. I'm wondering what is the heart, but we need to kuonyesha that I'm the boss now. Mutajua mtaniona. So that kind of thing is more type of thing we left in 2002 when we removed Khan. But now it's slowly coming back of that kupanisiwa for having alternative views, you know, that everyone, you know, there's no cost with the end of coaching because the costs are in the pocket of the executive, you know. So Kenyans, particularly the older ones who are there during Moi time, I can see a lot of fear in them, you know. And maybe that's why Baba is so conscious of what is coming. The way it's coming slowly, you can see it because he speaks through it. So those of us who are a bit younger, maybe at that time, we may not be able to internalize that kind of fear that of what's coming. But what when you're older, let's say what was 50 years old and above, now wako na a lot of fear. They have a lot of fear and they're saying, hey, Moi era is coming back. Moi era is coming back. I can't even talk really. I'm fearing what will happen. Even you see people like there's one of our panelists hapa anakuanga anaficha uso yake because scared, you know, because he probably grew up in that time of Moi whereby if you identify that the people of the government back, they come, they attack you, they break into your house, they, you know, all manner of things can happen. So that's what we are waiting to see. As wananchi, by the way, see that we care who even president. That's not really because it doesn't directly affect us. Other than
public participation. Unaweza malizia ndio tupatie Upio, bwana Upio nafasi.
Okay. So guys, let's take what Papa is telling us seriously because for sure it's coming is not good. Come on, in only 100 days, about 3 months and some 10 days already began upon all these negative things. What is ahead is not good at all. So to see the Baba, the direction is taking us, that let's try and stop this train before it ended down the place. Thank you.
Asante, that is very informative na jua Wakenya wamesikia. Bwana Upio, karibu, na tunaomba next time tunaomba uvae shati kuja kwa studio kwa maana this is a national TV and we don't want people to watch people who are half dressed.
Sorry, I think I can have that one done immediately.
Okay, asante, tunashukuru.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Julia. All right. Okay, maybe just to share a thought on the same. I think it's high time we as citizens we really have to sober up and stop complaining. We have been complaining for a number of decades, right? And I think this is the regime, the Asla regime. This is the regime where everybody feels accommodated in the government, especially with the youth. Remember, almost 85% of the Kenyan population are youths. So from my end, I feel like all youths have been accommodated in this government, right? So at least give us opportunity. Let's remember the Asla nation inherited a dead economy, right? So let's give the Asla nation time to strategize and come up with sober strategies on how they can drive the economy. right? So let's stop complaining. We will complain, and very soon 2027 will be soon here with us, still complaining. I really don't understand what defines dictatorship. Okay, what really defines this dictatorship? Is Asala Fund also part of a clear indication of dictatorship? Really, right? Remember, we have Mama Mboga, we have that tout, wanataka wapatile pesa kidogo. Remember, a good percentage of Kenyan population were on CRBs, and those were youths. Remember, at least the Asala Nation have given us another opportunity kupata pesa ingine angalau tuanze hata ile biashara kidogo. Unaona? Not that okay, not that wali default kulipa zile loan kupenda kwao, but they never add that maybe the capital kurudisha, unaona? But I think this is the second chance. Everybody deserves a second chance, and now this is the second chance for the youths, and I believe youths are going to make good use of this opportunity. So please, let's stop complaining. Let's give the Asala Nation time to revive the economy, and trust me, by 2023, 2024, you will see whatever Bwana President was trying to pump in us. The President is really trying to invest in us, right? And remember, Baba's been saying, oh, see, the Ruto is a dictator. Oh. Baba keeps on complaining, and we youths, we are not ready to complain anymore. We're not ready to complain anymore. So please, let's really get back to track and soldier on with the Asala Nation. And I know we are heading to the right direction, and you're going to get very, 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 very right. We're going to head to the right direction. If at all we believe the process, we trust the process. Thank you.
Asante Bwana Opio kwa maoni yako. We appreciate maoni yako. Naona Bwana Domi ameinua mkono, pengine ataongea na kijana wetu. I think I understand when Opio is asking what is dictatorship. It has a lot to do with where we are coming from, and it has a lot to do with our experience and what we know about this country. That is why I was telling Mr. earlier along that if he wasn't there in 1990, then I would understand him if he doesn't know where we are coming from and what we have fought for. So, Mr. Opio, we can define for you what is dictatorship, and there's a lot of it in this government. And we are used, we have lived under wonderful governments. For example, the Kibaki government. And when I was saying here, the Kibaki government, when this government took over, the first thing they began saying that the coffers are empty. Kibaki inherited our economy. I was a high school teacher already by then, Mr. Mise, if you want to know how old I am. I was already working for the Kenyan government as a teacher. And when Moi was the president, we were getting our salary on 15th. Yani mwezi imeisha Domi, tarehe moja inaendelea, mnaenda tarehe 10, hamjapata mshahara. That month, we received our salary on 30th. That month, after 1 week when Kibaki became president, tulipata mshahara yetu tarehe 30. Now, Kibaki promised free primary school education. In 2 weeks, he provided free primary school education. Now, Opio and me say, you understand why we are getting mad with this government. Now, instead of this government making our lives better, we withdraw food subsidy, fuel subsidy. Sahi Bwana Opio, kama kuna dada mdongo, na kuambia ile fee mutalipa, mutakiona for when you're in the high school. That is what this man has done. Ile fee munaenda kulipa. Now, I really appreciate you are hopeful that this man will make your life better by the Hustler Fund. I was asking somebody earlier here, shilingi 500 itasaidia hata Bwana Opio namna gani? The only thing Bwana Opio atafanya kama hana bibi, tandanurie mama yake unga packet 2 ya ugali na hiyo 500 iishe. These are the things we are talking about. You're asking about dictatorship. This man, what did he do? The first thing he has done is to make sure to sack the Cherera 4 because they aired their voices against what they didn't like. Just that. He is trying to take us to the Moi era. At usifungue mdomo usiongee. Yani anatulazimisha usiongee, usilalamike, usiseme, don't complain, don't say anything. those are the signs of a dictatorial government. There are many things we can say, Bwana Opiyo, and if you are there with us in 1990, you know what we have enjoyed, that we can't go back. And that is what Baba is saying. We shall not go back. We are not going back. And we will not allow our children, like Bwana Opiyo and my children and Guru's children, to go through what we went through. We want the likes of Bwana Opiyo, akifanya kibarua, akitia bidii, akienda kusoma, ana graduate, anapata kazi mzuri. She sees that is we are fighting for your better future, Bwana Opiyo. That's what we are trying to do. And I think at the end of this, we'll educate you. And I really appreciate your hopefulness. It's a good thing. It's a wonderful thing. Naona Guru mkono, wacha Domi aongee, then Guru, we can go around like this then to be said. Yes, Domi.
Ni kitu kimoja tu kidogo. Opiyo, you have asked what is dictatorship. What is more dictatorial than telling people they must eat a certain type of food, GMO?
Okay. Before I just want to know something. Opiyo, are you in Kenya? Now, nataka kutengenezea picha. I want to bring a picture for you. Because apparently, what I'm seeing is that you are living in an imaginary world. Okay. I think you're 500. I think somebody has explained to you. Definitely, 500, you cannot start any business. And that is a fact. Hata unajua you. Yeah? You cannot. Okay, the second thing. Umeambiwa hapa hizi mambo ya Cherera. What is the priority? Is it the hungry Kenyan or the revenge against Cherera? What's the priority? What should be addressed first? Ametuambia hapa amenunua mbolea for the farmers ili wapande mahindi. Yeah? Then umeleta mahindi kutoka nje. Yeah? Farmers right now wamevuna mahindi yao. Hii mahindi unaleta ya nini? So that sasa huyu farmer atauza wapi mahindi? Kwa sababu ile mahindi inakuja, in the end it will flood the market. Yeah? You know that it will flood the market, and that is how sugar ended. I know probably I think by wakati sukari ilianza kuanguka, Mumias ilianza kuanguka, ulikuwa mzima and you saw. Sasa hivyo ndio sukari ilianza kuanguka. Importing sugar when there is Mumias imejaza sukari, then they take magunia ya Mumias inaenda kuweka sukari imported, wanakuja kuuzia Kenya. Then magunia ya Mumias imebaki hapo. Yeah, that is part of dictatorship. Why should you bring maize? Wakati kabla wa import kitu yoyote, there must be some structures. Okay, there must be tendering. Yeah, they must tender. Ule mtu apatikane wa kununua mahindi. Okay, they settle on that person mwenye ananunua, or those groups wenye watanunua. Then ndio waende kuleta mahindi. Hii mahindi inakuja wakati wanatangaza kuwa mahindi inakuja 1 month, inakuja kutoka nje 1 week, mahindi imefika. Ilitoka wapi? The process of importing takes over 1 month. Yeah, ndio magunia ipakiwe, ijae meli, iletwe. My friend, it takes a lot of time. But hii all of a sudden imepakiwa, imefika. All of a sudden mbolea imefika. How? Ilinunuliwa siku gani? Who tendered? And how did it come there? That is the dictatorship we are talking about. It means this person has personal interest. Now, to finish off, Mr. Opiyo, nataka kukuuliza hivi. Wewe umeingia gari hapa Nairobi. then unataka kwenda Mombasa, yeah, hiyo gari inatoka Nairobi ikielekea westwards. Ukiangalia unaona unapita Limuru, then your conductor anakuambia we are headed to Mombasa. Will you be quiet? From the word go, it tells you that the government is going right or wrong. And for a reasonable person, you should question. Sasa kuja hapa kutuambia ati Raila complains. By the way, it is not, Raila is just hearing what people are complaining and is responding to that because he knows that hawa watu hawezi jitetea wenyewe. He's a person who, Raila is the only person that can stand up on anything. Wakati mwananchi analia, okay, let's be realistic. Tuseme sasa umefinywa kabisa. Wewe utafanya nini? You as an individual, what will you do? Other than crying kwa nyumba yako, utafanya nini? You'll do nothing. And who in this country can stand up and watu bana, wacha tuende tuulize. It is only Raila who does it. Let's give credit where it belongs. Watu wamefinywa. And this 500 haisaidii. Hiyo ni kuweka watu kama Fuliza inakukula umefuliza wanakupatia that 500. The government promised us that watatoa watu kwa Fuliza. Sasa wametoa watu kwa Fuliza ukupatia 500. Si wanakuingiza tu uko na Fuliza ya 500. Umewekea kwa nini yako kwa M-Pesa yako that 500. Si imemezwa. Yeah? So what is the difference between that and Fuliza? You are not getting people out of Fuliza. You are getting people worse into that Fuliza. So wakati tunaongea maneno hapa hivi, listen, the problem with you vijana, you don't chew. Hautafuni usikie whether it's real or false. Wakati tuliwaambia, we told you people, when somebody cannot explain the logic for a major investment, then it cannot work. Walikuja wakatuambia hapa bottom up. Is it working? No, it's not. It is not. Saizi wameongezea huyo mama mboga rent, watamuongezea kwa sababu what they are going to charge mwenye nyumba anaenda kuchajiwa ushuru. Ushuru imeongezwa on everything. Mafuta iko juu. Yeah, mahindi walituambia kwa walikuwa wamesema ati we were requesting for subsidies. Mahindi imepanda. So is it really bottom up? Is it helping? Ruto alituambia hata kopa. Saizi amekopa. Ile tunaongea hizi alienda Korea. I think he alikopa something like 124 billion. He said hata kopa. Si amekopa. Nani atalipa? Badala ya kukopa hata kusaidia mwananchi wa Kenya, amekopa and we don't see anything. Vile Uhuru alikuwa anakopa anajenga barabara na tuliziona. Ruto amefanya nini? So, my friend, let us reason. Watch us to reason. We have a reason as to why we should question.
Domi.
Okay, that is it.
Asante Domi. Mise,
Yes.
mute.
Yes.
I appreciate
Domi.
you.
Yes.
Mise, why are you speaking before I allow you? Asante Mise. I will give you a chance. I'm sorry. I apologize. Now, Asante Domi. So I think we all appreciate each other. Thank you, Domi, for that information. Thank you, Pio, for your contribution, because it's good to talk with young people and to hear what they're feeling. I mean, it also makes us think, like, what information haven't we given our young people? I mean, where is the gap? Inatusaidia tunajua kuna gap mahali, you know? So, and me looking at Pio and many other young people, I understand where they're coming from too. Like just like when Lisa was saying here that about 1990, it is just because I think we don't have a lot of information, and some of us may not have, some of our young people may not have information about the changes that have happened in this country, what we have struggled for, what we have fought for, where we are going, what we need, the standard set. Like, did you know there are people who live in corruption-free countries? Unaona Kenya imekuwa ni kama kawaida yake watu kuwa corrupt, watu kudanganyana, watu kuibiana vitu. It's like, it's okay. Do you know there are situations where people don't know what corruption is? And you know, I think Kibaki first term and part of second term, he experienced such as he tried to bring down corruption. That's why people talk about Kibaki so much. People know that he achieved so much in a short time. And all Kenyans, irrespective of which side of political affiliations, they agree with that. But when we now have the Uhuru Ruto government is when we have massive looting, especially in the first term, as massive looting. And now we have like a continuation of the same government. And I'll be lying to myself if I expect any changes. So there's a lot for us to talk about. Naona time yetu imeenda sana. Mimi nataka tufunge. Sasa mimi nataka kuanzia kwa mise. We give at least, I'll come back to you, Pio. We give at least 2 minutes comment, each one of us, so that we wind up. Mr. I know you want to tell Pio something. Karibu. With your 2 minutes and your closing remarks.
Unaona Opio, bwana Opio, hivyo ndio tunakuwa gagged, but usijali, we will still survive. I want to commend you for coming forward and being brave. Hapa lazima ufunge mshipi, otherwise utagongwa mawe. But for Domi has misled us, and we just wanted, and Guru, they were telling us of a definition. You did not ask for a definition of dictatorship. You already know it. We were asking a definition of dictatorship from their understanding, because the understanding seems to be twisted concept of dictatorship. And so that is what you were seeking to know in order to know how we can help them understand our side of rolling the government. And Domi has again and again misled us in terms of order of priority that is selective. The order of priority, you have given wrong examples again and again. And we want to tell you, your priority is not the priority of the President of the Republic of Kenya. He shall endeavor rolling out the projects as he has purposed and as he campaigned. And that is what we have seen him doing again and again. The issue of picketing, it is important that we understand not everything can be resolved by confrontations. Not everything can be resolved by violence. Not everything, but dialogue can also resolve issues. And this is what we are asking your candidate who is agitating for the public participation to also think of dialogue with leaders for the common good of Mwananchi. And also, Kenya or the world is a man-eat-man society. Everyone here today, given the chance of position, of privilege, they will first enrich themselves, second their people, and third the other community, which is not true. However, which is not right. However, unfortunately, that's the sad situation that happens, that every leader that we have seen, especially in Africa, whenever they get a chance of leadership, they begin by enriching themselves. The Kibaki did it, Kenyatta did it, even Raila, his fight has been for finding a position in the government, and he has succeeded in that. And lastly, let me say this, Bwana Guru. We want you people to understand. You talk about road infrastructure. Road infrastructure cannot be built overnight. It is only 4 months from the time the government started and officially to work. And so for that reason, we will see the differences after 3 to 4 years. We'll start seeing incremental change. And maybe after 10 years of Dr. William Samoei Ruto, we will then see a change that is significant. Thank you so much. And I want to appreciate every panelist here for coming here. What we come to do here is to challenge one another and learn from one another. Nobody knows it all. I've learned a lot from Guru and Domi and you, Julia, and Opio, and public participation. And this is the true spirit of debating. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Public participation, your closing remarks.
Yes, thank you. I want to applaud Mr. and Opio. They are our fellow Kenyans. We'll be here with them when things become thick. And especially Opio ako kwa ground. So Opio, ukinyang'anywa simu kwa sababu ya economy imeharibika, tuko pamoja, utakuja jioni kama utapata simu ingine utuambie ni aje, mambo inaendelea aje. So mimi na wewe tuko kwa ground na Guru tuko kwa ground, and from what I've seen, there are some hustlers who are coming our side after realizing they were due. So slowly by slowly, I think we'll also join as the side effects reach you. Najua si unaona watu wenu tu hustler ndio wako basi wameanza mambo ya demonstration. So as soon as the effect is going to reach you, utakuja utuambie ijakufikia bado, ndio ninaona you are still very positive and that's good, but itakufikia very soon. Utajua huyu mtu amewadupe, mumedanganywa, amewawaste, but I hope that will be sooner than later will reach a turning point. Otherwise, thanks Julia, Mr. Domi, Guru, and Opio. I also learn a lot from you guys, and I really appreciate. Let's continue debating for the good of our country. Thank you.
Asante. I hope Bwana Opio atapoteza simu. Bwana Opio, karibu, your closing remarks. Uko mute. Unmute your mic. You are mute. I don't know whether I can unmute you. Okay, go ahead now.
So I'm saying thank you, Julia. So, but let me shoot this one to Guru and Domi. Domi, from your narration, at point I also felt converted, but you have not fully warned me. And niseme hivi, I think what really gives the Hustler Nation sleepless nights is the high rate of unemployment. And these are the kind of things that has really led to insecurity, ndio? Crime imekuwa juu sana saa hizi Kenya. Na vitu zimechangia ni high rate of unemployment. So I think the Hustler Fund, I think the president was trying to come up with the Hustler Fund. At least youth can get something out of it and engage them. Unaona, waji-engage kwa biashara. Something they can do. Najua mnaangalia 500 mnasema sasa 500 atafanya nini? Unaona? But you never know. You have different stages, you have different phases of biashara. Mtu anaamua chukio 500, anza na biashara ya mahindi. Mtu anywe hiyo 500 anza kuuza sweet. Unaona? At least anapata something that where they engage themselves. Unaona? So high rate of unemployment is what has really led to high rate of crime. And I think wacha tu serikali jaribu venye wamejaribu hivyo. Unaona? If at all they are going to make it, wacha tuone kama itawezekana. So mi bado na stick point yetu. Let's stop complaining. Let's give the Hustler Nation time to use the strategies they have come up with, and let's see if it will work. Thank you. Juliana.
Bwana Domi, dakika zako 2 na ujibu huyu kijana wetu amekuuliza swali. You are muted, Bwana Domi.
Okay, dictatorship inasema a form of government which one person or small group possess absolute power without effective constitutional limitation. You see, they possess that power. They do not follow the constitution. Kama kuleta mahindi bila follow the process that is called dictatorship. Kama all of a sudden unaenda kufutafuta mapolisi who are doing their work even without due process, yeah, including mambo kama okay, revenge, which is in their mind, Nilikuuliza what's the priority? Kwenda kuangaisha akina Cherera, who can be, hao ni watu wenye they can handle them next year. Badala ya kudeal na mambo ya food shortage hapa, kutafuta vile watanunua mahindi kutoka kwa mkulima, wanaleta mahindi kutoka nje. Those are some of the dictatorship tendencies. Mimi ameongea mambo ya okay, I think this one right there, acha nijibu tu pia listen, it is a wrong priority. Na nilikwambia, it is not about the president, it is about Kenyans. What do Kenyans need, not what the president thinks. If he's thinking wrong, he is wrong. That is a fact. Na wacha tusaidiane hapa. We said, I wish we could learn how to call what is wrong wrong, and that will help us. Hiyo sasa ndio hapo hivyo ndio, that's where you feel. Okay, you're still talking of, okay, Opio, you talked of time, giving time. Why should you give? Okay, unajua kuendesha gari? Do you know how to drive? Now think of this. Uko kwa highway, unataka kwenda at the speed of 120. Do you wave from end of the highway to another? Yeah, do you? No, you don't. You maintain the center. Na ukiona dereva anaanza kwenda kando na kando, then it tells you immediately that this guy is going, ataenda kutumwaga, and we must stop it. Yeah, kama analeta mahindi without due process, his priority is to punish those who questioned the wrong thing that Chebukati was doing, because everybody saw what was wrong that was being done. Kila mtu aliona, na usiseme haikuwa, you saw. Vitu zilikuwa wazi, hata makaratasi ikibadilishwa pale kwa nini? Watu wakichukua makaratasi huku nyuma, it was in the open, in the open. Chebukati was doing a wrong thing. These people to question, they had a right to question. And if there is anything they should do, you should do, is if they question what was wrong, that is not a reason to remove them. So, in essence, the whole thing is, there is a dictatorship that must be stopped. There is a rogue leadership that must be stopped. And we need to stop it as by yesterday. Have a blessed day.
Asante Domi.
Julia, kuna kitu nilisahau, please, just 1 minute. Kuna kitu Lisa alisema that we are living in a corrupt society, and mtu akiingia kwa presidency, the first priority ni kuiba, kujitajirisha. So we should just understand that the kind of concept yenye Hasla alikuwa anasema ati corruption cannot hinder us from developing. So this kind of a policy, let me ask you, are there no rich people in America where there is no corruption? Are there no rich? So you see, that kind of philosophy or Opio, that wizi ni lazima tuibe ndio tutajirike, is what is destroying Africa. Because you want to tell me all those rich people wakina Warren Buffett waliiba pesa ya mtu, walifanya biashara, legit business, which met the nini, na alafu they made money. So even the message which is being sent to you is that you can never become rich unless you are a corrupt individual, which is very wrong. But if it was the truth, these countries like Singapore, which don't have corruption, they would all be poor. But kuna rich people in the West, and they do legit. Ama Julia na Makiadi watuambie kama if they became rich through corruption, the rich people who are in America, did they become rich through corruption? So wanafanya legit business. So this mindset ati lazima uibe, ati ukiingia kwa president, the first thing ni uibe kwanza ujitajirishe. You can become rich without stealing. Thank you.
Hapa kwetu hakuna corruption. Hapa kwetu hakuna corruption. Sasa tusidanganye.
Asante Domi, Asante Pal. It is Misa who is Mr. Opio. Misa, it's a shame you're a lawyer, and you are the one who spoke and said that the world is a man-eat-man society. Misa, you are also lying. Canada, I don't think Canada is a man-eat-man society, and that every person who gets leadership has to get rich. You even quoted Kibaki, you are lying. Kibaki doesn't have corruption scandals. So don't lie on this public TV. That was a big lie, because it is not everybody who thinks like you. We don't think like you.
No, Julia,
No.
Chitonga, the scandal when the gentleman who ran to UK in his I forgot his name. It was during whose government was it?
Okay, a minute, Mise. Now, that was Morungaru. It was during Kibaki's government, but Kibaki himself has not been mentioned. Unlike your boss, Mr. President William Samoei Ruto, who has scandals. You made me go there. I didn't want to go there tonight, but I have to go there for the sake of Opio, because you are misleading this young person and other young people. Mr. William Samoei Ruto has numerous scandals, not naming them, the likes of Western Hotel, and even having taken land from a man called Mutesh. Mr. Opio, Mr. William Samuto was taken to court. Amenyaganya mtu kama wewe shamba, hasla kama wewe shamba na kama mimi shamba. Anapelekwa kotini, anaambiwa rudisha hiyo shamba. It's a shame that he was already in the government when he was taken to court. And now, who is his counterpart? Gachagua, who has numerous corruption scandals. Those scandals are being dropped one by one by the chief prosecutor, Haji. It is a shame. And Mise here is talking on national TV, telling us it is okay because the world is a man each man society. That is what public participation is trying to say here. And I think I need to emphasize that point. That is a wrong attitude, is a wrong thing, Kenyans, and we should not adopt that. It is very wrong and should never happen in our country. Asante public participation for bringing that to light. I didn't want to go there, lakini vile umesema, wacha tusaidie kijana wetu Opio kwa sababu yeye probably akona roho safi na he has a clear heart. He's trying to speak his mind, and some of us here are trying to mislead him. Mr. Opio, it is not true. You don't have to be corrupt to get rich, and I promise you, you'll not have to do that to succeed. You don't have to do that. Opio, nitakupatia nafasi, wacha nipatie Nguru kwanza. I know he has something to say. Nguru, you are, and remember we are closing.
Yes, let me make my closing remarks. And in this, I want to remind Kenyans, especially the young ones, that dictatorship comes in small doses. When Moi came to power in 1978, he was celebrated across the country, and people felt maybe it's a breath of fresh air from what was turning into a dictatorial regime of the first president, Jomo Kenyatta. But 4 years down the line, the regime changed totally. And from then on, human rights were never an important aspect of his regime. Now, we who were young then would be lined up to cheer him as he went to his political rallies across the country. Then there was emergence of language, Juju Saidi, and that he was the only being in Githeri. So what we ended up with was a broadened personality ambaye alitufinya zaidi. And it took several years, many years of blood, sweat, and tears to get where we are. So when Raila Odinga talks the way he does, he knows what he is talking about. He knows that what looks innocent now could end up being a pillar of dictatorship. What he is preventing now is a big confrontation 5 years from now. Because if we have a disputed IEBC and we have a compromised judicial system, what do you expect will happen if we have a dispute like the one we had in 2017, in 2022, in 2007, What do you think will happen? So in this case, it is good to learn from history. Although I've heard the youth have been told history is not important. And some of them have bought that idea. For me, if I were to recommend, I don't know whether I have that space, Julia, to recommend to the committee that is going around the country that it is time we taught history of Kenya to every student from standard 6 or thereabouts through to the secondary school, so that they can understand that the country has come from some place and is headed somewhere. That way we safeguard ourselves from a possible retrogression. It is very easy to categorize this as a clash of personalities. It is not. In fact, those who are saying that Raila to take his children to the front line, who does Baba take to the front line because all his children? They call him Baba. So I don't know what language these people would want to understand, because when somebody is assigned that that title, it means he has qualifications that meet the title. So everybody who will be turning up in Kamukuji, hawa ni watoto ya Baba. So they will be in the front line. The children of Baba are not only those biological ones. Even the Aisha Juma you see akitingisha kiuno is come from the palms of that mzee in terms of being taught leadership and politics and many others. But you know what? Tenda wema, enda zako. So this narrative of trying to demonize this one man whose history is interred in Kenyan history. When the history of modern Kenya is written, Raila Amolo Odinga's name will feature prominently. And there is no doubt about that one, because he's been at the center of changing systems and fighting for greater rights of individuals. He's been called names, he's been misunderstood, he's been verified, and today most of those who verified him are actually enjoying the possessions and the fruits of his hard labor and sacrifices. So, but you know, this is a man who has been selfless to a level whereby he's given away a possession of presidency that he could have pushed the button to the end. But on reflection, he sees that Kenya is greater than any one of us, even himself, and therefore has compromised quite several times. So these young people, Opio, I hope you are not serious in what you are saying. I hope you have not been serious in what you are saying, because I would expect that being a young man, you should have introspection to see people are not just merely complaining because they hate William Ruto. No, there is no hatred here. It's that we've seen governments come to power. We've seen Kebaki government. We have seen Uhuru government. Okay? Some of us when Mzee was dying, we were just very young, so we did not understand what exactly was happening. But to sum it up is to say this: the price of democracy is eternal vigilance. Unarara kidogo namna hii, unakuta umepokonywa ile ulikuwa nayo. Asante.
Thank you Guru. Umeongea vizuri, umesema tufundishe watoto history. They used to learn history and government, but hiyo historia they learn more about how we Kenyans, I think tulifika hapa, vile Wakikuyu walifika Central, Mount Kenya, nini sijui wanasoma nini public participation. I think next time we shall discuss about it. They also learn about the government, the three arms of government, the judiciary, the executive, and now I think they are taught about the two houses. And I think they are taught about how we gain independence, but I don't think they are taught about multi-party democracy. Sidhani kama wao watoto wanafundishwa hivyo. That is why these people don't know nothing about what has happened in this country. So you're right, maybe they should look at the curriculum. Opio, I know you had spoken, but you want to say something so that I go to hand over back to Makiadi. Karibu Opio.
Okay, thank you very much to Domi and Guru. Okay, mi nimeshukuru sana. I have felt some sense on whatever you have shared. Why do I feel now like I was heading to the wrong direction? So I think whatever you have shared, I'm also going to do more research on it, so that at least maybe on our next meeting, I can have something solid to share. Though I also feel like attacked venye Misa kwa nasema hapa nitafungwa na kamba. So I feel attacked, but I've not taken it negative. Lakini nitaona jinsi ya kustrategize tena na nirudi kwa hii mkutano kama niko na very sober thoughts to share on the same. Thank you.
Asante Opio, we will not attack you. Even me say we argue with him, but at the end of the day, we are colleagues, we are panelists, and even there are times we have shows that there's a time like Mise was doing something for us, a good thing here, was talking about opportunities in Canada. So at the end of the day, we still agree on a lot of things. Na hata tukifunga show, it's not that tunachukiana, hapana. We just argue about Kenya, but at the end of the day, we are not enemies at all, because we remind ourselves we are Kenyans. And maybe what I would like to say, that the discussion today opened my mind, and I realized that maybe there are many Kenyans that don't know why we have these issues, we have all the conflicts, why Baba wants to go to the streets, why Baba is calling people back to the streets, is because we are coming from situations such as now, where there is a big section of Kenyans, first and foremost, who feel that election has been stolen from them like 3-4 times, from 2007, then we have 2013 and 2017. And if you see, these Kenyans are a big population of Kenyans. They are half, and sometimes they are more than half. If you look at the members of parliament who are on their side. Now, 2022, we have the same kind of a thing, and these Kenyans feel like things were not done right. Then we look at the government. So we come from such an election where we think that some Kenyans believe, or many Kenyans, maybe half or more than half, feel that Chebukati did not do the right thing, Chief Justice did not do the right thing. Now, and they kind of swallow their pride and decide to say maybe life should go on. But as they do, life should go on, what happens? The prices of goods skyrocket. Unasikia unga ya mahindi imeenda juu, mara hii serikali imeingia imetoa food subsidy, fuel subsidy, mara unasikia ati kuna subsidy ya fertilizer. Some Kenyans are asking themselves, what do we need? Subsidy of fertilizer or food? We are hungry, we are going hungry. Now, as we are speaking, we see some Kenyans. I saw some Kenyan who died in the Western Province, another one in Rift Valley, Baringo. Juzi watu wamekufa na njaa. Wamekufa na njaa, si kwa ugonjwa. They died because they were hungry. Now, we are looking at that, then we see a cabinet selection of POC. I don't know which part of Kenya you come from. Mimi natoka Mount Kenya region, but I'm not happy with what happened. We see a cabinet selection where more than half of the cabinet is from two communities, the Kalenjin and the Kikuyus. Then we see the principal secretary is the same. Now, these things are piling up. Remember, these people are feeling tumeibiwa uchaguzi. Unaona, bado hiyo kitu haijaenda, tumeibiwa uchaguzi. Now, first you need to ask these people, mbona wengine walikuwa wanataka kuchagua Raila na sio Ruto? Maybe you should even ask the people from Mount Kenya region. I think me and Guru here, and I think public participation, you ask us, sisi tumetoka Mount Kenya region, kwa nini hatutetei Ruto na tuko na Gachagua? Okay, me, I can tell you, it's not a tribe thing. I just weighed myself. I said, I don't agree with corrupt people. I don't agree people who steal from public coffers. And therefore, even though Gachagua is going to be the running mate, I don't agree with his presidency. And I think about 900,000 people from Mount Kenya region thought like me, because Baba got over 900,000 votes from Mount Kenya region. So if you look at that, so some of us voted on matters of principles, while others voted on matters of tribes. Now, these people now, they got into election, then we feel things are not, well, Chebukati did not prove to us beyond reasonable doubts that we lost. Now, we kind of swallow our pride and decide to move on. But as we move on, these are the things happening: prices of goods, prices of flour, mafuta, mara unasikia cabinet selection imetoka pandi moja, principal secretary is the same. And then as if that is not enough, akina Cherera ati wafukuzwe kwa sababu they aired their voices. They were not okay with the results of the way the election was done. Ati wamefukuzwa, which means the picture Ruto is giving us, I don't care what you feel. I'm going on and I'm preparing for 2027, and I'm going to have my own people run the election. Now, this pressure is piling up. And as we do that in the background, tunasikia ati subsidy ya school fee imetolewa na tuko na watoto shule. Now we are hearing that school fees that was 40,000 will be 70,000. I mean, hii pressure upio in a pile. Haya, usisahau watoto wengine wetu ni hustlers kama wewe. They are graduated from college. Sasa wamekaa wakigojea hii pesa ya hustler. Now they are making applications, wanatumia 500. Another pressure piling up. So what Ruto is doing, he's nailing the coffin. And now Baba, they are throwing insults at Baba. And what do you think people will do? People will come out and join Baba. That's what people is going to do. So the thing is, it's not even a Baba issue. Even I'm not sitting here thinking that Baba will become president, because maybe looking at his age, I may not expect him to become president. But I think there are many Kenyans who are thinking like me, right? Yani wamegojea tu kiberiti hivi tu kidogo. They are just at the blink of anything now. That's the feeling. So it is not even opposing Ruto. It is just the things that Ruto is doing. First, who he is and how he came to power, and then the things he's doing. So he's adding what we call salt onto injury. Yani anamwagia kidonda chuvi. That's what he's doing. So if you hear us arguing, mimi kama mimi, I can't say it's chuki, because I don't have any tribal affiliations towards Baba. And I can't say I have a tribal reasons to be backing him. I just felt that he was the right person who could have rescued this country. But then when the election, I thought, according to me, I thought it was stolen. Then I see the things that are happening. Then I want to ask myself, I'm not in Kenya right now, but I'm thinking the people who are in Kenya, what are they going through? Who will rescue them? Now, I'm asking myself, will these people go for the next 5 years? Will Kenya survive for the next 5 years? What will happen to our young people who are jobless? Baba said he was going to give 6,000 to 2 million families in Kenya. So these 2 million families will not see that 6,000. Baba promised free education up to college. What has Ruto done? He has increased the cost of education. And even as we talk now, they were planning to withdraw the funding, that the funding goes to the universities. Opio, I don't know that you've gone to the university, maybe you have. Did you know the Kenyan student gets over 75% funding from the government? Mwanafunzi mwenye anafanya education, badala ya kulipa something to do with 150,000 Kenya shillings per year, who analipa only 16,000. Who pays the remaining fee? The government pays for them. Did you know that the Ruto's government was planning to withdraw that? Until Babu Owino said, try, we are walking to your office tomorrow. So Mashovu akahold hiyo kitu. But do you think they have stopped from doing that? What do you think these people are trying to do? To make Kenyans poor and hopeless. Wakikupatia shilingi 500, so wanakupatia shilingi 500, wanatoa shilingi 25 bob from you. They take 25 bob from you. So you get 475. But even that 475, you got to pay money for withdrawal. So maybe you get 450. But for that loan, you got to pay more than 500, including interest. Now, hiyo pesa wanakata kako wanapeleka kwa wapi? Then they are encouraging you to pay so that you borrow another 500. Sasa, bwana Opio, when will your credit build so that angalau upate 1,100 ununue pikipiki? Utafika 1,100 siku gani? Do you think you'll get there? Do you think? So those are the things we are speaking here. And I think many Kenyans have heard that. Me, I'm very sad. Let me say this. I don't directly suffer from what Kenyans are going through, but I have relatives. I have relatives that are going through that. So I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. Because when they are stressed and when they are financially stressed, I have to come in. I feel it, and I feel it so much. And personally, Makiadi, Mise, Domi, participation, Guru, and Opio, and those who are watching, I can't bring myself to accept that Kenyans will go through this for 5 years, leave alone those 10 Gachagua is talking about. I can't bring myself to that. And that is why, fellow Kenyans, you must listen to Baba. Baba akiwaambia muamke Wednesday, muamke. If Baba tells you to jump, you ask him, how high should we jump? Asante Makiadi. I hand over back.
Asante sana Julia. I think you have conducted a very informative session for the past, I don't know what. We've been here for 5 hours. I didn't even expect us to go that long. We're almost heading to the 6th hour. And I think kina public participation wamekuja hapa na Guru kama tumeendelea kidogo, but it's always good to see you here. Kitu cha kwanza nimeona kuna mtu ametusalimia kutoka Uganda, wacha nirudishe salamu. Anaitwa nani? Sijui kama umeona hiyo salamu. Kuna mtu anaitwa Francis Mwebembezi. Hiyo jina ngumu sana. Anasema anatusalimia kutoka Uganda. Kwa hivyo asante sana kwa kuungana nasi kutoka Uganda, na wengine wote ambao wamekuja hapa kuangalia show ya siku ya leo. Samahani kwamba nimesimama kando for a while. I was caught up somewhere, but it is good. At least Julia amesukuma. I think I'll give our panelists at least an opportunity to make some closing remarks, kwa sababu ninaona sijui mise kwako ni saa 8:28 usiku. I think same to Julia.
Hata nilikuwa niwaambia wafunge, sijui kama bado wanataka kuongea. I think they have something to say. Mise has something, those who want to talk.
Sasa ubaya tukisema watu waachie show, hakuna mtu wa kuongeza watu kwa panel, so itakuwa vigumu kidogo, kwa sababu they need somebody at least to add people. Najua kina public participation wako na mambo mengi ya kuongea, lakini masandi hakuna. Brian, nimeona ujumbe wako, nitafikisha ujumbe wako, asante sana. And I think I'll give everybody at least two minutes kufanya closing remarks. Naona kuna mgeni wetu mashuhuri hapa anaitwa Mark Henry Opio. Karibu sana. It's the first time I'm seeing you here. Hao wengine wote ni wenyeji. So let me begin from where. Nianze na Mark Henry Opio. Nikupatie dakika 2 tu peke yake. 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes ufanye kitu inaitwa closing remarks. Ama nianze na mwingine. Wacha nianze na mwenyeji ndio usikie vile inafanyika hapa. Wacha nianze na Domi. dakika mbili closing remarks ndio tufunge show. Kesho tutakutana hapa mapema sana. Karibu.
I think I'll just echo what Julia said. We should not give too much space to watch a wrong thing proceed. Somebody said, for wickedness to prosper, if it's for good people or the right people to watch it happen and do nothing about it. So, if we do nothing about what is going on, then in the end, tutakuja kulia. And I'm not ready to leave the nation in the hands of to leave the nation totally tattered for my children to come and face it. We should make the nation better. Okay, that's my final remark.
Aya, asante Domi, leo nimeona uko na maneno machache ya kusema. Birian, umesema unataka namba ya nani? Brian Omba Makedi atakupa hiyo namba, iko kwa chat. Okay, sawa, namba iko tayari, ukitaka nitafute. Wacha niende kwa Mise. Dakika mbili.
I just wanted to tell Mark Henry Opio, you're on the right trajectory. I agree. The moment Raila stops being a perennial complainer and become objective, we shall calm down and reason. You know, even the Bible says, come and reason, come and let us reason together. At the moment we start having constructive criticism and move above and beyond election of 2022, then we shall have we will begin to have a constructive debate and engagement for the development of our country. But if you keep poking the president and this government, they will respond in equal measure and ensure that they have defended themselves and make sure that they have done that which that they have to do in order to execute their mandate as the government of the day. But most importantly, it is not this Kenya is not about two individuals, Ruto and Raila. We have charged them with the responsibility as our mouthpieces, and as such, they should lead us with the integrity and not with a purpose of divisiveness. And this is where we, as the people, feel that our leaders are using us as objects that to advance their agendas. And that's what we are asking our leaders to be objective, fight poverty, health issues, and many other challenges that a common mwananchi is facing. And Guru, I like your passion, and I like the way you have appealed to other people. And I also, you and Julia have successfully today patronized us on the basis of age, but we shall endeavor and we shall not be discouraged to make sure to remind you that history, when history shall be written, it shall go down that the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya is none but than Dr. William Samoei Ruto. But the big question is, did he deliver his mandate, his agendas, his promises to the people of the Republic of Kenya? Did he reduce the gap of poverty? Did he reduce unemployment? That is what we will be judged, and that's what history will harshly judge him or credit him for having taken the position of the president to represent the interest of the people. But that being said, we all know that Section 43 is awaiting by those who are hell bent to sabotage the government of the Republic of Kenya, the government of one William Samoei Ruto, and it will be so harsh. And people like Domi will not be very happy when this Section 43 will be applied on them. So let me stop there, but say that we have had a meaningful debate. I have Marco Pio. I must warn you that the only time that you can be accommodated of a divergent opinion is a time like this. This panelist is very accommodating. But if you come during the day and speak as you spoke, otherwise you'll be blocked and kicked out. So there's no democracy during the day. There's democracy and freedom of expression this time of the night. This your time. I encourage you to be coming this time, and you will learn a lot. People who come here are very mature. They are not Peter. They are not perennial complainers. They are very objective in their arguments, and their purpose is to educate one another. Iron sharpens another iron. That's what I would leave for you. But don't be discouraged. Soldier on, my brother.
Okay, asante sana Mise, wacha niende kwa public participation dakika mbili.
Yeah, thank you, Makiadi. I appreciate the divergent views from Mr. Mise and Mr. The hustlers who are crossing over to Azimio, Pole Pole, as they are, especially when you're on ground. Mise might not be in touch with the reality on the ground, because it's not in the ground, but what come up here, they are more easily convinced because to wako kwa ground, wanajua the real situation on the ground. So I'd like to ask Mr. Opio, tafuta kitabu inaitwa How Democracies Die. Hiyo kitabu ni mzuri sana, How Democracies Die. Because you are a young man, utakana usome hizo vitabu za politics and what not to educate you further. Yeah. So for us, as my handle, public participation, I'm big on the public participating in making government. I'm not for a kind of a totalitarian government whereby it's just directives which are being issued. Us as taxpayers, tunalipa hii ushuru yenye inatumiwa sasa kulipa komiti ya kuangalia Nairobi River. Tunalipa hii ushuru yenye inatumika kuleta hizi subsidies. So we have a say. We are not just there to be told what is to be done with our taxes. We have a say. We are supposed to be involved in whether the most want to be introduced, whether subsidies want to be removed. It's not supposed to be a directive. It's supposed to be something which is includes the public to participate, whether we are going to remove subsidies for peace. And if Dr. Ruto is really serious about poverty eradication, I don't think that we should be removing food subsidies, yeah, because if people are not educated, how will they come out of poverty? Watu wakifika class 8, what poverty eradication itakuwa namna gani? Haiwezekani. So it's very important that some of these things, as much as tunasema tuna complain, we're not complaining. It's our right. It's our right. This money which is being put for subsidy, tunalipa taxes, and we should have a say. What I know from the Western countries, which we live in Canada and the US and wherever, is that there's a lot of public participation. President tu hawezi amka alafu aseme that like for example hii issue ya gun ownership and what not. As much as kuna public shooting, a president hawezi amka aseme sasa nobody will not allow owning of guns. Yeah, so that's the kind of direction and trajectory we want to make as Kenyans, whereby we are fully involved in our governance. We are not just sitting back, whereby we are just being told left, right. Ukienda left, it's not working, then we come back to right. No. And we also need to, this issue of shoot to kill, maybe government can come up with a kind of labor camp whereby how our rogue children, because most of these thugs by the way ni watu wa 12 to 16 years old, wapelekwe labor camp wafanye kazi huko, if at all you don't want to shoot to kill them, because they are killing citizens, they are killing police. So, and we want Rashid to be released. Rashid should be released. Without him, Isili and Pangani area was very insecure, and without others like Hesi, some areas, especially low-income areas, will not be habitable because of the high rate of crime. So before when we elect a government, that's what we expect from them. Can they involve us? Because every decision they make, no matter how small, like this one, sasa ya kushika Rashid, it's affecting us on a personal level. Waizi wameanza tena kutusumbua. Obviously ati ninakuombea mabaya, but be careful with your phone and your valuables. Kumekuwa kubaya kwa ground. Yeah, otherwise have a blessed Sunday. Thank you so much for this forum. It's really a good forum for educating each other and for ventilating. And I know some legislature people normally watch and they get some ideas from us on a good, good ideas. And the same thing we are saying that as we are mobilizing Baba, if you have any good idea, tusaidie Baba na ideas za kumobilize so that our voice can come out. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Okay, asante sana public participation. Wacha niende kwa Guru. Guru, niko umeongea kweli hapa na sidhani dakika 2.
I think I've said so much today. I don't think I'll need to talk much more. Lakini kabla sijaenda, I think it is important to say thank you to on this forum, and I'm able to lead much. Like today, Missy has taught me about penal code. Section is 23. I'll go and read about it. Although I may not agree with his interpretation of events. 43. Because we have been there before, where people have tried to use even the section of the law to curtail personal freedoms. This multi-party was not won by people following strictly what is written in the penal code, and therefore, but I'll go and read about it. Nevertheless, I also want to say that going to Kamukunji is not illegal. It is within the constitution, and those people who may want to distort facts of law and constitution should think twice. This is a multi-party democracy, or it is supposed to be so according to the constitution that we gave ourselves in 2010, and which is now our agreement contract with the government of Kenya. So Kamukunji Wednesday. Asante.
Aya, asante sana Bwana Guru. Wacha niende kwa Mark Henry amedrop tena. Okay, sasa basi Julia, I think tutafunga sasa kupitia kwako. You are 2 minutes. Domi tena anataka kuongeza maneno. Domi, tunafunga ndugu yangu.
Okay, there's something nani Mr. Bata anarudia, and bado tutaendelea kumcorrect. Kutuambia ati the president is there and is going to apply equal measure on those people who are going to question his wrong. That is damn wrong. And that's the dictatorship that will not put up with. Yeah? That is a dictatorship and will not put up with it.
Aya. Sawa Bwana Domi. Najua Mise ni mgeni kwa hizi siasa, anafikiria ukituambia ati utaturudishia na iko mesha tutaingia chini ya meza. Think ungekuwa zile siku zenye watu walikuwa wanapigania multi-party, labda ungejua siasa ni nini na udikteta ni nini. Hapa hakuna kitu bwana.
Maybe Mr. should read about, I keep telling him many times here that I was young, but I heard with my 2 ears, Matiba telling Moi, I have resigned, do your worst. And today Kenya is a multi-party state. And then when Moi arrested Matiba and Rubia, guess what? Jaramogi and the likes of, there was Jaramogi, I think there's Paul Moite. They said, Kamukunji ilikuwa imefungwa. Nyinyi mnakumbuka, Kamukunji ilifungwa. But Jaramogi said, I'll be right there at the center of Kamukunji crowds. And for sure, huyo mzee alienda Kamukunji. Na ilikuwa siku ya Moi. Sasa ni nini Mr. unatuambia hapa? Telling Domi that it will be dealt with equal measure.
Mwambie hata Njoya anaweza enda uangalie story ya Njoya Mise.
Unajua I think mnani squat, lakini nilikuwa nasema pia.
Hapana, you keep saying
tear gas inaharibika kwa store bana. Na wengine na your tax money.
Wewe unafikiria tear gas inatisha nani?
What do you think is tear gas, Mise?
Ujai pigwa na tear gas ndio unasikia inatisha wewe peke yako. People have been through these things, my friend. Wacha hata tear gas. Kuna kitu inaitwa torture chambers ilikuwaga chini nayo Nyayo House pale
Inaitwa Nyayo House.
I will also like to wear out my closing remarks. Huh?
Yeah, I'll give you a minute. It was Julia's turn. Ni Mise tu ndiye analeta.
We are just dealing with Mise here.
Ni Mise tu ndiye analeta mnyahano hapa. Haya, sasa waendelea.
That he's thinking that saying those things to dummy will scare a crow. No, Mise, I'm sorry. We have been there. We were here. We were alive, and we were sane, and we were sensible. We were not so young. We saw people even being detained. Matiba and Rubia were detained, but guess what? Jaramogi and the likes of Paul Muite, knowing Matiba was detained and Rubia, went to Kamkuji grounds. They called a meeting, the famous Saba Saba. Opio, read about Saba Saba. The same famous July 7, Saba Saba. So we've been there. So those things, Mr. Go tell your boss that tumetoka mbali. Now, Raila has been there too, and he knows where we are coming from. So nobody, aende ashtue mende. Mwene mkashtue mende. Mkishtue mende, we'll congratulate you. So
sisi tumewaambia kujeni hiyo siku na mlete furugu.
and in the midst of what Misa is saying, they are harassing and intimidating the same police that they expect to use to intimidate the opposition. They'll be so surprised at the behavior of the police. And they'll be so surprised. I'm telling you, and nobody wants to go to Hague. Don't forget your boss has been in Hague for such circumstances. So nobody wants to go to Hague again for mass killings and all that. So I don't think anybody wants violence. Even I don't think Baba wants violence. I think everybody's fighting for their rights. So Kenya na wambia tena, if Baba says come and if Baba says jump, ask Baba how high do you want us to jump? How ndio maoni yangu ya kufunga. Asante Makiadi.
Haya, asante Julia. Wacha nimpatie Mark Henry nafasi pia dakika mbili aweze kutoa maoni yake ya mwisho.
Okay, thank you very much, Julia and Makiadi. Mine is just to share a word of thanks for giving me an opportunity to be part of this panel. And I've really learned a lot from my seniors, Domi, Guru, and public participation. Yeah, I've really learned a lot from you guys. And now I wish we all move as a unit. Kumbuka Kenya ni kubwa kuliko sisi wote na Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. Kenya ikichomeka, si Kenya ya Azimio ama Kenya ya Sala Nation imechomeka. Ni Kenya yetu yote, sawa? So I wish we all collect ourselves together regardless of our political and ideological differences. Kenya ni kubwa kushinda sisi wote na tutakie Kenya mazuri, si ndio? Because Mise, when you fly back home, I know unataka ukuje kwa nchi ni kwa amani, si ndio? But you are still together in this, bro, unless otherwise. Thank you very much.
Aya, asante sana Mark Henry, ninaona umesoma haraka sana. I like your closing remarks, short and clear and sweet. Si kama Misi anawakisha microphone na alikuwa amemaliza kuongea. So your divergent opinion is always welcome here. Asante sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi public participation, Domi, Guru, na kwa kawaida Julia. Na wale wote ambao umeungana pamoja nasi kwenye studio siku ya leo. Tumekuwa hapa kwa yamkini masaa matano, 5 hours 36 minutes tangu tufungue hii show. We did not expect to go this long, but I think watu walikuwa wamekosa nafasi ya kutoa wosia wao kwa siku ya leo. I think Bernard kesho atapatikana. Leo I think hakuwa na nafasi, but we hope kesho, which is today, actually Sunday, already tuko Sunday, atapatikana. Kuna watu ambao wametuma salamu mingi sana, kuanzia kwa John Dinda pale. John Dinda alisema huwa anatutazama kutoka Machakos, Masaku. Nikta Nyambane, kuna Father Danny Darius, kuna Waskaon, Simba Omar, Brian Richards, Birian, nani mwingine hapo, Kenya 254, Francis kutoka Kampala, Uganda, na nani mwingine. Kuna watu wengi sana. Tukianza kusema waandike mahali wako, ndio utajua hiki kipindi kinatazamwa kila mahali. Lakini kuwakumbusha tu watazamaji wetu, tafadhali ukienda kwa Mutembei, kusubscribe kwa Mutembei on YouTube channel, make sure umehit notification button. Saizi nikitazama tumefikia karibu subscribers 1360. almost 360,000 subscribers. So we are still pushing. We are still pushing. Tunataka tufikishe almost 500,000 before the end of the year. So tafadhali, kama huja subscribe kwa Mutembei TV, enda usubscribe na uhit notification button. Ndio wakati tutakuwa tumeenda live, utapata notification. We are right now at 361k. That's a good number. I remember beginning of the year tulikuwa karibu 200, sijui ilikuwa 200 ama ngapi. So we are growing very fast. We want to urge you, tafadhali ukikuja hapa kwa comment section kupeana maoni yako, tumia lugha mufti, lugha safi, lugha ambayo si ya kumtusi mtu, na we always welcome divergent opinion hapa. Hata Mise huwa tunamvumilia. We get paid to listen to Mise here. It's not easy staying here kusikiza Mise, lakini tunavumilia na anatulipa kukaa hapa tumsikize saa zingine. Unajua kuna watu wanarushaga makombora kutoka hapo kwa comment section mpaka Mise mwenyewe anakasirika, lakini sisi tunavumilia hapa. So karibu, tunakukaribisha kama uko na nafasi siku nyingine ya kukuja hapa, unataka kuongea kwenye studio, karibu. Naona kuna watu hapo wanaendelea kupiga blue. Bado watu wako blue, Julia. Wanasema baba forever. Ndio tunakwambia Mise, hizo tear gas mnataka kututisha nazo, sijui tarehe 9 sijui zinaozea kwa store. Wacha hiyo, hata mungeleta stock mpya. Ukiambiwa watu walikuwa wanafungiwa Nyayo torture chambers karibu mwaka mzima, huoni jua. Unatoka huko unaona Raila siku hizi kuna jicho moja anapanguza pale, ni kwa sababu alifungiwa namna hiyo.
And I think when I need someone to explain to me, I don't know, Guru, when Jaramogi and Mutembei were fighting for multipartyism, Raila was in detention, right?
Was even in the country, I think. Yeah, I remember.
Msaida alikuwa amefungwa ama nilini kwa sababu he was not in the picture, but he was not at home. I think either he was arrested or something. He had been arrested, because I can remember his father saying that ati wamekataa twende Kamukunji. I'll be right there at the middle of Kamukunji. Yes, Domi.
Yes, he was. I think he came out in 91. 91 ndio alitoka. By that time, I think he was in.
So see, Jaramogi has a son who is arrested, and Jaramogi is going to Kamukunji grounds, and he said that I remember the statement. Ati wamesema tusende Kamukunji. I'll be right there at the center of Kamukunji grounds. That's what Jaramogi said, and he's saying that saizo Matiba na Rubia hamjulikani wako wapi. First, people are suspecting they are dead. And even if people suspect they are dead, people are not afraid. People are coming now to go to Kamukunji grounds. So what is Mr. saying here? And those were the days that you did not even open your mouth to talk about Moi. Na sasa hivi sasa.
Julia, tumsamehe Mise leo. Unajua sisi tumeona hata station ya radio ilikuwa inaanza na mtukufu rais.
Mimi sitaki msamaha kutoka kwenu. Nyinyi ndio mnafaa kuomba msamaha.
Tutakusamehe, lakini kitu tunataka kukuhakikishia ni kwamba William Ruto hakuna mtu atatisha. Hiyo ndio kitu nataka mwache kutuambia kwa comment section hapa ati Ruto sio Uhuru. Sisi tunawaambia namna hii, William Ruto tumeona wengi kushinda yeye, na hakuna mtu atatisha.
There are people who are asking a question.
Swali gani tena?
About Uhuru and Ruto. They're asking, when they are saying that Ruto si Uhuru, what is it a biological difference or what is it?
Wachana na watu wanataka kuleta siasa. Ile kitu tunasikia tunaambiwa.
Alafu kwenda kuvote na tunajua ni Moi anashinda. Tulikuwa tunaenda kuvotia Matiba na tunajua ni Moi tu anashendanga elections, na tuwezi kosa kwenda kuvote. Lazima tufike tuvotie Matiba na Raila na Ngitu.
Yeah, hiyo kura ilikuwa decided hata kabla ballot paper ichapishwe. Wacha siku hizi watu wanapelekananga mpaka Greek huko kwenda kuangalia makaratasi ikichapishwa. Hiyo siku hata kabla kura ichapishwe, before even you know the contenders, watu ambao wata run for president, mnajua ni nani atashinda. So I don't think Mise there's anything new here.
Hata
If
Uganda inajuanga hivyo. Kwa hivyo Kenya sio wa kwanza. So
if Misa want to know the determination of the common man, mwenye ile pickup ilibeba hawa viongozi, serikali haikuwa na any idea of where it was coming from and who owned it. Ni kuona tu aliona viongozi juu ya pickup lakini kwa imetolewa huko chini, huko Litro Murang'a huko chini kabisa ya kubeba mboga. Na hiyo pickup ilikuwa ina James Olengo, ilikuwa na Shikuku, ilikuwa na mzee Jaramogi na wengine wachache. Kwa hivyo na Olengo ndio. Kwa hivyo the determination of the common man, msije mkacheza nayo. Hiyo si kitu ya mchezo.
And you see, if people had not done that, Guru, Kenya would not have gone to multipartyism. So Wakenya walifika mwisho na hiyo dictatorial tendencies ya Moi, wakafika mwisho wakasema liwalo liwe. So people get their mise, and I'm telling you that is what is happening now. So you people, the best thing I think we need to do is to accept that change is coming, and the change is now.
All right, I think we have exhausted that. Kesho Nabii, leo Sunday Nabii ako Embu, Mise atakuwa na interdenominational prayer huko pande ya Manyata.
Stop misusing that word, Makiadi.
Unajua nabii kuna nabii wa aina nyingi. Kuna nabii wa ukweli, nabii wa uongo. So sijamalizia wewe, whatever you pick from there is up to you, but mimi najua ni nabii atakuwa na timu yake kule Manyata siku ya leo. Wanaenda kufanya maombi yao ya kawaida ya kurudisha shukrani kwa kushinda uchaguzi. Kwa hivyo mise stay tuned, huko ndio mambo itapigwa leo siasa.
Huko ni nyumbani Makiandi.
Wewe unatoka Manyata?
Huko ni nyumbani. Hiyo ni constituency yangu.
Asante sana. Huko ndio mahali hiyo ndio mahali inachezanga raf. Hiyo area na area ya nyingine inaitangwa wapi? Mahali kura huwa zinadampiwa. Dharakanithi. Hiyo ka area si mzuri sana. Julia siku ile utarun for president, chungana na hiyo ka area Tharaka Manyata, hiyo area. Huko ndio inaitangwa, Trump alikuwa anaita the big dump. Yaani unanyamaza tu namna hiyo, unasikia kura 1900 zimemwagwa mara moja. Na ulikuwa unafikiria unashinda. Mahali zimetoka ujui. So hiyo ka area si mzuri sana, lakini ni sawa. Guru, utatuambia ni nini huwa mnafanya pande hiyo. So nabii atakuwa pande hiyo, ako na maombi na wenzake huko, which is a good thing. Nimeona hata Musalia Mudavadi is on the bandwagon. Amekuwa akiteta from a side. I think ni kama aliambiwa nyamazi ama afutwe kazi. So sasa anaungana na wenzake. Najua alikuwa anasema wanapoteza masaa wakizunguka kila mahali na kusema walishinda uchaguzi, wakapata store iko empty. Akaambua mzee, ukiendelea namna hii hata wewe tutatupa wewe nje. Ikabidi utafutwa kazi. Ikabidi akimbie Bungoma huko kwenda kutafuta kiti ya Senate ndio aonyeshane yako na nguvu. So wanalimana. UDA imesimamisha wake Bungoma, Ford Kenya imesimamisha. Hata speaker wa National Assembly ametoa wig tupa chini na ile nguo yake, akavaa nguo ya Ford Kenya, yuko kwa ground. Wanatafuta hiyo kiti ya Bungoma Senate. So tuwatakie kila laheri. Tunatumai kwamba Wafula wa Munyinyi, ambaye nilikuwa nauliza jana kwa nini IBC haijachapisha jina lake kwa gazette notice, nimesikia ni kama ata run for that seat, lakini sijaona jina lake officially. I hope it was a mistake, a printing error. Na kwa hayo machache, mimi sidhani kama kuna kitu kingine ninaweza kuongeza hapo. Mise, tulisema tutafutie mgeni wetu, tutafute kurudisha ile kipindi yetu ya kawaida ya opportunities abroad. Sijui kama
utajaribu leo, kesho tukiamkia nitajaribu tena kumtafuta nione availability yake.
Okay. Yeah. Sawa. Na kuna watu ambao nasikia wanasema wanataka kuongezwa kwa group, WhatsApp group ya Azimio. Kuna WhatsApp group ya Azimio, I think ukipeana jina lako pale utaongezwa pale. Tunakutana na watu wa common idea, hapo ndio tunajijenga.
Mniongeze tafadhali.
Muongeze Mise, he may change, he may be converted.
Akuje na hustler fund hapo kwanza. Kuja na hustler fund na utuonyeshe receipt ya zile umepata, ndio tukuongeze hapo. but ukiwa na unataka kuongeza kwa hiyo group, nadhani jina umepeana hapo. Kuna kama Brian amenipatia jina lako, nimesukuma huko kwa anaitwa nani, admin, utaongezwa hapo. Kwa hivyo na wengine wote I think kuna wakati mwingine huwa tunaanza show hapa na hakuna watu, tunatumia watu text, kujeni tumeanza show. So tafadhali kama unataka kujua kipindi kikiwa live, tafadhali unaweza ongeza hapo. Saa zingine kama hautapata notification kutoka kwa YouTube, bas unaweza pata ujumbe wako kutoka hapo. Kwa hayo machache, Julia, labda kuna jambo lolote ambao nataka kuongeza nimesahau? Hakuna.
Tukutane kesho.
Sawa. Watu wa World Cup, poleni sana. Nasikia timu zenu za Afrika zimeenda nyumbani zote. Imebaki
Hapana, kuna Senegal na kuna Morocco
na Senegal peke yake, right?
Yes, na tujitokeze kushangilia Senegal this afternoon for time here. Senegal na wanacheza na England. Pray that bad things happen to England.
I think England is on the next. Oh yeah, you're right. USA is the one yenye iko kwa next flight. Unajua USA huwa inajichocha, ni superpower na hakuna mpira inachezaga, inaitaga soka. Wakaambiwa endeni mkacheze soka huko kwenu, hii inaitwa football. So wako kwa ndege, nadhani in the next few hours watakuwa wameshuka nyumbani.
Walichapwa kichapo cha umbwa.
Niliwaambia iko watu wanatembeaga na gunia. Senegal uombe Senegal isitembee na gunia, na pia hiyo ingine inaitwa Morocco, labda wako na paper bag tayari, watu watalimwa. So tunawaombea.
Pana Makiadi, wewe unaishi nchi gani? Why are you so...
Mimi niko Islamabad.
Atulimwi na mtu.
Watalimwa, mimi niko Islamabad hapa.
Hapana Domi, hatulimwi na mtu. Leo mtapata mshtuko. Tunalima England kichapo cha umbwa.
Nilisikia wakati Saudi Arabia ilipiga Argentina, kusherehekea watu huko wanatoka nje na AK47 na kupiga risasi kwa hewa. So hawangeenda mbali sana kwa sababu wangeleta hasara.
Hata kuna mtu alitoa nguo jana akapewa red card.
Hiyo jamaa ni wa Cameroon. Alipiga bao moja kali sana na kichwa, na alikuwa na yellow card, akaongezewa ingine. Refaria akakuja akamsalimia akamwambia sikupenda kwangu ndugu, lakini kazi ni kazi. Na wakamalizana, akaenda nyumbani. So wacha tuseme namna hii, Jumapili tutapatana hapa tena. Majaliwa ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Asante sana. Public participation always good to see you Guru, good to see you Henry, Domi, Mise na Julia kama kawaida. Tukutane kesho. Nani wanauliza waskoan, ukitaka kujoin WhatsApp group, kama uko na namba ya Bernard, mtumie jina na umwambie unataka kuongezwa kwa hiyo group. We have a very very huge group ya Azimio. Hiyo ni ya watu wa blue peke yake. Watu kama akina Misi hatuwakaribishi hapo. Hawa ndio watu.
Misi just confess your sins na kutetea.
Hawa ndio insiders hawa.
Tangu ni declare interest kwako, I have so many haters, but ni sawa tu, nitavumilia.
Hawa ni insiders. Umeona leo wakati siasa zimepanda, umeona majina imekuja hapa, sijui UDA, USA Hustler, sijui nani. Nimeona ni kama nani ametuma timu yake hapa, Ruto. Kuna saa zingine ulisikia akisema huwa anaangalia Mutembei TV. Aliambia CEO yeye pia ni member hapa, huwa anapitia saa nyingine kuangalia ni nini tunaongea hapa. So siasa zikiwaka, tukishambulia hii Hustler Fund yake, anatuma majeshi yake. Naona Guru saa nyingine anakatalia kwa giza kwa sababu anajua yeye ako nyumbani. Anaweza ulizwa ulikuwa unasema nini.
Guru ni muoga, unajua, wacha nikwambie. Kuna watu wengine ni kama unajua kuna dogi ambayo ikiwa ndani ya fence inapweka, ukifungua mlango haitoki. Watu wengi wa Azimio wako hivyo, unafungua mlango unaambia basi toka kuja uniume, na haitoki kabisa.
We usiende hapo.
Aya, sawa. Mimi najua Guru ni veteran, hawezi tishwa na Ruto. Kuna watu wachache sana. Unajua Mise, na sijakutaja jina ama nini, mtu ambaye amezaliwa 2000 mwaka wa 2000 kukuja juu pande hii hawezi jua siasa ya Kenya ni nini. Mtu amezaliwa 90s hawezi jua siasa ya Kenya ni nini.
Are you saying that Mise alizaliwa 2000?
Sijataja mtu jina mimi sijataja mtu jina. Nimesema 90s up hakuna siasa. Unajua watu ambao wamezaliwa chini ya tuseme 70s hapo 80s wanaweza kuambia siasa, wanaelewa siasa ya Kenya ni nini. Domi, unataka kusema nini kabla nifunge studio?
Lakini hapo umesema kwa 2000 au ni akina Domi, sisi ni wale, mimi ni mtu wa 1979, kwa hivyo nina uzoefu na ninaelewa sana.
82 nilikuwa standard 1.
Haya, hatutaki kuanza kuongea miaka, unaona watu ni veteran mise. So ukikuja kutuambia mambo ya tear gas hapa kwa store, haya unashangaa unatuambia nini bwana? Tumeona KBC kulikuwa na station moja peke yake.
Yes,
idhaa ya taifa.
Na tunajua Leonard Mambo Botela.
Idhaa ya taifa ikifunguliwa saa 7 ni mtukufu rais amefungua sijui nini, amefuta nani, hiyo ni saa 7. Ikifika saa 1 the same news, mtukufu rais akasema, mtukufu rais, hiyo ni saa 1. Saa 3 mtukufu rais, siku inaisha. Kesho yake
nafikiri pia tunafaa kuanza daktari.
Ngoja. Kesho yake mkiamka mfungue TV ile ya Great Wall. Kama ulikuwa na TV ya Great Wall ilikuwa inafinywa buttons namna hii, ama unafungua ile knob namna hii, inaonyesha zile vitu zinakaa blinds, zile curtain. Mnangojea channel ifunguliwe saa 6. Ilikuwa inafunguliwa saa 6 ama saa ngapi? Saa 6 mchana. Yaani TV inafungwa the whole day, inafunguliwa saa 6. Alafu wakianza news saa 7 wanaanza na mtukufu rais. Sasa hii ya Ruto ni nini bana? Hii ya Ruto hata social media ndio hii sisi tunamcriticize na hakuna kitu atatufanyia. Atadu what? We are here. Ile kitu kubwa kabisa anaweza fanyia watu ni kuwafungia airport vile walifanyia Miguna. Lakini
and you can decide to talk and not go.
Yeah, you have an option.
Lakini unajua everything is an opportunity, a business opportunity. Those countries that are selling, I'm sure Kenya doesn't manufacture tear gas. Those countries are waiting. So, and the pesa yenye itatumika ni taxpayers. So, nendeni tokeni, hiyo siku msikose. Julia na nani pia nyinyi mpatikane huko, msichoche watu
kumbana. Kwanza mimi ile mkutano ya 12, hiyo naenda Makiadi. Unaona ile ya 12, ile ya parallel. Hiyo inabamba sana. Opio tukutane huko, utakula kanyama.
Yeah, asante sana.
I'm surprised our seniors wanalia ati mtukufu rais na walikunywa maziwa ya Nyayo. Mise bwana, I appreciate hiyo.
Maziwa haikuwa maziwa ya Nyayo.
Hawa kuna kitu wana appreciate. Hawa kuna kitabu kwa Biblia inaitwa Lamentation.
Nyayo hakuwa na maziwa yake, hiyo ilikuwa maziwa ya KCC. Sijui mnasema
hiyo ilikuwa maziwa ya ng'ombe. Mnasema maziwa ya Nyayo na mgani?
Ya KCC pale.
Who can you say a man was producing milk? What is wrong with you people?
Haya, sawa basi, wacha nimalizie kusalimia wale watu ambao wameingia studio sasa hivi. Unanisumbua, nimekuona hapo Wascon, nilikutaja Esther Stall. Kuna watu wana majina pale. Kuna mtu anasema hapa Ngwingwi anaitwa Leonard Kachienga. Leonard Kachienga. Father Dani Darius nimekuona, asante sana. John Dinda kwa mara ya pili, asante sana. Na wale wote wengine ambao wameungana pamoja nasi kwa kuja kuchelewa, asanteni sana. Angela Wamboi, sounds like a scam and a trap. Watu wamesema hiyo hustler fund ni scam. Me say you'll get an opportunity again to come here and tell us about the hustler fund. As far as we are concerned, it is a scam. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. Tuonane siku na nyakati kama hii Jumapili. Asanteni.